Chapter 8 Rat. Colonel Graff, the games have always been run fairly before, either random distribution of stars or symmetrical. Fairness is a wonderful attribute, Major Anderson. It has nothing to do with war. The game will be compromised. The comparative standings will become meaningless. Alas! It will take months, years to develop the new battle rooms and run the simulations. That's why I'm asking you now. To begin, be creative. Think of every stacked, impossible, unfair star arrangement you can. Think of other ways to bend the rules. Late notification, unequal forces. Then run the simulations to see which ones are hardest, which easiest. We want an intelligent progression here. We want to bring him along. When do you plan to make him a commander? When he's 8? Of course not. I haven't assembled his army yet. Oh, so you're stacking it that way, too. You're getting too close to the game, Anderson. You're forgetting that it is merely a training exercise. It's also a status, identity, purpose, name. All that makes these children who they are comes out of this game. All of that makes these children who they are comes out of this game. When it becomes known that the game can be manipulated, weighted, cheated, it will undo this whole school. I'm not exaggerating. I know. So I hope Ender Wiggin truly is the one, because you'll have degraded the effectiveness of our training method for a long time to come. If Ender isn't the one, if his peak of military brilliance doesn't coincide with the arrival of our fleet at the bugger homeworlds, then it doesn't really matter what our training method is or isn't. I hope you will forgive me, Colonel Graff, but I feel that I must report your orders and my opinion of their consequences to the Strategos and the Hegemon. Why not our dear Polamarch? Everyone knows you have him in your pocket. Such hostility, Major Anderson. I thought we were friends. We are, and I think you may be right about Ender. I just don't believe you, and you alone, should decide the fate of the world. I don't even think it's right for me to decide the fate of Ender Wiggin. So you won't mind if I notify them? Of course I mind, you meddlesome ass. This is something to be decided by people who know what they're doing, not these frightened politicians who got their office because they happen to be politically potent in the country they came from. But you understand why I'm doing it. Because you're such a short-sighted little bureaucrat bastard that you think you need to cover yourself in case things go wrong. Well, if things go wrong, we'll all be bugger meat. So trust me now, Anderson, and don't bring the whole damn hegemony down on my neck. What I'm doing is hard enough without them. Oh, is it unfair? Are things stacked against you? You can do it to Ender Wiggin, but you can't take it, is that it? Ender Wiggin is 10 times smarter and stronger than I am. What I'm doing to him will bring out his genius, and if I had to go through it myself, it would crush me. Major Anderson, I know I'm wrecking the game, and I know you love it better than any of the boys who play. Hate me if you like, but don't stop me. I reserve the right to communicate with the hegemony and the Strategoi at any time. But for now, do what you want. Thank you so very kindly. Ender Wiggin, little farthead who leads the standings, what a pleasure to have you with us. The commander of Rat Army lay sprawled on a lower bunk, wearing only his desk. With you around, how can any army lose? Several of the boys nearby laughed. There could not have been two more opposite armies than Salamander and Rat. The room was rumpled, cluttered, noisy. After Bonzo, Ender had thought that undiscipline would be a welcome relief. Instead, he found that he had come to expect quiet and order, and the disorder here made him uncomfortable. We doin' okay, Enderbender? Ay, Rose de Nose, Jew boy extraordinaire. Ain't you nothing but a pinhead pinprick of a goy, don't you forget it. Since the IF was formed, the strategos of the military forces had always been a Jew. There was a myth that Jewish generals didn't lose wars, and so far it was still true. It made any Jew in battle school dream of being strategos, and conferred prestige on him from the start. It also caused resentment. Rat Army was often called the Kike Force, half in praise, half in random parody of Mazer Rackham's Strike Force. There were many who liked to remember that during the Second Invasion, even though an American Jew as president was hegemon of the Alliance, An Israeli Jew was Strategos in overall command of IF defense, and a Russian Jew was Polomarch of the fleet. It was Mazer Rackham, a little-known, twice-court-martialed, half-Maori New Zealander whose strike force broke up and finally destroyed the bugger fleet in action around Saturn. If Mazer Rackham could save the world, then it didn't matter a bit whether you were a Jew or not, people said. But it didn't matter, and Rose the Nose knew it. He mocked himself to forestall the mocking comments of anti-Semites. Almost everyone he defeated in battle, at least for a time, a Jew-hater. But he also made sure everyone knew what he was. His army was in second place, bucking for first. I took you on, Goy, because I didn't want people to think I only win because I got great soldiers. I want them to know that even with a little puke of a soldier like you, I can still win. We only got 3 rules here. Do what I tell you and don't piss in the bed. Ender nodded. He knew that Rose wanted him to ask what the 3rd rule was, so he did. That was 3 rules. We don't do too good in math here. The message was clear. Winning is more important than anything. Your practice sessions with half-assed little launchies are over, Wiggin. Done. You're in a big boy's army now. I'm putting you in Dink Meeker's tune. From now on, as far as you're concerned, Dink Meeker is God. Then who are you? The personnel officer who hired God. Rose grinned. And you are forbidden to use your desk again until you've frozen 2 enemy soldiers in the same battle. This order is out of self-defense. I hear you're a genius programmer. I don't want you screwing around with my desk. Everybody erupted in laughter. It took Ender a moment to understand why. Rose had programmed his desk to display and animate a bigger-than-life-size picture of male genitals, which waggled back and forth as Rose held the desk on his naked lap. This is just the sort of commander Bonzo would trade me to, thought Ender. How does a boy who spends his time like this win battles? Ender found Dink Meeker in the game room, not playing, just sitting and watching. A guy pointed you out, Ender said. I'm Ender Wiggins. I know, said Meeker. I'm in your tune. I know, he said again. I'm pretty inexperienced. Dink looked up at him. Look, Wiggin, I know all this. Why do you think I asked Rose to get you for me? He had not been dumped, he had been picked up. He had been asked for. Meeker wanted him. Why? Asked Ender. I've watched your practice sessions with the launchies. I think you show some promise. Bonzo is stupid, and I wanted to get you better training than Petra could give you. All she can do is shoot. I needed to learn that. You still move like you were afraid to wet your pants. So teach me. So learn. I'm not going to quit my free time practice sessions. I don't want you to quit them. Rose the Nose does. Rose the Nose can't stop you. Likewise, he can't stop you from using your desk. So why did he order it? Listen, Ender, commanders have just as much authority as you let them have. The more you obey them, the more power they have over you. What's to stop them from hurting me? Ender remembered Bonzo's blow. I thought that was why you were taking personal attack classes. You've really been watching me, haven't you? Dink didn't answer. I don't want to get Rose mad at me. I want to be part of the battles now. I'm tired of sitting out till the end. Your standings will go down. This time Ender didn't answer. Listen, Ender, as long as you're a part of my tune, you're part of the battle. Ender soon learned why. Dink trained his tune independently from the rest of Rat Army, with discipline and vigor. He never consulted with Rose, and only rarely did the whole army maneuver together. It was as if Rose commanded one army, and Dink commanded a much smaller one that happened to practice in the battle room at the same time. Dink started out the first practice by asking Ender to demonstrate his feet-first attack position. The other boys didn't like it. How can we attack lying on our backs? They asked. To Ender's surprise, Dink didn't correct them. Didn't say, you aren't attacking on your back. You're dropping downward at them. He had seen what Ender was doing, but he had not understood the orientation that was implied. It soon became clear to Ender that even though Dink was very, very good, his persistence in holding on to the corridor gravity orientation instead of thinking of the enemy gate as downward was limiting his thinking. They practiced attacking an enemy-held star. Before trying Ender's feet first method, they had always gone in standing up. The whole body's available as a target. Even now, though they reached the star and then assaulted the enemy from one direction only. "Over the top!" cried Dink, and over they went. To his credit, he then repeated the exercise, calling, "Again, upside down!" But because of their insistence on a gravity that didn't exist, the boys became awkward when the maneuver was under, as if vertigo seized them. They hated the feet first attack. Dink insisted that they use it. As a result, they hated Ender. "Do we have to learn how to fight from a launchy?" one of them muttered, making sure Ender could hear. "Yes," answered Dink. They kept working. And they learned it. In practice skirmishes, they began to realize how much harder it was to shoot an enemy who is attacking feet first. As soon as they were convinced of that, they practiced the maneuver more willingly. That night was the first time Ender had come to one of his launchy practice sessions after a whole afternoon of work. He was tired. "Now you're really in an army," said Ally. "You don't have to keep practicing with us." "From you, I can learn things that nobody knows," said Ender. "Dink Meeker is the best. I hear he's your toon leader." "Then let's get busy. I'll teach you what I learned from him today." He put Ally and 24 others through the same exercises that had worn him out all afternoon. But he put new touches on the patterns, made the boys try the maneuvers with one leg frozen, with both legs frozen, or using frozen boys for leverage to change directions. Halfway through practice, Ender noticed Petra and Dink together, standing in the doorway, watching. Later, when he looked again, they were gone. "So, they're watching me, and what we're doing is known." He did not know whether Dink was his friend. He believed that Petra was, but nothing could be sure. They might be angry that he was doing what only his commanders and toon leaders were supposed to do, drilling and training soldiers. They might be offended that a soldier would associate so closely with launchies. It made him uneasy to have older children watching. "I thought I told you not to use your desk," Rose the Nose stood by Ender's bunk. Ender did not look up. "I'm completing the trigonometry assignment for tomorrow." Rose bumped his knee into Ender's desk. "I said not to use it." Ender set the desk on his bunk and stood up. "I need trigonometry more than I need you." Rose was taller than Ender by at least 40 centimeters, but Ender was not particularly worried. It would not come to physical violence, and if it did, Ender thought he could hold his own. Rose was lazy and didn't know personal combat. "You're going down in the standings, boy," said Rose. "I expect to. I was only leading the list because of the stupid way Salamander Army was using me." "Stupid? Bonzo's strategy won a couple of key games." "Bonzo's strategy wouldn't win a salad fight. I was violating orders every time I fired my gun." Rose hadn't known that. It made him angry. "So everything Bonzo said about you was a lie. You're not only short and incompetent, you're insubordinate too." "But I turned defeat into a stalemate, all by myself." "We'll see how you do all by yourself next time." Rose went away. One of Ender's toonmates shook his head. "You dumb as a thumb." Ender looked at Dink, who was doodling on his desk. Dink looked up, noticed Ender watching him, and gazed steadily back at him. No expression. Nothing. "Okay," thought Ender, "I can take care of myself." Battle came 2 days later. It was Ender's first time fighting as part of a toon. He was nervous. Dink's toon lined up against the right-hand wall of the corridor, and Ender was very careful not to lean, not to let his weight slip to either side. "Stay balanced." "Wiggin!" called Rose the Nose. Ender felt dread come over him from throat to groin, and a tingle of fear that made him shudder. Rose saw it. Shivering, trembling, "Don't wet your pants, little launchy." Rose hooked a finger over the butt of Ender's gun and pulled him to the force field that hid the battle room from view. "We'll see how well you do now, Ender. As soon as that door opens, you jump through. Go straight ahead toward the enemy's door." Suicide. Pointless, meaningless self-destruction. But he had to follow orders now. This was battle, not school. For a moment, Ender raged silently. Then he calmed himself. "Excellent, sir," he said. "The direction I fire my gun is the direction of their main contingent." Rose laughed. "You won't have time to fire anything, pinprick." The wall vanished. Ender jumped up, took hold of the ceiling handholds, and threw himself out and down, speeding toward the enemy door. It was Centipede Army, and they only began to emerge from their door when Ender was halfway across the battle room. Many of them were able to get under cover of stars quickly, but Ender had doubled up his legs under him, and holding his pistol at his crotch, he was firing between his legs and freezing many of them as they emerged. They flashed his legs, but he had 3 precious seconds before they could hit his body and put him out of action. He froze several more, then flung out his arms in equal opposite directions. The hand that held his gun ended up pointing toward the main body of Centipede Army. He fired into the mass of the army. Then they froze him. A second later, he smashed into the force field of the enemy's door and rebounded with a crazy spin. He landed in a group of enemy soldiers behind a star. They shoved him off and spun him even more rapidly. He rebounded out of control through the rest of the battle, though gradually friction with the air slowed him down. He had no way of knowing how many men he had frozen before getting iced himself, but he did get the general idea that Rat Army won again, as usual. After the battle, Rose didn't speak to him. Ender was still first in the standings. Since he had frozen 3, disabled 2, and damaged 7, there was no more talk about insubordination and whether Ender could use his desk. Rose stayed in his part of the barracks, and left Ender alone. Dink Meeker began to practice instant emergence from the corridor. Ender's attack on the enemy while they were still coming in out of the door had been devastating. If one man can do that much damage, think of what it soon can do. Dink got Major Anderson to open a door in the middle of the wall, even during practice sessions, instead of just the floor-level door, so they could practice launching under battle conditions. Word got around. From now on, no one could take 5 or 10 or 15 seconds in the corridor to size things up. The game had changed. More battles. This time, Ender played a proper role within the tune. He made mistakes. Skirmishes were lost. He dropped from 1st to 2nd in the standings, then to 4th. Then he made fewer mistakes and began to feel comfortable within the framework of the tune, and he went back up to 3rd, then 2nd, then 1st. After practice one afternoon, Ender stayed in the battle room. He had noticed that Dink Meeker usually came late to dinner, and he assumed it was for extra practice. Ender wasn't very hungry, and he wanted to see what Dink practiced when no one else could see. But Dink didn't practice. He stood near the door, watching Ender. Ender stood across the room watching Dink. Neither spoke. It was plain Dink expected Ender to leave. It was just as plain that Ender was saying no. Dink turned his back on Ender, methodically took off his flash suit, and gently pushed off from the floor. He drifted slowly toward the center of the room. Very slowly, his body relaxing almost completely so that his hands and arms seemed to be caught by almost non-existent air currents in the room. After the speed and tension of practice, the exhaustion, the alertness, it was restful just to watch him drift. He did it for 10 minutes or so before he reached another wall. Then he pushed off rather sharply, returned to his flash suit, and pulled it on. "Come on," he said to Ender. They went back to the barracks. The room was empty since all the boys were at dinner. Each went to his own bunk and changed into regular uniforms. They went to the barracks. The room was empty since all the boys were at dinner. Each went to his own bunk and changed into regular uniforms. Ender walked to Dink's bunk and waited for a moment till Dink was ready to go. "Why did you wait?" asked Dink. "Wasn't hungry." "Well, now you know why I'm not a commander." Ender had wondered. "Actually, they promoted me twice and I refused." "Refused?" "The second time they took away my old locker and bunk and desk and assigned me to a commander's cabin and gave me an army. But I just stayed in the cabin until they gave in and put me back and sent to somebody else's army." "Why?" "Because I wouldn't let them do it to me. I can't believe you haven't seen through all this crap yet, Ender, but I guess you're young. These other armies, they aren't the enemy. It's the teachers. They're the enemy. They get us to fight each other, to hate each other. The game is everything. Win, win, win. It amounts to nothing. We kill ourselves, go crazy trying to beat each other, and all the time the old bastards are watching us, studying us, discovering our weak points, deciding whether we're good enough or not. Well, good enough for what? I was 6 years old when they brought me here. What the hell did I know? They decided I was right for the program, but nobody ever asked me if the program was right for me. So why don't you go home? Dink smiled crookedly. Because I can't give up the game. He tugged at the fabric of his flash suit, which lay on the bunk beside him. Because I love this. So why not be a commander? Dink shook his head. Never. Look what it does to Rosen. The boy's crazy. Rose de Nose sleeps in here with us instead of in his cabin. Why? Because he's scared to be alone, Ender. Scared of the dark. Rose? But they made him a commander, and so he has to act like one. But he doesn't know what he's doing. He's winning, but that scares him worst of all because he doesn't know why he's winning, except that I have something to do with it. Any minute, somebody could find out that Rosen isn't some magic Israeli general who can win no matter what. He doesn't know why anybody wins or loses. Nobody does. It doesn't mean he's crazy, Dink. I know you've been here a year. You think these people are normal. Well, they're not. We're not. I look in the library. I call up books on my desk. Old ones because they won't let us have anything new, but I've got a pretty good idea what children are, and we're not children. Children can lose sometimes and nobody cares. Children aren't in armies. They aren't commanders. They don't rule over 40 other kids. It's more than anybody can take and not get crazy. Ender tried to remember what other children were like in his class at school back in the city, but all he could think of was Stilson. I had a brother, just a normal guy. All he cared about was girls and flying. He wanted to fly. He used to play ball with the guys, a pickup game, shooting balls at the hoop, dribbling down the corridors until peace officers confiscated your ball. We had a great time. He was teaching me how to dribble when I was taken. Ender remembered his own brother, and the memory was not fond. Dink misunderstood the expression on Ender's face. Hey, I know nobody's supposed to talk about home, but we came from somewhere. The battle school didn't create us, you know. The battle school doesn't create anything. It just destroys. And we all remember things from home. Maybe not good things, but we remember. And then we lie and pretend that... Look, Ender, why is it that nobody talks about home? Ever. Doesn't that tell you how important it is? That nobody even admits that? Oh, hell. No, it's all right, Ender said. I was just thinking about Valentine, my sister. I wasn't trying to make you upset. It's okay. I don't think of her very much because I always get like this. That's right. We never cry. I never thought of that. Nobody ever cries. We really are trying to be adults, just like our fathers. I bet your father was like you. I bet he was quiet and took it and then busted out, and I'm not like my father. So maybe I'm wrong, but look at Bonzo, your old commander. He's got an advanced case of Spanish honor. He can't allow himself to have weaknesses. To be better than him? That's an insult. To be stronger? That's like cutting off his balls. That's why he hates you, because you didn't suffer when he tried to punish you. He hates you for that. He honestly wants to kill you. He's crazy. They're all crazy. And you aren't? I'd be crazy too, little buddy. But at least when I be craziest, I be floating all alone in space, and the crazy, she float out front of me. She soak into the walls, and she don't come out till there be battles, and little boys bump into the walls and squish out to crazy. Ender smiled. And you be crazy too, said Dink. Come on, let's go eat. Maybe you can be a commander and not be crazy. Maybe knowing about craziness means you don't have to fall for it. I'm not going to let the bastards run me, Ender. They've got you pegged too, and they don't plan to treat you kindly. Look what they've done to you so far. They haven't done anything except promote me, and she make you life look so easy, ne? Ender laughed and shook his head. So maybe you're right. They think they got you on ice. Don't let them. But that's what I came for, said Ender, for them to make me into a tool to save the world. I can't believe you still believe it. Believe what? The bugger menace. Save the world. Listen, Ender, if the buggers were coming back to get us, they'd be here. They aren't invading again. We beat them and they're gone. But the videos. All the first and second invasions. Your grandparents weren't born yet when Mesa Rackham wiped them out. You watch, it's all fake. There is no war, and they're just screwing around with us. But why? Because as long as people are afraid of the buggers, the IF can stay in power, and as long as the IF is in power, certain countries can keep their hegemony. But keep watching the vids, Ender. People will catch on this game pretty soon, and there will be a civil war to end all wars. That's the menace, Ender, not the buggers. And in that war, when it comes, you and I won't be friends, because you're American, just like our dear teachers, and I am not. They went to the mess hall and ate, talking about other things, but Ender could not stop thinking about what Dink had said. The battle school was so enclosed, the game so important in the minds of the children, that Ender had forgotten there was a world outside. Spanish honor, civil war, politics. A battle school was really a small place, wasn't it? But Ender did not reach Dink's conclusion. The buggers were real. The threat was real. The IF controlled a lot of things, but it didn't control the videos and the nets. Not where Ender had grown up. In Dink's home in the Netherlands with 3 generations under Russian hegemony, perhaps it was all controlled. But Ender knew that lies could not last as long in America. So he believed. Believed, but the seed of doubt was there. And it stayed, and every now and then sent out a little root. It changed everything to have that seed growing. It made Ender listen more carefully to what people meant instead of what they said. It made him wise. There weren't as many boys at the evening practice, not by half. "Where's Bernard?" asked Ender. Eli grinned. Shen closed his eyes and assumed a look of blissful meditation. "Haven't you heard?" said another boy, a Launchie from a younger group. "Word's out that any Launchie who comes to your practice sessions won't ever amount to anything in anybody's army. Word's out that the commanders don't want the soldiers who have been damaged by your training." Ender nodded. "By the way, I brain it," said the Launchie. "I be the best soldier I can, and any commander worth a damn, he take me, nah?" "Eh," said Ender with finality. They went on with practice. About a half hour into it, they were practicing throwing off collisions with frozen soldiers. Several commanders in different uniforms came in. They ostentatiously took down names. "Hey," shouted Eli, "make sure you spell my name right." The next thing, there were even fewer boys. Now Ender was hearing the stories. Little Launchies getting slapped around in the bathrooms or having accidents in the mess hall and the game room, or getting their files trashed by older boys who had broken the primitive security system that guarded the Launchies' desks. "No practice tonight," Ender said. "The hell there's not," said Eli. "Give it a few days. I don't want any of the little kids getting hurt. If you stop even one night, they'll figure it works to do this kind of thing. Just like if you've ever backed down to Bernard back when he was being a swine." "Besides," said Shen, "we aren't scared and we don't care, so you owe it to us to go on. We need practice and so do you." Ender remembered what Dink had said. The game was trivial compared to the whole world. Why should anybody give every night of his life to this stupid game? "We don't accomplish that much anyway," Ender said. He started to leave. Eli stopped him. "They scare you too? They slap you up in the bathroom? Stick your head in the pissa? Somebody gots a gun up you bung? Somebody gots a gun up you bung?" "No," said Ender. "You still my friend?" asked Eli more quietly. "Yes." "Then I still you friend, Ender, and I stay there and practice with you." The older boys came again, but fewer of them were commanders. Most were members of a couple of armies. Ender recognized salamander uniforms, even a couple of rats. They didn't take names this time. Instead, they mocked and shouted and ridiculed as the Launchies tried to master difficult skills with untrained muscles. It began to get a few of the boys. "Listen to them," Ender said to the other boys. "Remember the words. If you ever want to make your enemy crazy, shout that kind of stuff at them. It makes them do dumb things to be mad, but we don't get mad." Shen took the idea to heart, and after each jibe from the older boys, he and a group of 4 Launchies recite the words loudly 5 or 6 times. When they started singing the taunts like nursery rhymes, some of the older boys launched themselves from the wall and came out for a fight. The flash suits were designed for wars fought with harmless light. They offered little protection and seriously hampered movement if it came to hand-to-hand fighting in Nolo. Half the boys were flashed anyway and couldn't fight, but the stiffness of their suits made them potentially useful. Ender quickly ordered his launchies to gather in one corner of the room. The older boys laughed at them even more, and some who had waited by the wall came forward to join in the attack, seeing Ender's group in retreat. Ender and aloud decided to throw a frozen soldier in the face of an enemy. The frozen launchies struck helmet first, and the two caromed off each other. The older boy clutched his chest where the helmet had hit him, and screamed in pain. The mockery was over. The rest of the older boys launched themselves to enter battle. Ender didn't really have much hope of any of the boys getting away without some injury, but the enemy was coming haphazardly, uncoordinatedly, and they'd never worked together before. While Ender's little practice army, though there were only a dozen of them now, knew each other well and knew how to work together. "Go Nova!" shouted Ender. The boys laughed and they gathered into 3 groups, feet together, squatting, holding hands so they formed small stars against the back of the wall. "We'll go around them and make for the door. Now!" At his signal, the 3 stars burst apart, each boy launching in different directions, but angled so he could rebound off a wall and head for the door. Since all 5 of the enemy were in the middle of the room, there were course changes far more difficult. Where course changes were far more difficult, it was an easy maneuver to carry out. Ender had positioned himself so that when he launched, he would rendezvous with the frozen soldier he had just used as a missile. The boy wasn't frozen now, and he let Ender catch him, whirl him around, and send him toward the door. Unfortunately, the necessary result of the action was for Ender to head in the opposite direction, and at a fairly slowly and at a reduced speed. Alone of all his soldiers, he was drifting fairly slowly, and the end of the battle room where the older boys were gathered. He shifted himself so he could see all his soldiers were safely gathered at the far wall. In the meantime, the furious and disorganized enemy had just spotted him. Ender calculated how soon he would reach the wall so he could launch again. Not soon enough. Several enemies had already rebounded toward him. Ender was startled to see Stilson's face among them. Then he shuddered and realized he had been wrong. Still, it was the same situation, and this time they wouldn't sit still for a single combat settlement. There was no leader as far as Ender knew, and these boys were a lot bigger than him. Still, he had learned some things about the weight shifting in personal combat class and about the physics of moving objects. Game battles almost never got to hand-to-hand combat. You never bumped into an enemy that wasn't frozen unless you were frozen yourself. So in the few seconds he had, Ender tried to position himself to receive his guests. Fortunately, they knew as little about Nolo fighting as he did, and the few who tried to punch were found that throwing a punch was pretty ineffective when their bodies moved backwards just as quickly as their fists moved forwards. But there were some in the group who had a bone breaking on their minds, as Ender quickly saw. He didn't plan to be there for it, though. He caught one of the punchers by the arm and threw him as hard as he could. It hurled Ender out of the way in the rest of the first onslaught. Though he still wasn't getting any closer to the door. "Stay there," he shouted at his friends, who were obviously forming up to come and rescue him. "Just stay there." Someone caught Ender by the foot. The tight grip gave Ender some leverage. He was able to stamp firmly on the other boy's ear and shoulder, making him cry out and let go. If the boy had let go just as Ender kicked downward, it would have hurt him much less and allowed Ender to use the maneuver as a launch. Instead, the boy had hung on too well. His ear was torn and scattering blood in the air, and Ender was drifting even more slowly. "I'm doing it again," thought Ender. "I'm hurting people again, just to save myself. Why don't they leave me alone so I don't have to hurt them?" 3 more boys were converging on him now, and this time they were acting together. Still, they had to grab him before they could hurt him. Ender positioned himself quickly so that the 2 of them would take his feet, leaving his hands free to deal with the third. Sure enough, they took the bait. Ender grasped the shoulders of the third boy's shirt and pulled him up sharply, butting him in the face with his helmet. Again, a scream and a shower of blood. The two boys who had legs were wrenching at them, twisting him. Ender threw the boys with the bleeding nose at one of them. They entangled, and Ender's leg became free. It was a simple matter then to use the other boy's hold for leverage and kick him firmly in the groin, then shove off him in the direction of the door. He didn't get that good a launch, so that his speed was nothing special, but it didn't matter. No one was following him. He got to his friends at the door. They caught him and handed him along the door. They were laughing and slapping him playfully. "You bad," they said. "You scary. You flame." "Practice is over for the day," Ender said. "They'll be back tomorrow," said Shen. "Won't do them any good," said Ender. "If they come without suits, we'll do this again. If they come with suits, we can flash them." "Besides," said Ally, "the teachers won't let it happen." Ender remembered what Dink had told him about and wondered if Ally was right. "Hey, Ender!" shouted one of the older boys as Ender left the battle room. "You nothing man! You be nothing!" "My old commander Bonzo," said Ender. "I think he doesn't like me." Ender checked the rosters on his desk that night. 4 boys turned up on medical report. 1 with bruised ribs, 1 with a bruised testicle, 1 with a torn ear, and 1 with a broken nose and a loose tooth. The cause of injury was the same in all cases. Accidental collision in null G. If the teachers weren't allowing that to turn up on the official report, it was obvious they didn't intend to punish anyone for the nasty little skirmish in the battle room. Aren't they going to do anything? Don't they care what goes on in the school? Since he was back to the barracks earlier than usual, Ender called up the fantasy game on his desk. It had been a while since he last used it, long enough that it didn't start him where he left off. Instead, he began by the giant's corpse, only now it was hardly identifiable as a corpse at all unless you stood off a ways and studied it. The body had eroded into a hill, entwined with grass and vines. Only the crest of the giant's face was still visible, and it was white bone, like limestone protruding from a discouraging, withering mountain. Ender did not look forward to fight with the wolf children again, but to his surprise they weren't there. Perhaps killed once, they were gone forever. It made him a little sad. He made his way down underground through the tunnels to the cliff ledge overlooking the beautiful forest. Again he threw himself down, and again a cloud caught him and carried him to the castle turret room. The snake began to unweave itself from the rug again, only this time Ender did not hesitate. He stepped on the head of the snake and crushed it under his foot. It writhed and twisted under him, and in response he twisted and ground it deeper into the stone floor. Finally it was still. Ender picked it up and shook it until it unwove itself and the pattern rug was gone. Then, still dragging the snake behind him, he began to look for a way out. Instead, he found a mirror, and in the mirror, he saw a face that he easily recognized. It was Peter, with blood dripping down his chin and a snake's tail protruding from the corner of his mouth. Ender shouted and thrust his desk from him. A few of the boys in the barracks were alarmed at the noise, but he apologized and told them it was nothing. They went away. He looked again into his desk. His figure was still there, staring into the mirror. He tried to pick up some of the furniture, to break the mirror, but it could not be moved. The mirror would not come off the wall either. Finally, Ender threw the snake at it. The mirror shattered, leaving a hole in the wall behind it. Out of the hole came dozens of tiny snakes, which quickly bit Ender's figure again and again. Tearing the snakes frantically from himself, the figure collapsed and died in a writhing heap of small serpents. The screen went blank and the words appeared. "Play again?" Ender signed off and put the desk away. The next day, several commanders came to Ender or sent soldiers to tell him not to worry. Most of them thought the extra practice sessions were a good idea. He should keep it up. And to make sure nobody bothered him, they were sending a few of their older soldiers who needed extra practice to come join him. "They're as big as most of the buggers who attacked you last night. They'll think twice." Instead of a dozen boys, there were 45 that night. More than an army, and whether it was because of the presence of the older boys on Ender's side, or because they had had enough the night before, none of their enemies came. Ender didn't go back to the fantasy game, but it lived in his dreams. He kept remembering how it felt to kill the snake, grinding it in, the way he tore the ear off that boy, the way he destroyed Stilson, the way he broke Bernard's arm, and then to stand up holding the corpse of his enemy and find Peter's face looking out at him from the mirror. This game knows too much about me. The game tells filthy lies. I am not Peter. I don't have murder in my heart. And then a worse fear, that he was a killer, only better at it than Peter ever was, that it was the very trait that pleased the teachers. It's killers they need for the Bugger Wars. It's people who can grind enemies' face into the dust and spatter their blood all over space. Well, I'm your man. I'm the bloody bastard you wanted, and when you had me spawned, I'm your tool. And what difference does it make if I hate the part of me that you most need? What difference does it make that when the little serpents killed me in the game, I agreed with them and was glad? Chapter 9. Welcome to Demosthenes. I didn't call you in here to waste time. How in the hell did the computer do that? I don't know. How could it pick up a picture of Ender's brother and put it into the graphics in this Fairyland routine? Colonel Graff, I wasn't there when it was programmed. All I know is that the computer's never taken anyone to this place before. Fairyland was strange enough, but this isn't Fairyland anymore. It's beyond the end of the world, and I know the names of the places. I just don't know what they mean. Fairyland was programmed in. It's mentioned in a few other places, but nothing talks about the end of the world. You don't have any experience with it. I don't like having the computer screw around with Ender's mind that way. Peter Wiggin is the most potent person in his life, except maybe his sister Valentine. And the mind game is designed to help shape them, help them find worlds they can be comfortable in. You don't get it, do you, Major Imbu? I don't want Ender being comfortable with the end of the world. Our business here is not to be comfortable with the end of the world. The end of the world in the game isn't necessarily the end of humanity in the Bugger Wars. It has a private meaning to Ender. Good. What meaning? I don't know, sir. I'm not the kid. Ask him. Major Imbu, I'm asking you. There could be 1,000 meanings. Try one. You've been isolating this boy. Maybe he's wishing for the end of this world, the battle school. Or maybe it's about the ending of the world he grew up with as a little boy, his home, coming here. Or maybe it's his way of coping with having broken up so many other kids here. Ender's a sensitive kid, you know, and he's done some pretty bad things to people's bodies. He might be wishing for the end of that world. Or none of the above. The mind game is a relationship between the children and the computer. Together they create stories. The stories are true in the sense that they reflect the reality of the child's life. That's all I know. And I'll tell you what I know, Major Imbu. That picture of Peter Wiggin was not one that could have been taken from our files here at the school. We have nothing on him electronically or otherwise since Ender came here, and that picture is more recent. It's only been 1.5 years, sir. How much can the boy change? He's wearing his hair completely differently now. His mouth was redone with orthodontia. I got a recent photograph from Landside compared. The only way the computer here in the battle school could have got that picture was by requisitioning it from a Landside computer, and not even one connected with the IF. That takes requisitionary powers. We can't just go into Guilford County, North Carolina, and pluck a picture out of school files. Did anyone at the school authorize getting this? You don't understand, sir. Our battle school computer is only a part of the IF network. If we want a picture, we have to get a requisition. But if the mind game program determines that the picture is necessary, it can just take it. Not just every day, only when it's for the child's own good. Okay, it's for his own good. But why? His brother is dangerous. His brother was rejected from the program because he's one of the most ruthless and unreliable human beings we've laid hands on. Why is he so important to Ender? Why, after all this time? Honestly, sir, I don't know, and the mind game program is designed so that it can't tell us. It may not know itself, actually. This is uncharted territory. You mean the computer's making this up as it goes along? You might put it that way. Well, that does make me feel a little better. I thought I was the only one. Valentine celebrated Ender's 8th birthday alone in the wooded backyard of their new home in Greensboro. She scraped a patch of ground bare of pine needles and leaves, and there she scratched his name in the dirt with a twig. Then she made a small teepee of twigs and needles and lit a small fire. It made smoke that interwove with the branches and needles of the pine overhead. All the way into space, she said silently, all the way to the battle school. No letters ever come, and as far as they knew, their own letters never reached him. When the first was taken, Father and Mother sat at the table and keyed in long letters to him every few days. Soon, though, it was once a week, and when no answers came, once a month. Now it had been 2 years since he went, and there were no letters. None at all, and no remembrance on his birthday. He's dead, she thought bitterly, because we have forgotten him. But Valentine had not forgotten him. She did not let her parents know, and above all never hinted to Peter how often she thought about Enter. How often she wrote him letters that she knew he would not answer. And when Mother and Father had announced to them that they were leaving the city to move to North Carolina of all places, Valentine knew that they never expected to see Ender again. They were leaving the only place where he knew to find them. How would Ender find them here, among these trees, under the changeable and heavy sky? He had lived deep in the quarters all his life. What if he was still in the battle school and there was less of nature there? What would he make of this? Valentine knew why they had moved here. It was for Peter, so that living among the trees and small animals, so that nature, in as raw form as Mother and Father could conceive of it, might have a softening influence on their strange and frightening son. And in a way it had. Peter took to it right away. Long walks out in the open, cutting through woods and out in the open country, going sometimes for a whole day with only a sandwich or two sharing space, with his desk in the pack on his back, with only a small pocket knife in his pocket. But Valentine knew. She had seen a squirrel half-skinned, spiked by its little hands and feet, with twigs pushed into the dirt. She pictured Peter trapping it, staking it, then carefully parting and peeling back the skin without breaking into the abdomen, watching the muscles twitch and ripple. How long had it taken the squirrel to die? And all the while, Peter had sat nearby. Sorry. But Valentine knew. She had seen a squirrel half-skinned, spiked by its little hands and feet, with twigs pushed into the dirt. She pictured Peter trapping it, staking it, then carefully parting and peeling back the skin without breaking into the abdomen. Watching the muscles twist and ripple, how long had it taken the squirrel to die? And all the while, Peter had sat nearby, leaning against the tree where perhaps the squirrel had nested, playing with his desk while the squirrel's life seeped away. At first she was horrified and nearly threw up at dinner, but watching how Peter ate so vigorously, talked so cheerfully. But later she thought about it and realized that perhaps, for Peter, it was a kind of magic, like her little fires, a sacrifice that somehow stilled the dark gods that hunted for his soul. Better to torture squirrels than other children. Peter has always been a husbandman of pain, planting it, nurturing it, devouring it greedily when it was ripe. Better he should take it in these small, sharp doses than with dull cruelty to the children in the school. "A model student," said his teachers. "I wish we had 100 others in the school just like him. Studies all the time, turns in all his work on time. He loves to learn." But Valentine knew it was fraud. Peter loved to learn, all right, but the teachers hadn't taught him anything, ever. He did his learning through the desk at home, tapping into libraries and databases, studying and thinking, and above all, talking to Valentine. Yet at school he acted as though he were excited about the puerile lesson of the day. "Oh wow, I never knew that frogs looked like this inside," he'd say, and then at home he'd study the binding of cells into organisms through the phylotic collation of DNA. Peter was a master of flattery, and his teachers bought it. Still, it was good. Peter never fought anymore, never bullied, got along well with everybody. It was a new Peter. Everyone believed it. Father and Mother said it so often it made Valentine want to scream at them. It isn't the new Peter, it's the old Peter, only smarter. How smart? Smarter than you, Father. Smarter than you, Mother. Smarter than anybody you have ever met. But not smarter than me. I've been deciding, said Peter, whether to kill you or what. Valentine leaned against the trunk of the pine tree, her little fire a few smoldering ashes. I love you too, Peter. It would be so easy. You always make these stupid little fires. It's just a matter of knocking you out and burning you up. You're such a firebug. I've been thinking of castrating you in your sleep. No, you haven't. You only think of things like that when I'm with you. I bring out the best in you. No, Valentine, I've decided not to kill you. I've decided that you're going to help me. I am? A few years ago, Valentine would have been terrified at Peter's threats. Now, though, she was not so afraid. Not that she doubted he was capable of killing her. She couldn't think of anything so terrible that she didn't believe Peter might do. She also knew, though, that Peter was not insane. Not in the sense that he was in control of himself. He was in better control of himself than anyone she knew, except perhaps herself. Peter could delay any desire as long as he needed to. He could conceal any emotion, and so Valentine knew that he would never hurt her in a fit of rage. He would only do it if the advantages outweighed the risks, and they did not. In a way, she actually preferred Peter to other people because of this. He always acted out of intelligent self-interest. And so to keep herself safe, all she had to do was make sure it was more in Peter's interest to keep her alive than to have her dead. Valentine, things are coming to a head. I've been tracking troop movements in Russia. What are we talking about? The world, Val. You know Russia, big empire, the Second Warsaw Pact, rulers of Eurasia from the Netherlands to Pakistan. They don't publish their troop movements, Peter. Of course not, but they do publish their passenger and freight train schedules. I've had my desk analyzing those schedules and figuring out when the secret troop trains are moving over the same tracks. Done it backward over the past 3 years. In the last 6 months, they've stepped up. They're getting ready for war. Land war. But what about the League? What about the buggers? Valentine didn't know what Peter was getting at, but he often launched discussions like this, practical discussions of world events. He used to test his ideas and refine them in the process. She also... But what about the League? What about the buggers? Valentine didn't know what Peter was getting at, but he often launched discussions like this, practical discussions of world events. He used her to test his ideas, to refine them. In the process, she also refined her own thinking. She found that while she rarely agreed with Peter about what the world ought to be, they rarely disagreed about what the world actually was. They had become quite deft at sifting accurate information out of the stories of the hopelessly ignorant, gullible news writers, the news herd, as Peter called them. The Polomark is Russian, isn't he? And he knows what's happening with the fleet. Either they found out the buggers aren't a threat after all, or we're about to have a big battle. One way or another, the bugger war is about to be over. They're getting ready for after the war. If they're moving troops, it must be under the direction of the Strategos. It's all internal, within the Warsaw Pact. This was troubling. The facade of peace and cooperation had been undisturbed almost since the bugger wars began. What Peter had detected was a fundamental shift in the world order. She had a mental picture as clear as memory of the way the world had been before the buggers forced peace upon them. So, it's back to the way it was before. A few changes. The shields make it so nobody bothers with nuclear weapons anymore. We have to kill each other thousands at a time instead of millions. Peter grinned. Val, it was bound to happen. Right now there's a vast international fleet and army in existence, with North American hegemony. When the bugger wars are over, all that power will vanish because it's all built on the fear of the buggers. And suddenly we'll look around and discover that all the old alliances are gone, dead and gone except one, the Warsaw Pact, and it'll be the dollar against 5 million lasers. We'll have the asteroid belt, but they'll have Earth. And you run out of raisins and celery kind of fast out there without Earth. What disturbed Valentine most of all was that Peter did not seem at all worried. Peter, why do I get the idea that you're thinking of this as a golden opportunity for Peter Wiggin? For both of us, Val. Peter, you're 12 years old. I'm 10. They have a word for people our age. They call us children and they treat us like mice. But we don't think like other children, do we, Val? We don't talk like other children, and above all, we don't write like other children. For a discussion that began with death threats, Peter, we've strayed from the topic, I think. Still, Valentine found herself getting excited. Writing was something Val did better than Peter. They both knew it. Peter had even named it once when he said that he could always see what other people hated most about themselves and bully them, while Val could always see what other people liked best about themselves and flatter them. It was a cynical way of putting it, but it was true. Valentine could persuade other people to her point of view. She could convince them that they wanted what she wanted them to want. Peter, on the other hand, could only make them fear what he wanted them to fear. When he first pointed this out to Val, she resented it. She had wanted to believe she was good at persuading people because she was right, not because she was clever. But no matter how much she told herself that she didn't ever want to exploit people the way Peter did, she enjoyed knowing that she could, in her way, control other people. And not just control what they did, she could control in a way what they wanted to do. She was ashamed that she took pleasure in this power, and yet she found herself using it sometimes. To get teachers to do what she wanted, and other students. To get mother and father to see things her way. Sometimes she was able to persuade even Peter. That was the most frightening of all, that she could understand Peter well enough, could empathize with him well enough to get inside him that way. There was more Peter in her than she could bear to admit, though sometimes she dared to think about it anyway. This is what she thought as Peter spoke. You dream of power, Peter, but in my own way I am more powerful than you. I've been studying history, Peter said. I've been learning things about patterns in human behavior. There are times when the world is rearranging itself, and at times like that the right words can change the world. Think what Pericles did in Athens and Demosthenes. Yes, they managed to wreck Athens twice. Pericles, yes, but Demosthenes was right about Philip. Or provoked him. See, this is what historians usually do, quibble about cause and effect when the point is, there are times when the world is in flux and the right voice in the right place can move the world. Thomas Paine and Ben Franklin, for instance, Bismarck, Lenin. Not exactly parallel cases, Peter. Now she was disagreeing with him out of habit. She saw what he was getting at, and she thought it might just be possible. I didn't expect you to understand. You still believe that teachers know something worth learning. I understand more than you think, Peter. So, you see yourself as Bismarck? I see myself as knowing how to insert ideas into the public mind. Haven't you ever thought of a phrase, Val, a clever thing to say, and said it, and then 2 weeks or a month later you hear some adult saying it to another adult, both of them strangers, or you see it in a video or pick it up on a net? I always figured I heard it before and only thought I was making it up. You were wrong. There are maybe 2,000 or 3,000 people in the world as smart as us, little sister. Most of them are making a living somewhere. Teaching, the poor bastards, or doing research. Precious few of them are actually in positions of power. I guess we're the lucky few. Funny as a one-legged rabbit, Val. Funny as a one-legged rabbit, Val. Of which there are no doubt several in these woods, hopping in neat little circles. Valentine laughed at the gruesome image and hated herself for thinking it was funny. Val, we can say the words that everyone else will be saying 2 weeks later. We can do that. We don't have to wait until we're grown up and safely put away in some career. Peter, you're 12. Not on the nets, I'm not. On the nets, I can name myself anything I want, and so can you. On the nets, we're clearly identified as students, and we can't even get into the real discussions except in audience mode, which means we can't say anything anyway. I have a plan. You always do. She pretended nonchalance, but she listened eagerly. We can get on the nets as full-fledged adults with whatever net names we want to adopt if Father gets us onto his citizens' access. And why would he do that? We already have student access. What do you tell him? I need citizens' access so I can take over the world? No, Val, I won't tell him anything. You'll tell him how you're worried about me. How I'm trying so very hard to do well at school, but you know it's driving me crazy because I can never talk to anybody intelligent. Everybody always talks down on me because I'm young. I never get to converse with my peers. You can prove that the stress is getting to me. There's evidence. Valentine thought of the corpse of the squirrel in the woods and realized that even that discovery was part of Peter's plan. Or at least he had made it part of his plan after it happened. So, you get him to authorize us and share his citizens' access, to adopt our own identities there, to conceal who we are so people will give us the intellectual respect we deserve. Valentine could challenge him on ideas, but never on things like this. She could not say, "What makes you think you deserve respect?" She had read about Adolf Hitler. She wondered what he was like at the age of 12. Not this smart, not like Peter that way, but craving honor, probably that. And what would it have meant to the world if in childhood he had been caught in a thresher or trampled by a horse? "Val," Peter said, "I know what you think of me. I'm not a nice person, you think." Valentine threw a pine needle at him. "An arrow through your heart." "I've been planning to come talk to you for a long time, but I kept being afraid." She put a pine needle in her mouth and blew it at him. It dropped almost straight down. Another failed launch. Why was he pretending to be weak? "Val, I was afraid you wouldn't believe me, that you wouldn't believe I could do it." "Peter, I believe you could do anything and probably will. But I was even more afraid that you'd believe me and try to stop me." "Come on, threaten to kill me again, Peter." Did he actually believe she could be fooled by his nice and humble kid act? "So, I've got a sick sense of humor. I'm sorry. You know I was teasing. I need your help." "You're just what the world needs. A 12-year-old to solve all our problems." "It's not my fault I'm 12 right now, and it's not my fault that right now is when the opportunity is open. Right now is the time when I can shape events. The world is always a democracy in times of flux, and the man with the best voice will win. Everybody thinks Hitler got to power because of his armies, because they were willing to kill. And that's partly true, because in the real world, power is always built on the threat of death and dishonor. But mostly he got to power on words, on the right words at the right time. I was just thinking of comparing you to him. I don't hate Jews, Val. I don't want to destroy anybody, and I don't want war either. I want the world to hold together. Is that so bad? I don't want us to go back to the old way. Have you read about the world wars? Yes. We can go back to that again, or worse. We could find ourselves locked into the Warsaw Pact. Now there's a cheerful thought. Peter, we're children, don't you understand that? We're going to school, we're growing up. But even as she resisted, she wanted him to persuade her. She had wanted him to persuade her from the beginning. But Peter didn't know that he had already won. If I believe that, if I accept that, then I've got to sit back and watch while all the opportunities vanish. And then when I'm old enough, it's too late. Val, listen to me. I know how you feel about me. You always have. I was vicious, nasty brother. I was cruel to you and crueler to Ender before they took him. But I didn't hate you. I loved you both. I just had to have control. Do you understand that? It's the most important thing to me. It's my greatest gift. I can see where the weak points are, and I can see how to get in and use them. I just see those things without even trying. I could become a businessman and run some sort of big corporation. I'd scramble and maneuver until I was at the top of everything, and what would I have? Nothing. I'm going to rule, Val. I'm going to have control of something, but I want it to be something worth ruling. I want to accomplish something worthwhile. A Pax Americana through the whole world, so that when somebody else comes after we beat the buggers, when somebody else comes here to defeat us, they'll find we've already spread over 1,000 worlds. We're at peace with ourselves and impossible to destroy. Do you understand? I want to save mankind from self-destruction. She had never seen him speak with such sincerity, with no hint of mockery, no trace of a lie in his voice. He was getting better at this. Or maybe he was actually touching on the truth. So, a 12-year-old boy and his kid sister are going to save the world? How old was Alexander? I'm not going to do it overnight, I'm just going to start now, if you'll help me. I don't believe what you did to those squirrels was part of an act. I think you did it because you love to do it. Suddenly, Peter wept into his hands. Val assumed that he was pretending, but then she wondered. It was possible, wasn't it, that he loved her, and that in this time of terrifying opportunity he was willing to weaken himself before her in order to win her love? He's manipulating me, she thought, but that doesn't mean he isn't sincere. His cheeks were wet when he took his hands away, his eyes rimmed in red. I know, he said, it's what I'm most afraid of, that I really am a monster. I don't want to be a killer, but I just can't help it." She had never seen him show weakness. "You're so clever, Peter. You saved your weakness so you could use it to move me now." And yet it did move her, because if it were true, even partly true, then Peter was not a monster, and so she could satisfy her Peter-like love of power without fear of becoming monstrous herself. She knew that Peter was calculating even now, but she believed that under the calculations he was telling the truth. It had been hidden layers deep, but he had probed her until he found her trust. "Val, if you don't help me, I don't know what I'll become. But if you're there, my partner and everything, you can keep me from becoming like that. Like the bad ones." She nodded. "You are only pretending to share power with me," she thought. "But in fact, I have power over you, even though you don't know it." "I will. I'll help you." As soon as Father got home, As soon as Father got them both onto his citizen's access, they began testing the waters. They stayed away from the nets that required use of a real name. That wasn't hard because real names only had to do with money. They didn't need money, they needed respect, and they could earn that with false names. On the right nets, they could be anybody. Old men, middle-aged women, anybody, as long as they were careful about the way they wrote. All that anyone would see were their words, their ideas. Every citizen started equal on the nets. They used throwaway names with their early efforts, not the identities that Peter planned to make famous and influential. Of course, they were not invited to take part in the great national and international political forums. They could only be audiences there until they were invited or elected to take part. But they signed on and watched, reading some of the essays published by the great names, witnessing the debates that played across their desks. And in the lesser conferences, where common people commented about the great debates, they began to insert their comments. At first, Peter insisted that they be deliberately inflammatory. "We can't learn how our style of writing is working unless we get responses, and if we're bland, no one will answer." They were not bland, and people answered. The responses that got posted on the public nets were vinegar. The responses that were sent as mail for Peter and Valentine to read privately were poisonous. But they did learn what attributes of their writing were seized upon as childish and they were not bland, and people answered. The responses that got posted on the public nets were vinegar. The responses that were sent as mail for Peter and Valentine to read privately were poisonous. But they did learn what attributes of their writing were seized upon as childish and immature, and they got better. When Peter was satisfied that they knew how to sound adult, he killed the old identities and they began to prepare to attract real attention. "We have to seem completely separate. We'll write about different things at different times. We'll never refer to each other. You'll mostly work on the West Coast nets and I'll mostly work in the South. Regional issues too, so do your homework." They did their homework. Mother and Father worried sometimes with Peter and Valentine constantly together, their desks tucked under their arms, but they couldn't complain. Their grades were good, and Valentine was such a good influence on Peter. She had changed his whole attitude toward everything. And Peter and Valentine sat together in the woods, in good weather, and in pocket restaurants and indoor parks when it rained, and they composed their political commentaries. Peter carefully designed both characters so neither had all of his ideas. There were even some spare ideas that they used to drop in third-party opinions. "Let both of them find a following as they can," said Peter. Once tired of writing and rewriting until Peter was satisfied, Val despaired and said, "Write it yourself, then." "I can't," he answered. "They can't both sound alike, ever. You forget that someday we'll be famous enough that somebody will start running analyses. We'll have to come up as different people every time." So she wrote on. Her main identity on the nets was Demosthenes. Peter chose the name. He called himself Locke. They were obvious pseudonyms, but that was part of the plan. With any luck, they'll start trying to guess who we are. And if we get famous enough, the government can always get access and find out who we really are. When that happens, we'll be too entranced to suffer much loss. People might be shocked that Demosthenes and Locke are two kids, but they'll already be used to listening to us. They began composing debates for their characters. Valentine would prepare an opening statement, and Peter would invent a throwaway name to answer her. His answer would be intelligent and the debate would be lively. Lots of clever invective and good political rhetoric. Valentine had a knack for alliteration that made her phrases memorable. Then they would enter the debate into the network, separated by a reasonable amount of time, as if they were actually making them up on the spot. Sometimes a few other netters would interpose comments, but Peter and Val would usually ignore them or change their own comments only slightly to accommodate what had been said. Peter took careful note of all their most memorable phrases and then did searches from time to find those phrases cropping up in other places. Not all of them did, but most of them were repeated here and there, and some of them even showed up in the major debates on the prestige nets. "We're being read," Peter said. "The ideas are seeping out. The phrases, anyway. That's just the measure. Look, we're having some influence. Nobody quotes us by name, yet they're discussing the points we raise. We're helping set the agenda. We're getting there. Should we try to get into the main debates? No, we'll wait until they ask us." They had been doing it only 7 months when one of the West Coast nets sent Demosthenes a message, an offer for a weekly column in a pretty good news net. "I can't do a weekly column," Valentine said. "I don't have a monthly period yet, even." "The two aren't related," Peter said. "They are to me. I'm still a kid." "Tell them yes, but since you prefer not to have your true identity revealed, you want them to pay you in network time, a news access code through their corporate identity. So when the government traces me, you'll just be a person who can sign on through CalNet. Father Citizen's access doesn't get involved. What I can't figure out is why they want Demosthenes before Locke. Talent rises to the top." As a game, it was fun, but Valentine didn't like some of the positions Peter made Demosthenes take. Demosthenes began to develop as a fairly paranoid anti-Russian writer. It bothered her because Peter was the one who knew how to exploit fear in his writing. She had to keep coming to him for ideas on how to do it. Meanwhile, his Locke followed her moderate empathic strategies. It made sense in a way. By having her write Demosthenes, it meant he also had some empathy, just as Locke also could play on others' fears. But the main effect was to keep her inextricably tied to Peter. She couldn't go off and use Demosthenes for her own purposes. She wouldn't know how to use him. Still, it worked both ways. He couldn't write Locke without her. Or could he? "I thought the idea was to unify the world. If I write this like you say I should, Peter, I'm pretty much calling for war to break up the Warsaw Pact. Not war, just open the nets, and prohibition of interception, free flow of information, compliance with the League rules, for heaven's sake." Without meaning to, Valentine started talking in Demosthenes' voice, even though she certainly wasn't speaking Demosthenes' opinions. Everyone knows that from the beginning of the League, the Second Warsaw Pact was to be regarded as a single entity where those rules were concerned. International free flow is still open, but between the Warsaw Pact nations, these things are internal matters. That was why we were willing to allow American hegemony in the League. You're arguing Locke's part, Val. Trust me. You have to call for the Warsaw Pact to lose official status. You have to get a lot of people really angry. Then later, when you begin to recognize the need for compromise, then they stop listening to me and go off and fight a war. Val, trust me, I know what I'm doing. How do you know? You're not any smarter than me, and you've never done this before either. I'm 13 and you're 10. Almost 11. And I know how these things work. All right, I'll do it your way, but I won't do any of these liberty or death things. You will too. And someday when they catch us and they wonder why your sister was such a warmonger, I can just bet you'll tell them that you told me to do it. Are you sure you're not having a period, little woman? I hate you, Peter Wiggin. What bothered Valentine most was when her column got syndicated into several other regional news nets, and Father started reading it and quoting it from the table. Finally, a man with some sense, he said. Then he quoted some of the passages Valentine hated worst in her own work. It's fine to work with these hegemonist Russians, with the buggers out there, but after we win, I can't see leaving half the civilized world as virtual serfs in the Russian Empire. Can you, dear? I think you're taking this all too seriously, said Mother. I like this Demosthenes. I like the way he thinks. I'm surprised he isn't in the major nets. I looked for him in the international relations debates, and, he's never taken part in any of them. Valentine lost her appetite and left the table. Peter followed her after a respectable interval. "So, you don't like lying to father," he said. "So what? You're not lying to him. He doesn't think you're really Demosthenes, and Demosthenes isn't saying things you really believe. They cancel each other out. They amount to nothing." That's the kind of reasoning that makes Locke such an ass. But what really bothered her was not that she was lying to father. It was the fact that father actually agreed with Demosthenes. She had thought that only fools would follow him. A few days later, Locke got picked up for a column in a New England Newsnet, specifically to provide a contrasting view for their popular column from Demosthenes. "Not bad for two kids who have only got about 8 pubic hairs between them," Peter said. "It's a long way between writing a Newsnet column and ruling the world," Valentine reminded him. "It's such a long way that no one has ever done it." "They have, though, or the moral equivalent. I'm going to say snide things about Demosthenes in my first column. Well, Demosthenes isn't even going to notice that Locke exists. Ever. For now. With their identities now fully supported by their income from writing columns, they used father's access now only for the throwaway identities. Mother commented that they were spending too much time on the nets. "All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy," she reminded Peter. Peter let his hand tremble a little and he said, "If you think I should stop, I think I might be able to keep things under control this time. I really do." No, Mother said. "I don't want you to stop. Just be careful, that's all." "I'm careful, Mom." Nothing was different. Nothing had changed in a year. Ender was sure of it, and yet it all seemed to have gone sour. He was still the leading soldier in the standings, and no one doubted that he deserved it now. At the age of 9, he was a toon leader in Phoenix Army, with Petra Arcanian as his commander. He still led his evening practice sessions, and now they were attended by an elite group of soldiers nominated by their commanders, though any Launchi who wanted to could still come. Eli was also a toon leader, in another army, and they were still good friends. Shen was not a leader, but that was no barrier. Dink Meeker had finally accepted command and succeeded Rose the Nose in Rat Army's command. All is going well. Very well. I couldn't ask for anything better. So why do I hate my life? He went through the paces of the practices and games. He liked teaching the boys in his toon, and they followed him loyally. He had the respect of everyone, and he was treated with deference in his evening practices. Commanders came to study what he did. Other soldiers approached his table at mess and asked permission to sit down. Even the teachers were respectful. He had so much damn respect he wanted to scream. He watched the young kids in Petra's army fresh out of their launch groups, watched how they played, how they made fun of their leaders when they thought no one was looking. He watched the camaraderie of old friends who had known each other in battle school for years, who talked and laughed about old battles and long-graduated soldiers and commanders. But with his old friends, there was no laughter, no remembering, just work, just intelligence and excitement about the game, but nothing beyond that. Tonight it had come to a head in the evening practice. Ender and Eli were discussing the nuances of open space maneuvers when Shen came up and listened for a few moments. Then suddenly took Eli by the shoulders and shouted, "Nova! Nova! Nova!" Eli burst out laughing, and for a moment or two Ender watched them remember together the battle where open room maneuvering had been for real, and they had dodged past the older boys, and suddenly they remembered that Ender was there. "Sorry, Ender," Shen said. "Sorry for what? For being friends?" "I was there too, you know," Ender said. And they apologized again. Back to business. Back to respect. And Ender realized that in their laughter, in their friendship, it had not occurred to them that he could have been included. How could they think I was part of it? Did I laugh? Did I join in? I just stood there watching like a teacher. That's how they think of me too. Teacher. Legendary soldier. Not one of them. Not someone that you embrace and whisper salam in his ear. That only lasted while Ender seemed a victim. How could they think I was a part of it? Did I laugh? Did I join in? Just stood there watching like a teacher. That's how they think of me too. Teacher. Legendary soldier. Not one of them. Not someone that you can embrace and whisper salam in his ear. That only lasted while Ender still seemed a victim, still seemed vulnerable. Now he was the master soldier, and he was completely, utterly alone. "Feel sorry for yourself, Ender." He typed the words on his desk as he lay on his bunk. "Poor Ender." Then he laughed at himself and cleared away the words. Not a boy or girl in this school wouldn't be glad to trade places with me. He called up the fantasy game. He walked as he often did through the village that the dwarves had built in the hill made by the giant's corpse. It was easy to build sturdy walls, with the ribs already curved just right, just enough space between them to leave windows. The whole corpse was cut into apartments, opening into the path down the giant's spine. The public amphitheater was carved into the pelvic bowl. The common herd of ponies was pastured between the giant's legs. Ender was never sure what the dwarves were doing as they went about their business, but they left him alone as he picked his way through the village, and in return he did them no harm either. He vaulted the pelvic bone at the base of the public square and walked through the pasture. The ponies shied away from him. He did not pursue them. Ender did not understand how the game functioned anymore. In the old days, before he had first gone to the end of the world, everything was combat and puzzles to solve. Defeat the enemy before he kills you, or figure out how to get past the obstacle. Now though, no one attacked. There was no war, and wherever he went, there was no obstacle at all. Except, of course, in the room in the castle at the end of the world. It was one dangerous place left. And Ender, however often he vowed he would not, always went back there, always killed the snake, always looked his brother in the face, and always, no matter what he did next, died. It was no different this time. He tried to use his knife on the table to pry through the mortar and pull out a stone from the wall. As soon as he breached the seal of the mortar, water began to gush through the crack. Ender watched his desk as his figure, now out of his control, struggled madly to stay alive to keep from drowning. The windows of his room were gone. The water rose, and his figure drowned. All while the face of Peter Wiggin in the mirror stayed and looked at him. "I'm trapped here," Ender thought, trapped at the end of the world with no way out. And he knew, at last, the sour taste that had come to him. Despite all his success in the battle school, it was despair. There were uniformed men at the entrances to the school when Valentine had arrived. They weren't standing like guards, but rather slouched around as if they were waiting for someone inside to finish his business. They wore the uniforms of the IF Marines, the same uniform that everyone saw in bloody combat on the videos. It lent an air of romance to this day at school. All the other kids were excited about it. Valentine was not. It made her think of Ender, for one thing, and for another, it made her afraid. Someone had recently published a savage commentary on Demosthenes' collected writings. The commentary, and therefore her work, had been discussed in the open conference of the International Relations Net, with some of the most important people of the day attacking and defending Demosthenes. What worried her most was the comment of an Englishman. Whether he likes it or not, Demosthenes cannot remain incognito forever. He has outraged too many wise men and pleased too many fools to hide behind his too appropriate pseudonym much longer. Either he will unmask himself in order to assume leadership of the forces of stupidity he has marshaled, or his enemies will unmask him in order to better understand the disease that has produced such a warped and twisted mind. Peter had been delighted, but then he would be. Valentine was afraid that enough powerful people had been annoyed by the vicious persona of Demosthenes that she would indeed be tracked down. The IF could do it, even if the American government was constitutionally bound not to. And here were IF troops gathered at Western Guilford Middle School, of all places. Not exactly the regular recruiting grounds for the IF Marines. So she was not surprised to find a message marching around her desk as soon as she logged in. Please log off and go to Dr. Lindberry's office at once. Valentine waited nervously outside the principal's office until Lina Berry opened the door and beckoned her inside. Her last doubt was removed when she saw the soft-bellied man in the uniform of an IF colonel sitting in one comfortable chair in the room. "You're Valentine Wiggin," he said. "Yes," she whispered. "I'm Colonel Graff. We've met before." Before? When had she had any dealings with the IF? I've come to talk to you in confidence about your brother." It's not just me then, she thought. They have Peter. Or is this something new? Has he done something crazy? I thought he stopped doing crazy things. Valentine, you seem frightened. There's no need to be. Please sit down. I assure you that your brother is well. He has more than fulfilled our expectations. And now, with a great inward gush of relief, she realized that it was Ender they had come about. This must be the officer who had taken him away. Ender. It wasn't punishment at all. It was little Ender who had disappeared so long ago, who was no part of Peter's plots now. You were the lucky one, Ender. You got away before Peter could trap you into his conspiracy. How do you feel about your brother, Valentine? Ender? Of course. How can I feel about him? I haven't seen him or heard from him since I was 8. Dr. Lindberry, will you excuse us? Lindberry was annoyed. On second thought, Lindberry, I think Valentine and I will have a much more productive conversation if we walk outside, away from the recording devices that your assistant principal has placed in this room. It was the first time Valentine had seen Dr. Lindberry speechless. Colonel Graff lifted a picture out from the wall and peeled a sound-sensitive membrane from the wall, along with its small broadcast unit. Cheap, said Graff, but effective. I thought you knew. Lindberry took the device and sat down heavily at her desk. Graff led Valentine outside. They walked out into the football field. The soldiers followed at a discreet distance. They split up and formed a large circle to guide them from the widest possible perimeter. Valentine, we need your help for Ender. What kind of help? We aren't even sure of that. We need you to help us figure out how you can help us. Well, what's wrong? Well, that's part of the problem. We don't know. Valentine couldn't help but laugh. I haven't seen him in 3 years. You've got him up there with you all the time. Valentine, it costs more money than your father will make in his lifetime for me to fly to Earth and back to the battle school again. I don't commute casually. The king had a dream, said Valentine, but he forgot what it was, so he told his wise men to interpret the dream or they'd die. Only Daniel could interpret it because he was a prophet. You read the Bible? We're doing classics this year in advanced English. I'm not a prophet. I wish I could tell you everything about Ender's situation, but it would take hours, maybe days, and afterward I'd have to put you in protective confinement because so much of it is strictly confidential. So let's see what we can do with limited information. There's a game that our students play with the computer. And he told her about the end of the world and the closed room and the picture of Peter in the mirror. It's the computer that puts the picture there, not Ender. Why not ask the computer? The computer doesn't know. I'm supposed to know? This is the second time Ender's been with us that he's taken the game to a dead end, to a game that seems to have no solution. Did he solve the first one? Eventually. Then give him time, he'll probably solve this one. I'm not sure. Valentine, your brother, is a very unhappy little boy. Why? I don't know. You don't know much, do you? Valentine thought for a moment that the man might get angry. Instead, though, he decided to laugh. No, not much, Valentine. Why would Ender keep seeing your brother Peter in the mirror? He shouldn't. It's stupid. Why is it stupid? Because if there's ever anybody who was the opposite of Ender, it's Peter. How? Because if there's ever anybody who was the opposite of Ender, it's Peter. How? Valentine could not think of a way to answer him that wasn't dangerous. Too much questioning about Peter could lead to real trouble. Valentine knew enough about the world to know that no one would take Peter's plans for world domination seriously as a danger to existing governments, but they might well decide he was insane and needed treatment for his megalomania. You're preparing to lie to me, Graff said. I'm preparing not to talk to you anymore, Valentine answered. And you're afraid. Why are you afraid? I don't like questions about my family. Just leave my family out of this. Valentine, I'm trying to leave your family out of this. I'm coming to you so I don't have to start a battery of tests on Peter and question your parents. I'm trying to solve this problem now with the person Ender loves and trusts most in the world. Perhaps the only person he loves and trusts at all. If we can't solve it this way, then we'll sequester your family and do as we like from then on. This is not a trivial matter and I won't just go away. The only person Ender loves and trusts at all. She felt a deep stab of pain, of regret, of shame, that now it was Peter she was close to, Peter who was the center of her life. For you, Ender, I light fires on your birthday. For Peter, I help fulfill all his dreams. I never thought you were a nice man. Not when you came to take Ender away, and not now. Don't pretend to be an ignorant little girl. I saw your tests when you were little, and at the present moment there aren't very many college professors who could keep up with you. Ender and Peter hate each other. I knew that. You said they were opposites. Why? Peter can be hateful sometimes. Hateful in what way? Mean. Just mean, that's all. Valentine, for Ender's sake, tell me what he does when he's being mean. He threatens to kill people a lot. He doesn't mean it, but when we were little, Ender and I were both afraid of him. He told us he'd kill us. Actually, he told us he'd kill Ender. We monitored some of that too. It was because of the monitor. Is that all? Tell me more about Peter. She told him about the children in every school that Peter attended. He never hit them, but he tortured them just the same. Found out what they were most ashamed of and told it to the person whose respect they most wanted. Found out what they feared most and made sure they faced it often. Did he do this with Ender? Valentine shook her head. Are you sure? Didn't Ender have a weak place? A thing he feared most, or a thing that he was ashamed of? Ender never did anything to be ashamed of. And suddenly, deep down in her own shame for having forgotten and betrayed Ender, she started to cry. Why are you crying? She shook her head. She couldn't explain what it was like to think of her little brother, who was so good, whom she had protected for so long, and then remember that now she was Peter's ally, Peter's helper, Peter's slave in a scheme that was completely out of her control. Ender never surrendered to Peter. But I have turned. I've become part of him, as Ender never was. Ender never gave in, she said. To what? To Peter, to being like Peter. They walked in silence along the goal line. How would Ender ever be like Peter? Valentine shuddered. I already told you. But Ender never did that kind of thing. He was just a little boy. We both wanted to, though. We both wanted to kill Peter. Ah. No, that isn't true. We never said it. Ender never said it, that he wanted to do that. I just thought it. It was me, not Ender. He never said he wanted to kill him. What did he want? He just didn't want to be what? Peter tortures squirrels. He stakes them out in the ground and skins them alive and sits and watches them until they die. He did that for a while after Ender left. He doesn't do it now, but he did. If Ender knew that, if Ender saw him, I think that he'd what? Rescue the squirrels? Try to heal them? No. In those days you didn't undo what Peter did. You didn't cross him. But Ender would be kind to squirrels. Do you understand? He'd feed them. But if he fed them, they'd become tame, and that much easier for Peter to catch. Valentine began to cry again. No matter what you do, it always helps Peter. Everything helps Peter. Everything. You just can't get away no matter what. Are you helping Peter? Asked Graf. She didn't answer. Is Peter such a very bad person, Valentine? She nodded. Is Peter the worst person in the world? How can he be? I don't know. He's the worst person I know. And yet, you and Ender are his brother and sister. You have the same genes, the same parents. How can he be so bad if... Valentine turned and screamed at him, screamed as if he were killing her. Ender is not like Peter. He is not like Peter in any way, except that he's smart. That's all. In every other way as a person could possibly be like Peter, he is nothing like Peter. Nothing. I see, said Graf. I know what you're thinking, you bastard. You're thinking that I'm wrong, that Ender's like Peter. Well, maybe I'm like Peter, but Ender isn't. He isn't at all. I used to tell him that when he cried. I told him that lots of times. You're not like Peter. You never like to hurt people. You're kind and good and not like Peter at all. And it's true. His acquiescence calmed her. Damn right it's true. It's true. Valentine, will you help Ender? I can't do anything for him now. It's really the same thing you always did for him before. Just comfort him and tell him that he never likes to hurt people, and that he's good and kind and not like Peter at all. That's the most important thing, that he's not like Peter at all. I can see him? No, I want you to write him a letter. What good does that do? Ender never answered a single letter I sent. Graf sighed. He answered every letter he got. It only took a second for her to understand. You really stink. Isolation is the optimum environment for creativity. It was his ideas we wanted, not the... Never mind. I don't have to defend myself to you. Then why are you doing it? She did not ask. But he's slacking off. He's coasting. We want to push him forward and he won't go. Maybe I'd be doing Ender a favor if I told you to go stuff yourself. You've already helped me. You can help me more. Write to him. Promise you won't cut out anything I write? I won't promise any such thing. Then forget it. No problem, I'll write your letter myself. We can use your other letters to reconcile the writing styles. Simple matter. I want to see him. He gets his first leave when he's 18. You told him it would be when he was 12. We changed the rules. Why should I help you? Don't help me. Help Ender. What does it matter if that helps us too? What kind of terrible things are you doing to him up there? Graf chuckled. Valentine, my dear little girl, the terrible things are only about to begin. Ender was 4 lines into the letter before he realized that it wasn't from one of the other soldiers at the battle school. It had come in the regular way, a mail waiting message when he signed into his desk. He read 4 lines into it, then skipped to the end and read the signature. Then he went back to the beginning and curled up on his bed to read the words over and over again. Ender, the bastards wouldn't put any of my letters through till now. I must have written 100 times, but you must have thought I never did. Well, I did. I haven't forgotten you. I remember your birthday. I remember everything. Some people might think that because you're being a soldier, you are now a cruel and hard person who likes to hurt people, like the Marines in the videos. But I know that isn't true. You are nothing like you-know-who. He's nicer seeming, but he's still a slum bitch inside. Maybe you seem mean, but it won't fool me. Still paddling the old, new. All my love, turkey lips, Val. Don't write back. They'll probably scoanalyze your letter. Obviously, it was written with the full approval of the teachers, but there was no doubt it was written by Val. The spelling of psychoanalyze and the epithet slum bitch for Peter, and the joke about pronouncing new like canoe were all things that no one could know but Val. And yet they came pretty thick, as though someone wanted to make very sure Ender believed that the letter was genuine. Why should they be so eager if it's the real thing? It isn't the real thing anyway, even if she wrote it in her own blood. It isn't the real thing because they made her write it. She'd written before and they didn't let any of her letters through. Those might have been the real deal, but this was asked for. This was part of their manipulation. And the despair filled him again. Now he knew why. Now he knew what he hated so much. He had no control over his own life. They ran everything. They made all the choices. Only the game was left to him. That was all. Everything else was them and their rules and plans and lessons and programs. And all he could do was go this way or that way in battle. The one real thing, the one precious real thing, was his memory of Valentine. The person who loved him before he ever played a game. Who loved him whether there was a bugger war or not. And they had taken her and put her on their side. She was one of them now. He hated them and all their games, hated them so badly that he cried, reading Val's empty, asked-for letter again. The other boys in Phoenix Army noticed and looked away. Ender Wiggin crying? That was disturbing. Something terrible was going on. The best soldier in any army lying on his bunk crying. The silence in the room was deep. Ender deleted the letter, wiped it out of his memory, and then punched up the fantasy game. He was not sure why he was so eager to play the game, to get to the end of the world, but he wasted no time getting there. Only when he coasted on the clouds, skimming over the autumnal colors of the pastoral world, only then did he realize what he hated most about Val's letter. All that it said was about Peter, about how he was not at all like Peter. The words she had said so often as she held him, comforted him as he trembled in fear and rage and loathing after Peter had tortured him. That was all that the letter had said. And that was what they had asked for. The bastards knew about that. They knew about Peter in the mirror in the castle room. They knew about everything, and to them Val was just one more tool to use to control him. Just one more trick to play. Dink was right. They were the enemy. They loved nothing and cared for nothing, and he was not going to do what they wanted. He was damn well not going to do anything for them. He had had only one memory that was safe, one good thing, and those bastards had plowed it into him with the rest of the manure. And so he was finished. He wasn't going to play. As always, the serpent waited in the tower room, unraveling itself from the rug on the floor. But this time, Ender didn't grind it underfoot. This time, he caught it in his hands, knelt before it, and gently, so gently, brought the snake's gaping mouth to his lips, and kissed. He had not meant to do that. He had meant to let the snake bite him on the mouth. Or perhaps he had meant to eat the snake alive, as Peter in the mirror had done, with his bloody chin and the snake's tail dangling from his lips. But he kissed it instead, and the snake in his hands thickened and bent into another shape, a human shape. It was Valentine, and she kissed him again. The snake could not be Valentine. He had killed it too often for it to be his sister. Peter had devoured it too often for Ender to bear it, that it might have been Valentine all along. Was this what they planned when they let him read her letter? He didn't care. She arose from the floor of the tower room and walked to the mirror. Ender made his figure also rise and go with her. They stood before the mirror, where instead of Peter's cruel reflection, there stood a dragon and a unicorn. Ender reached out his hand and touched the mirror, and so did Valentine. The wall fell open and revealed a great stairway downward, carpeted and lined with shouting, cheering multitudes. Together, arm in arm, he and Valentine walked down the stairs. Tears filled his eyes, tears of relief that at last he had broken free of the room at the end of the world. And because of the tears, he didn't notice that every member of the multitude wore Peter's face. He only knew that wherever he went in this world, Valentine was with him. Valentine opened the letter that Dr. Linbury had given her. Dear Valentine, it said, we thank you and commend you for your efforts on behalf of the war effort. You are hereby notified that you have been awarded a Star of the Order of the League of Humanity, First Class, which is the highest military award that can be given to a civilian. Unfortunately, IF Security forbids us to make this award public until after the successful conclusion of current operations, but we want you to know that your efforts resulted in complete success. Sincerely, General Shyman Levy, Strategos. When she had read it twice, Dr. Linbury took it from her hands. I was instructed to let you read it and then destroy it. She took a cigarette lighter from the drawer and set the paper afire. It burned brightly in the ashtray. Was it good news or bad news? She asked. I sold my brother, Valentine said, and they paid me for it. Well, that's a bit melodramatic, isn't it, Valentine? Valentine went back to class without answering. That night, Demosthenes published a scathing denunciation of the population limitation laws. People should be allowed to have as many children as they like, and the surplus population should be sent to other worlds to spread mankind so far across the galaxy that no disaster, no invasion, could ever threaten the human race with annihilation. The most noble title any child can have, Demosthenes wrote, is third. For you, Ender, she said to herself as she wrote. Peter laughed in delight when he read it. That'll make them sit up and take notice. Third, a noble title. Oh, you have a wicked streak. Now? I suppose so. It has to be an order, Colonel Graff. Armies don't move because a commander says, I suppose it's time to attack. I'm not a commander. I'm a teacher of little children. Colonel, sir, I admit I was on you. I admit I was a pain in the ass. It worked. Everything worked just like you wanted it to. The last few weeks, Ender's even been happy. Content. He's doing well. His mind is keen. His play is excellent. Young as he is, we've never had a boy better prepared for command. Usually they go at 11, but at 9.5 he's top flight. Well, yes. For a few minutes there, it actually occurred to me.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. American. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And now The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
My Christmas list is quite complete. I wrote it with great ease. I simply said 100 packs of LSMFT.
I'm Santa Claus, I'm working hard, I'm filling up my sleigh with milder, richer, Lucky Strike to brighten Christmas Day.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Truly, this is the time of the year to be happy-go-lucky, for Luckies give you all the smoking enjoyment you want in a cigarette. That perfect combination of real mildness and rich, true tobacco taste. You see, only fine tobacco gives you both perfect mildness and rich taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. And remember, the gay Lucky Strike Christmas cartons, specially created by the famous designer Raymond Lloyd, make perfect Christmas gifts. So add to the joys of the season by giving your family and friends Lucky Strike cigarettes in their colorful holiday wrapping. Then everybody can be happy-go-lucky.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills. At the moment, Jack is out doing his Christmas shopping, and Rochester's just leaving to do his.
Well, I've got all the windows shut. Guess I can go. Uh-oh. What's this on the desk? A letter in Mr. Benny's handwriting. Dear Santa, Christmas is almost here, and it would make me very happy if you gave me a train. When Mr. Benny wants a train, he wants a train. This letter isn't addressed to Santa Claus, it's to Santa Fe. Well, they may send him one. He's mentioned them enough. Well, I'll mail the letter when there's the phone. Mr. Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, radio, and we'll tell you what the thing is for 50 cents.
Hello, this is the credit manager of the Beverly Hills department store.
Yes?
There's a Mr. Jack Benny in my office opening a charge account, and I'm merely calling to verify his identification.
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. First, would you give me a general description of Mr. Benny?
Yes, sir. He's got muscles like Burt Lancaster, shoulders like Clark Gable, and a chest like Victor Mature.
Wait a minute. Does he look like that to you?
Yes, but after Christmas he shrinks a little.
I see what you're getting at. But now for his actual description. Is he about 5'9"?
Uh-huh.
Does he weigh about 160?
Uh-huh.
Are his eyes blue?
Bluer than the cork in a bottle of grape juice.
Just a moment. Say, they are! Now, just one more question. Does Mr. Benny have a savings account?
Oh, yes, several.
Where?
California Bank, Security Bank, Farmers and Merchants Bank, First National Bank, Citizens Bank, and the banks of the Wabash.
Banks of the Wabash?
He buried some there when he was a boy.
Oh, well, I think I have enough information. Thank you.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, Mr. Benny, it gives me great pleasure to present you with this credit card. We're very proud to have you as one of our customers.
Well, thank you. Come on, Mary, now I can do my Christmas shopping. And I'm going to buy your present first.
Oh, thanks.
Gosh, this store sure is crowded. There's a mob around every counter.
Gee, look at the way those women are pushing.
Yeah, you know, Mary, I can't understand one thing about women. All year long, they're so helpless. You have to open the door for them. They can't light their own cigarettes. They cling to your arm as you walk down the street. They're as delicate as butterflies. And then, about 2 weeks before Christmas, a mad glint comes into their eyes. Armed with umbrellas for gouging and handbags for slugging, they march down Wilshire Boulevard yelling, "Hit 'em again! Hit 'em again! Harder! Harder!"
Jack, stop kidding.
Kidding? Mary, I was in a department store yesterday, and a little gray-haired old lady, couldn't have been over 5 feet tall, put down her cane and yanked a washing machine right out of my arm. When I tried to, she kicked my hat off.
Well, Jack, it wasn't your washing machine. Why'd you try to stop her?
It was a demonstrator, and my shirt was in it. Now, come on, let's do some shopping.
Okay, I want to buy a Lady Esther makeup kit for my sister Babe and some gloves for myself. I'll see you later.
Okay. Now, let's see. I think I'll buy Mary a watch. Yeah, that'll be nice. Back home again in Indiana. That's where I long to be. When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash. Gee, I wonder if anybody dug around there lately. Oh, well. Let's see. Where's the jewelry counter? I better find out. Oh, I beg your pardon, mister. Are you the floor walker? Will you please tell me where the jewelry counter is?
I can, but I won't.
Why not?
This is my lunch hour.
Your lunch hour?
Certainly. Do you think I always have mayonnaise on my carnation?
Now, wait a minute. I just want to find... Never mind, I'll find it myself. Wise guy, the counter's right in back of me.
How do you do, sir? May I help you?
Yes, I'd like to look at a watch, please.
Is it for a man, a woman, or a dog?
A dog?
This is Beverly Hills, you know.
Well, I want a lady's wristwatch. Not a rich one, a lady's wristwatch. I don't know any dogs.
Well, let's see. Now, here's our new Senator McCarthy model. It has only one hand on it.
One hand? Well, how do you tell time?
Every hour it comes up and slugs you.
Well, it's cute, all right, but I'd like something a little more practical. Say, here's an awfully nice one. I think Mary would really like this.
That's $120.
Oh. With that fly speck, I thought it said 12.
They warned me about you. Put down that fly.
Now, look, miss.
Here's a nice watch for $12.
Well, that's just what I want. I'll take it. Here's your money.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness, I didn't mean to give you cash. I just opened a charge account.
Well, it's too late now. I already rang it up.
Well, all right. Say, this watch is a beauty.
It certainly is. And it has an unbreakable crystal. Here, try it out.
No, I'll take your word for it.
Go ahead. Take this little hammer and hit it.
No, I don't think I ought to, really.
Go ahead. That's why we keep this little hammer here.
Well, all right.
Shall I wrap it up now?
Wrap it up? You mean sweep it up. And give me back my $12.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I cannot return your money.
Oh, you can't. I'll get my money back if I have to...
Just a moment. Oh, Mr. Nelson.
Oh, him again.
What is it, Miss Valley?
This man broke a watch with a hammer, and he wants his money back.
Well, certainly I broke the watch, but she told me to.
She told you to?
Yes.
Well, haven't you got a mind of your own?
Well, certainly I have a mind of my own, but this young lady told me it was unbreakable.
Young? Why, she's 42 if she's a day.
We're not arguing about that. I want my money back.
Oh, give it to him, Miss Valance, before he bites somebody.
Yes.
Here you are. Boy, what a sore loser.
Well, it's certainly a fine store to do business with.
You walked in, Tallulah. Nobody dragged you.
Oh, quiet. Now, where did Mary go? Oh, there she is over there.
I like these. I'll take these suede gloves, please. Yes, ma'am. That'll be $10.95. Here you are. Thank you. Say, aren't you Mary Livingston? Yes. You used to work at the May Company, didn't you? Well, yes, I did. Well, don't you remember me? Blanche Nudnik? Oh, yes. You sold garbage disposal. That's right. How come you left? I had to quit. Sales girls were disappearing right and left. Anyway, Mary, since you left the May Company, you sure have gone up. I've gone, but you've got your directions mixed.
Oh, Mary! Mary!
Yes, Jack. Did you get my present?
Not yet, Mary. I'm going to buy Don's present first, but I don't know what to get for him.
Why, Jack, I thought that was settled. Last night when we were all at Ciro's, you put your arm around Don and said, Donzy, you've been such a pal to me that this Christmas I'm going to give you a pair of diamond cufflinks.
Last night I had 4 glasses of sherry. I'm all right now, so where's the handkerchief count?
Well, you go on, Jack. I'll meet you back here in 15 minutes. What time is it now?
I don't know. I'll find out. Pardon me, can you tell me the time? Thank you. It's 3 o'clock.
Well, what do you know? A Cocker Spaniel.
Yeah. See you later. Well, let's see. I'll get Don some handkerchiefs. Then for Phil...
Hiya, Bud. Long time no see.
Oh, hello. Every time I go shopping, I run to that racetrack house. Now, let's see. Where's the handkerchief department?
Pardon me, miss. Would you mind waiting on me, please?
Why, yes, sir. What can I do for you all?
Well, honey child, you're the same little gal waiting on me last year. You from Alabama, ain't you?
I sure am. Are you all from the South?
Am I all from the South? Honey, when I was born, the doctor held me up by my feet and slapped my little ham hock with a candied yam.
Sir Jefferson Davis, if it ain't little old Phil Harris.
Yeah, that's me. They purchased Louisiana because I was in it. Now, let me see. What can I get for my wife? Have you any suggestions?
Well, here's something very beautiful in a sheer negligee, ankle length and trimmed with lace.
Hey, that looks all right. I'll take 2 of them and embroider them his and hers.
You mean you're going to wear one?
Yeah, I like to look nice around the pool.
I'll have it wrapped up for you in just a little old minute. Now, wait right here, Mr. Harris.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, Mary!
Oh, here I am, Jack.
Say, Mary, I just thought of a wonderful gift for Don Wilson. You know, he's been playing a lot of golf lately.
I know, Jack. As a matter of fact, I gave him the golf bag.
Say, that's right.
And Phil gave him the clubs.
Well, Mary, the gift I'm thinking about will tie right in. Although, I don't know whether to give him a dozen or a dozen and a half.
Well, Jack, I think a dozen golf balls would be wonderful.
Golf balls? I was thinking about tees.
Oh, Jack, you wouldn't.
Well, Mary, it's the least I can do.
Not if you put your mind to it.
Yeah, that's what I'll give him, golf tees. Come on, let's take the elevator. The sporting goods apartment is on the mezzanine.
Wait a minute, Jack. You told me this morning you wanted to get something for little Stevie, the president of the Beverly Hills Beavers.
Oh, yes.
Well, here's the toy department.
Good. I think I'll try and get him a Buck Rogers gun.
Hey, Jack, look at that cute little toy gas station. It's got a grease rack and everything.
Well, you got it right this time, didn't you? Now, let's see. Where's the clerk?
Here he comes.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to Toyland. What can I do for you?
Look, I'm interested in a Buck Rogers gun for a little boy.
Well, I don't know if we got one, but here's a novelty that all the kids is crazy about. A chemistry set.
A chemistry set?
Yeah. You know, it's a science thing with a lot of chemicals. chemical.
Oh, you mean chemical.
Take it, Jack. It'll make a beautiful Christmas present.
Mary, well, it's nice, all right, but I'm interested in a Buck Rogers gun.
Well, here's something the kids like. It's not only fascinating, but entertaining as well. A mama doll.
A mama doll? But this is for a little...
Look, I'll show you how it works.
Gee.
Ain't that the nut?
Yeah, a mama doll is a lovely gift, but you see, I want something for a little boy.
So what? Used to have a mama doll when I was a kid, but me big brother broke it. And when I woke up the next morning, there was my poor little dolly with their head all smashed to pieces.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Can I buy you a hanky?
Yes, here you are. Now, look, mister, what I really want is a Buck Rogers gun. If you haven't got it, just say so, and then I'll...
Oh, Jack, here's one. Isn't this what you want?
Yes, that's it. Look, Mary, you just pull back the lever like this, and then... Gee, that's funny. Hey, mister, what's the matter with this? It doesn't work.
What's wrong with it?
Well, I just pulled back this lever, and the spring snapped out of it.
You broke it, and you is going to pay for it.
I am not going to pay for it.
You is too.
No, I'm not, and you can't hold me responsible.
Just a minute, Mr. Nelson!
So, it's you again. What have you done now, little man?
I didn't do anything. I picked up this gun, and it doesn't work.
The reason it don't work is because you broke it.
I did no such thing, did I, Mary?
No, you broke the mama doll.
I didn't break the mama doll. It was this guy's brother years ago.
When I woke up in the morning, his poor little head was all smashed to pieces.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Now, look, Mr. Floor Walker. All I came in here for was a Buck Rogers gun. And if you haven't got one that works, I'll go someplace else.
You're not going until you pay for the one you broke.
All right, I'll pay for it. Put it on my charger card. What a store. I never saw a store like this. Come on, Mary. I want to get those golf tees for Don.
They're on the mezzanine. I'll wait for you here.
Okay, I'll take the elevator. See, all the elevators are up. Number 5 is coming down. I'll take that one.
Hey, Bud. Bud.
Oh, me?
Yeah. Come here a minute.
What do you want?
Where are you going?
Upstairs.
Which elevator are you taking?
Number 5. What?
Take number 3.
Number 3?
It'll beat 5 to the top by 2.5 floors.
But number 5 is about to go up.
I know, but she's carrying too much weight.
Well, I don't know what to do. What about number 1?
Number 1 is a local that can't go the distance.
Well, how about number 2?
Slow starter.
Oh.
Now be smart and take elevator number 3. Just look at the breeding.
The breeding?
It's out of General Electric by Otis.
Well, it really doesn't make any difference. I'm only Christmas shopping.
Well, okay, it's your dough.
I wonder where he gets his information.
Jack, did you get what you wanted?
No, I haven't gone up yet.
Oh, come on, I'll go with you. Here's the elevator.
All right. I can get things settled. Mezzanine, please. See, that's funny, Mary. 4 guys running the elevator.
Second floor.
Christmas toys for girls and boys, sweaters, shirts, and clothes. corset stays, men's toupees, Kleenex for your nose. You will like Lucky Strike, buy them here because they're round and firm and fully packed, just like Santa Claus.
Fellas, you passed my floor. I want to get off at the mezzanine.
Third floor.
Fellas, the mezzanine.
Here you'll find Venetian blinds, pool and billiard cues, movie reels, rubber heels, boots and button shoes, coaster bikes, Lucky Strikes, try one and you'll see. Be happy and go Lucky Strikes, smoke LSMFT.
Fellas, take me down. Look, I want the mezzanine. I don't want to go up any higher.
Fourth floor. Pots and
Fellas,
pans, garbage cans, silverware and knives, buggy whips and pillow slips, chinaware and chives, cartons of smokes you love, give them to a friend. Stock up now with Lucky Strike, that milder, richer blend.
Fellas, please, look, I wanted the mezzanine. I asked for the mezzanine.
Fifth floor.
Fellas, look at the mezzanine. That's all. I want to buy something.
Violins that fit your chins, shovels, rakes, and balls, railroad spikes, Lucky Strikes, get them on this floor. Once you smoke a Lucky Strike, we're sure that you'll want more.
Look, boys, I want to finish shopping. Take me down to the mezzanine.
Going down.
Mezzanine, gasoline, alligator bags, coats and boats and billy goats and girdles if it sags.
Let us off. We've got things to do.
Merry Christmas to you all, and a Happy New Year too.
Come on, Mary. Come on, I want to buy Don Wilson's gift and go home. Now, let's see. Where would we find the golf team?
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Well, hello, Mr. Kitso.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Well, I see the Yuletime is catching up with you. You too, Miss Livingston.
Yes. Are you doing your Christmas shopping, Mr. Kitzel?
Oh, look at this arm loaded with bundles. The things I'm buying.
What's in that big package there?
Well, this is a beautiful fur coat, and I'm bringing it home to my wife.
Well, that's nice. What is it, fox or sable?
On the label, it's sable. In the box, it's fox.
I see.
Are you getting any other presents?
Yes, I'm also buying for the whole family a television set.
Oh, that's wonderful. There are a lot of good programs on now.
Yes, and I'm such a fan. Now I can stay home and watch Ed Solomon's Toasting the Town, Martin Cohen Private Eye, Kukla Fran and Molly. But my favorite of all is Faye Edelson.
That's Emerson.
Emerson Edelson. She sends me.
Well, I got to finish my shopping. I hope you have a nice Christmas, Mr. Kitso.
Thank you, and a happy Noel to you. You too, Miss Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. Kitzel.
Come on, Mary. I got to get that gift for Don. Oh, by the way, Mary, did you finish your shopping?
Yes, I just got my sister Babe a Max Factor makeup kit.
Max Factor? I thought you said you were going to get Babe a Lady Esther.
If we can just get her to look like Max, it'll be an improvement.
Maybe you're right. Come on, Mary. The sporting goods department is right over there.
Hey, look. Here comes Don now.
Oh, yes. Hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. Mary.
Doing your Christmas shopping, Don?
Yes, Jack. And by the way, this morning I got your Christmas card.
You mean card, don't you, Don?
No cards. I bought 4 dozen.
Yes, he gets a professional discount, you know. Well, Don, it's quite a coincidence running into you because I was just on my way to buy your present.
Oh, really? Jack, what are you getting me?
See if you can guess, Don.
Well, let's see. A sports shirt?
No.
Silk robe?
No.
Movie camera?
No.
Am I getting warm?
Like Admiral Byrd.
Mary, please. Keep guessing, Don.
Gold cufflinks.
No. Keep guessing.
Oh, Jack, you're such a tease.
That's it.
Mary. I want him to be surprised. I love to watch his big fat face light up on Christmas. Come on now, we haven't much time. See you later, Don.
Okay, bye.
Gee, I wish I knew what to buy my mother for a Christmas present.
For your mother?
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'll get her one of these. What size is this one?
38.
No, that'll be a little too small. What size is this one here?
That's a 44.
Oh, that's fine. Put some bullets in it and wrap it up.
Yes, sir.
Send it to Mrs. Patrick Day and put a card in it saying, Merry Christmas, and be sure to listen to Dennis Day next Thursday night on Suspense.
Oh, you're going to be on Suspense?
Yeah, I've got so many shows now I drive Hooper nuts.
Well,
Getting back to the gun, I'm a little reluctant to sell it to you. Does your mother know how to use a gun?
Oh, sure. She's a crack shot. Every morning she practices shooting an apple off my father's head.
No.
Yeah, she only missed once.
What?
Now it doesn't make any difference if Papa sits in front of me while I'm watching television.
I see. Now, is there anything else you'd like to buy?
Oh, yes, I'd like to get something for Jack Benny. Something very expensive.
Very expensive?
Yeah, the poor old man only has one show.
Oh, well, let's see if we can find something nice for him.
Well, here we are, Mary. Here's the sporting goods department. Now I'll get Don's gift and we can go home. Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to buy some...
Your face looks familiar. Didn't I wait on you before?
I don't know. Now, I'd like to buy...
Now I remember you. Once you bought a pair of shoelaces from me.
Yes. Now, I'd like to buy...
It was 5 years ago. You couldn't make up your mind whether to get plastic tips or metal tips.
Oh, are you the fellow?
Yes, I recovered, but my hair never did come back in. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I'd like to buy some golf tees.
Golf tees? Certainly. Here you are.
Well, and they're gift wrapped, too.
Yes, and you'll find the celluloid tees are every bit as good as the wooden ones.
Oh. Are there two kinds?
I had to tell him yet.
Gee, I don't know whether to get the wooden ones or the celluloid ones.
Look, mister.
The wooden ones break easily, but then the celluloid...
Please, mister, don't do what you did with the shoelaces.
Huh?
I remember how you kept coming back. First you get plastic tips, then you changed to metal tips, to plastic tips, to metal tips.
Well, it was a hard decision to make. Now, mister,
Plastic tips, metal tips, plastic tips, metal tips.
Jack, let's go. The rest of his hair is falling out.
Wait a minute.
And you came back again and again and again.
Mister.
All the other clerks went home, but I had to stay.
Look, mister,
But you're not going to do it to me this year.
Jack.
Plastic tips, metal tips, plastic tips, metal tips.
Mister.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out.
Mister, look.
Plastic tips, metal tips.
Mister, I'm not getting it this time.
Everybody else had fun, but here I had to stay.
Come on, Mary, let's...
Plastic tips, metal tips.
Look, I didn't mean...
All the way.
First, here are some tuneful suggestions for Christmas gifts.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky, strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
If you have smokers on your list, then take a tip from me. In cigarettes, tobacco count, and LSMFT.
Give lucky cartons to your friends. They're gaily decked with holly and filled with greater smoking joy to his Christmas jolly.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Believe me, friends, those Lucky Strike Christmas cartons, specially created by the famous designer Raymond Loy, are a wonderful way to say Merry Christmas to your family and friends. Everyone will enjoy Lucky's happy blending of perfect mildness and rich taste. Perfect mildness? Scientific tests confirmed by 3 independent consulting laboratories prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand. For rich taste, well, only fine tobacco gives you rich, true tobacco taste. And LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So to add to the joys of the holiday season, put Lucky Strike Christmas cartons on your shopping list. And be happy, go lucky.
Be happy, go lucky, be happy, go lucky strike, be happy, go lucky strike today.
Good night, everybody.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day and a Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned to the Ernest Manley Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program. American. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. LSMFT. 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 Right you are. Yes, sir. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means more real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. 49 American. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. At the tobacco auctions they attend, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strikes consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means more real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, to those of you who haven't been warned, at the close of his radio season, Jack Benny is contemplating a concert tour. So let's go out to Jack's house, where we find him taking his violin lesson.
No, Mr. Benny. You better try the exercises once more.
All right, Professor LeBlanc.
Hello, commence. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... Do not make it too legato. Grip your bow and play staccato. Softly like a birdie chirping. You sound like a horse that's burping. That's enough, Mr. Benny. Now, try intermezzo again.
Yes, sir.
No, Mr. Benny. Huh? Please, a violin is a delicate instrument. It has a heart. It has a soul. You have already broken its heart. Have pity on its soul.
I see.
You see.
Please, Professor, control yourself. Would you like a glass of water?
Yes. Put a little cyanide in it.
Not till we finish the lesson.
All right. Take the exercises once more.
Yes, sir.
Play it softly, play it tender. Where can I go to surrender? Make the notes a smoother mixture. This is worse than your last picture. My poor head is getting woozy. Onesie, twosie, I hate yousie. All right, Mr. Benny, all right. Now try intermezzo once more.
Yes, sir.
Sacre bleu.
I'm sorry, Professor.
Mr. Benny, the violin has only 4 strings. Your left hand has only 5 fingers. How can just the 9 of you make so many mistakes?
I'll try it again.
Please, and this time, just follow these simple instructions. Relax, be calm, and slide the bow delicately over the strings.
Is that all?
That's all. Now, commence. 1, 2. You see, it sounds better already.
They're fixing the tree. I'll try it again.
No. Let's call it a day. The lesson she is done.
Tut, Professor. Look at the clock. The lesson still has 14 seconds to go.
14 seconds.
That's right.
And then you will give me back my pants.
Yes, sir.
Very well. Commence. The bell, the alarm clock, the hour, she is up. The landing, she is finished. I am liberated, free. Allons, demandez la patrie.
Professor, control yourself. Control yourself. Stop kissing me. My goodness, these Frenchmen are so emotional.
Forgive me, Monsieur Benny. I forgot my study.
Well, Professor, the lesson is over. You may go now.
But, Monsieur, you have forgotten something. You haven't paid me.
Oh, yes. Oh, by the way, Professor, would you like some lunch?
No, I want the money this time.
Well, I'll have to get it for you. Excuse me a minute, will you, please? Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Come on in.
Thanks.
John, what are you giggling about?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing. You didn't come over here. John, what have you got behind your back?
Mary, Phil, and Dennis.
Hello, Jack.
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I know Don is big, but how the three of you can hide behind him is beyond me.
I beg your pardon, but would you mind waiting on me first?
What?
I saw this line, so I got in it.
Look, miss.
I'll have size 9, 1 pound, or where it won't show.
Size 9, 1 pound, or where it won't show?
Yeah. Nowadays, when you see a line, it's either for nylons, butter, or vaccination.
Oh, yes, but this happens to be a private residence.
Oh, I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, by the way, as long as you're here, would you like some lunch?
No, thank you.
Didn't even give me a chance to show her the menu.
Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Mary, what's wrong with serving lunch?
Imagine putting stools around your swimming pool and calling it the Seaside Cafe.
So what? I serve good sandwiches and draft beer.
That's right, Libby. Pickle in the middle and the beer on tap. Oh, Harris, that gag alone ought to get you a summer show.
Well, that kind of stuff won't keep in the summer. You kids can laugh you want to, but I have the best beer in town.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Dennis?
I'm going to deliver your keg of beer tomorrow.
You are? Why?
My mother sprained her back.
Oh, that's a shame. How did it happen?
Well, yesterday, when my mother was at work, my father waxed the floor in the kitchen. It was sure slick.
Oh, you mean when your mother stepped in, her feet went out from under?
I think so. We got our footprints on the ceiling.
Well, that's too bad. Did your father tape up her back?
No, her mouth. You should have heard what she was calling him.
I don't blame her. Anyway, kids, what's going on? How come you all dropped in together?
Well, we're going to the beach, Jack, and we thought you'd like to go with us.
The beach? No, I don't think so.
Oh, Jack, stop being afraid. What happened to you last year won't happen again.
What happened, Livy?
Well, Jack was lying on the sand, and 2 men came over and tried to bury him.
Yeah.
Tried to bury him? So what? They were only kidding.
Not when they were playing organ music at the same time.
Yeah, imagine those 2 undertakers coming down there looking for business.
Well, it was your own fault for lying on the beach in a tuxedo.
No, that wasn't a tuxedo. That was my old bathing suit, and the lapels were a little shiny. Anyway, kid, you run out to the beach. I got to stay home and practice my violin.
Hey, Jackson, you're not serious about that concert tour next summer, are you?
I certainly am, and no swing stuff for me. I'm going to play the classic. You know, that long-haired stuff.
Long-haired stuff?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You ain't got the talent or the toupee for it.
I'll get along. Don't worry. Now, look, kids, I'm kind of busy today, so if you're going to the beach, go ahead.
Okay, Jackson. Come on, kids. Let's go.
Say, Jack, is our program all set for Sunday?
All except Dennis the song. Just run over it once, will you, kid?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Benny, I am waiting. Oh, Professor LeBlanc, I forgot all about you. You want your money. I owe you for 6 lessons, don't I?
No, 5 lessons.
I thought it was 6.
No, 5. I am not charging you for the time I hit you on the head with the violin.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, I'll get you the money as soon as I hear this song. Go ahead, Dennis. Let's have it. Professor, put your pants on. Please.
I shall be loving you through all eternity. But if you don't believe me, wait and see. My heart will still be true when stars on high have flickered out. Little candles in the sky, and when the evergreen good, Dennis, very good. That'll be swell on the show.
Can we go to the beach now, Mr. Benny?
Yes, go ahead, all of you. So long, kids, so long.
So long, Jackson. See you.
Say, Don, why don't you and Phil go in your car, and Dennis and I'll follow you.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
Huh? Oh, Professor LeBlanc. You're not going to the beach with us, are you?
No. But before you leave, will you please go back in the house and remind Monsieur Benny to pay me for his violin lessons?
Oh, well, it's probably just slipped his mind. I'll go in and speak to him. You just wait here.
Thank you.
Oh, while you're waiting, here, have a cigarette.
Thank you.
You'll enjoy that, Professor. It's a Lucky Strike. And you know, Luckies are made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
Please, Monsieur Wilson, go inside and speak to Monsieur Benny.
You know, Professor, the more you smoke Luckies, the more you're convinced that those letters LSMFT really stand for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
All I want is my money.
So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
I gave him 6 lessons, but I am only charging him for 5.
So for real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
5 lessons at $1.50. And I'm not even charging him for the concerts I gave at his seaside cafe.
Come on, Don, we're waiting.
Okay, right with you. Oh, Professor, you better go in the house and speak to Mr. Benny yourself. I have to leave now. Goodbye.
Goodbye. All I can do is try again. Well, Professor LeBlanc, come on in. Gosh, how time flies. Seems only yesterday that I took my lesson. It was today, and I want my money. Oh, yes, your money. I forgot all about it. How much was it again? For 5 lessons, $7.50. But if you give it to me now, I'll take $6. No. I'm going to settle it for the full amount. You are very kind. Now, let's see. I owe you $7.50. Is that right? Oui, monsieur. Now, France owes us $4,606 million.
But I did not borrow that personally. This is not an international affair. Did I charge you for the Louisiana Purchase? What? All I want is to be paid for the violin lesson. You know, I
know. Just sit here, Professor. I'll go get the money.
Good.
I'll be back in a minute. Put the pants on. Yeah, Professor's a nice fellow. A little excitable, but he's more...
Say, boss.
Oh, what is it, Rochester?
Are you staying in for dinner?
Yes, I think I'll eat by the pool.
You can't do that, boss.
Why not?
The elves are having a party out there tonight.
Oh, then I better have a bite now. What have we got in the icebox?
Well, we got some cold boys, cheese blintzes, sour cream, bagels, and matzo balls.
Boars, bagels, and matzo balls?
Yeah, we had them left over from St. Patrick's Day.
Good. Make up a big batch of hot biscuits with lots of butter.
Well, we're all out of butter, boss.
We'll go over next door to the Ronald Coleman's and borrow some.
But, boss, every time we're short of something, you send me to the Coleman's.
Oh, we haven't borrowed so many things from the Coleman's.
We haven't. When the time comes to return them, it'll be easier to switch houses.
Rochester, stop wasting time. Now run next door and get some butter.
Okay.
I'll be in my room practicing my violin. I have to practice all afternoon for my concert. So call me when lunch is ready.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Monsieur Rochester.
Well, Professor LeBlanc.
Yes, Rochester, will you please do me a favor?
Sure. What is it?
Will you please tell Monsieur Benny I am waiting for my money?
How long you been waiting?
Since 12 o'clock.
You're a beginner. I've been waiting since 1937. Anyway, you better speak to it yourself. I gotta go next door and borrow a pound of butter. Professor.
Yes.
The lesson's over. Why don't you put your pants on?
Oh, Benita.
Yes, Ronnie.
Who was that you were talking to at the back door?
It was Mr. Benny's butler, Manchester.
Oh, well, what did Benny want this time? No, don't tell me. Let me guess. Was it the garden hose, a cup of sugar, or my tuxedo?
It wasn't your tuxedo.
Good. The last time he brought it back, the pockets were full of sand.
This time he wanted to borrow a pound of butter.
Butter? Butter? What does he think this is? Shangri-La? All the man ever does. Borrow.
Oh, darling, don't be unfair. Once in a while he's loaned us things. Remember last week he let you have his lawnmower?
Yes, but it wasn't much use to me. I could only mow half of our lawn.
Only half?
Yes, that's as far as the chain would reach.
Don't sound so jumpy, darling. He means well.
Oh, I know. I really don't mind Benny too much. But sometimes he wants to borrow the oddest things. Last week he asked for some sympathy soothing.
Sympathy soothing syrup?
Yes, you know, Benita, the sympathy spelled backwards is yatapamis.
Oh, yes. You take the tapamis, you take the tapamis.
You take the tapamis, drive your blues away.
Mr. Benny's a pleasant enough chap. With all his borrowing, I sometimes wish we weren't next-door neighbors.
Yes, it is annoying, but living next door to him has its compensations.
Compensations? What do you mean?
Well, he does serve the biggest glass of beer in town for a nickel.
I know, but that big electric sign flickering on and off, it keeps me awake at night.
Yes, and what a corny sign. Benny's Seaside Cafe. Come in and drool by the pool. Right
under it says, put your stomach in our hands.
Oh, my goodness, look what time it is. I haven't started to work on that scene from If I Were King. You know, I'm doing it next week for that benefit performance.
Well, I won't disturb you, darling. You stay here in the library and rehearse, and I'll go into the other room.
All right. Now, let's see. I think I'd better start with this introductory poem. If I were king, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter, and to swear allegiance to your lips and eyes and hair? Beneath your feet, what treasures I would fling. The stars should be your pearls upon a string, the world a ruby for your finger ring. And you should have the sun and moon to wear if I were king. Let these wild dreams and wilder words take wing. Deep in Oh, Benita!
Yes, Ronnie?
Would you please put the cat out?
Ronnie, I let her out about an hour ago.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, let her in. She's in some kind of trouble. Now, let's see. Oh, yes. Let these wild dreams and wilder words take wing. Deep in the woods, I hear a shepherd sing.
Oh, Ronnie, I looked out the front door and the back, and I couldn't hear the cat anywhere.
Well, come in here and you will. Now, did you hear that?
Oh, Ronnie, that is Mr. Benny playing his violin next door.
Oh, well, I should have known. Our cat hasn't sounded like that since she had a strep throat. Isn't it awful, Benita? You know, I must rehearse.
Well, darling, just go ahead, and if he starts again, don't pay any attention to him.
Well, I'll try. Yes, I'd better look over the love scene. Let's see. Here it is. Catherine is seated in the royal drawing room. I enter left, walk up stage, take her hand and speak. Darling, I love you. Love you because you are the loveliest woman alive. All my life I have read tales of love and tried to find their secret in the bright eyes about me. Tried and failed. But when I saw you, the old heaven and the old earth seemed to shrivel away. And I knew what love might mean. For your love, I would face torture. For your love, I would defy death. For your love, I'd reach the gallows. For your love, I'd eat marshmallows. No! What am I doing? Benita, I've got to have this stopped. Call the police. Call the fire department. Call Petrillo! I know, but you'll start again. And with that same old da-da. I tell you, darling, I can't stand it any longer.
Johnny, calm down.
Something's got to be done. It can't go on. It can't go on.
Johnny, there's the phone.
I tell you, if this doesn't stop,
Johnny, the telephone.
Oh. Yes, I'll answer. Hello?
Oh, hello, Ronnie. This is Jack Benny.
Oh, it is, eh?
And Ronnie, I'm trying to practice my violin lesson. So if you and Benita must argue, would you do it on the other side of the house?
Argue?
It's nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, it happens in the best of families.
Oh, Jack, you've got the wrong impression. Benita and I weren't arguing at all.
Ronnie, you don't have to stand on ceremony with me. Even Rochester and I have our little tips, but we always patch it up, and I'm sure you will, too. I mean, it's not hard if you'll just make... How do you like that? He hung up on me. Imagine him being that mad at Benita. Oh, well, there's a job to be done, and I'm going to do it. Hello, Luella? Have I got a scoop for you? This time it's the Coleman. Uh-huh. Like cats and dogs. No, I don't know how it started, but he feels awful. He cried to me over the phone. That's right. You're welcome, Luella. What? No, don't mention my name. I don't want anybody else to know I'm a heel. Goodbye.
Ronnie, it's been quiet for 5 minutes now. I'm sure Mr. Benny's finished practicing. So go on rehearsing.
All right, darling. Let me see. Where was I? There's the door. I'll get it. Yes?
Excuse me, Monsieur Coleman, but you're a good friend of Monsieur Benny, are you not?
Well...
Would you please do me a favor?
A favor?
Yes. Monsieur Benny owes me $7.50. Would you mind speaking to him about it?
You mean to say that Mr. Benny owes you $7.50 and won't pay you?
That's right.
Well, I'll take care of it right away. Goodbye. How do you like that, Benita? Benny owes him $7.50 and won't pay it. Hey, give me that phone. Hello, Luella? Have I got something for you?
Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen a lot in the papers about a subject of universal interest, automobile driving. Until newer, safer cars are available, we should drive our present overused cars with greater care, thereby protecting ourselves and others. During these jalopy years, help cut down accident rates by encouraging better driving. When newer, safer cars replace the old ones, we'll all be better off because the streets and open highways of tomorrow will be free from the high accident rates of today. Thank you very much.
We'll be back in just a moment, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So remember, LSMFT. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Here's what Mr. Reuben G. Fleming, independent tobacco buyer of Middleburg, North Carolina, says.
Naturally, fine tobacco makes a fine smoke. And at auction after auction, I've seen fine mild leaf bought for Americans. For my own cigarette, I picked Lucky's. I've smoked them for 15 years.
Quote, at auction after auction, I've seen fine mild leaf bought for Americans. Unquote. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for the makers of Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Make no mistake, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, in the near future, the United States government is making an atomic bomb test off Bikini Atoll in the Pacific. Among the ships to be used in this test is a famous old aircraft carrier, the Saratoga. And before this ship sails on her last voyage, we have been asked by the Navy to pay her tribute by broadcasting aboard. So next Sunday, our program will come from the hangar deck of the USS Saratoga in San Francisco Bay. I hope you'll all be listening. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
American.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Your level best. That's how you'll feel when you light up a Lucky. Because Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, puts you on the right level to feel and do your level best. It's important to you as a smoker to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And every smoker knows LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, mild, ripe, light tobacco. Remember, more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined. So next time you buy cigarettes, remember that Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, by putting you on the right level, the Lucky level, to feel and do your level best. That's the Lucky level. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Get on the Lucky level where it's fun to be alive. Get a carton of Luckies and get started today. And listen, here's a Christmas gift suggestion that's bound to make a big hit. Say Merry Christmas 200 times by giving the gay holiday-wrapped carton of 200 Luckies. And for that extra special someone on your list, give Lucky Strike 500s. The handsome Christmas gift box of 25 packages of Lucky Strike cigarettes.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Gentlemen, there are only 5 more days till Christmas. So let's go down to the local department store where Jack and Mary have gone to do their last-minute Christmas shopping.
Mary, read my Christmas list, will you please?
Gold cufflinks, platinum cigarette lighter, silk pajamas, a star sapphire ring, a Cadillac, a diamond stick.
No, Mary. Those are the things I'm asking Santa Claus to give me. My shopping list is on the other side.
Oh, here it is. A package of lifesavers, razor blades, toothbrush, shoelaces. Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed.
Mary, I gave you the wrong one. Here's my Christmas list. See? Don Wilson, wallet.
Well, let's go. The leather goods counter's over there.
Gee, the store is crowded.
Can I help you, please?
Oh, yes. I'd like to see some of your wallets.
Well, we have a large variety. All these wallets you see here are $1.98.
$1.98?
Yes, sir.
Jack, here's some better wallets over here.
Oh, yes. I think Don would like this one.
It's genuine cowhide.
Cowhide? How much is that?
$40.
Cowhide. $40?
Jack, stop squeezing it. It won't give milk.
But, Mary...
Look, Jack, Don has been with you 15 years. It's about time you got him something nice.
But, Mary, $40.
Oh, Jack, for heaven's sake, for once in your life, show Don you appreciate his loyalty.
You know, Mary, you're right. I'm going to get Don this wallet. He deserves it. Mister, I'll take that $40 wallet.
Yes, sir.
Does that include the engraving?
Oh, yes. What would you like to put on it?
The price. Now, wait a minute. I want to enclose one of these cards. Let's see, what'll I write? To Don. A very Merry Christmas from Jack Benny. Here it is, mister. Make a nice gift package and see that Mr. Wilson gets it before Christmas.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Mary. I want to go to the sporting goods department and get something for Phil. Now, here we are.
Gee, they sure have a nice assortment of guns and hunting equipment, Jack.
Yeah, I think I should be able to get something for Phil here. They seem to have almost...
May I help you, sir?
Yes, clerk. I'd like to get something for a friend who is quite a sportsman.
Well, we've got all kinds of camping equipment. Does he sleep outdoors much?
Yeah, sometimes right in front of the house.
Jack.
Clerk, he has all the camping equipment he needs. His favorite sport, though, is hunting. See, he makes 2 or 3 trips a year to the high Sierras.
Oh, does he hunt bear?
Well, a few days ago, he... Uh-oh. Hey, mister, ask me that again, will you?
Does he hunt bear?
No, Petrillo makes him wear his union suit. What's the matter, clerk? Didn't you get it?
Yes, and if you'll lend me your handkerchief, I'll wipe it off.
Look, I didn't come here for any of your silly wisecracks. He thinks he's smart, doesn't he, Mary?
Don't talk to me. I'm pretending I'm not with you.
What?
And now, sir, supposing you look over some of these items while I take care of another customer.
Okay. Do you mind if I fool around with this gun?
Not at all. It's loaded.
Say, Mary, I wonder if Phil...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Mr. Kitzel. Are you doing your Christmas shopping?
Yes, I'm buying a Christmas present for my wife. She's always complaining she hasn't got what to wear. So I think I'll get her something sporty in the line of clothes, you know.
Oh. Well, that sounds nice. Why don't you get your wife a pair of slacks?
You never saw my wife. She's not the type to wear slacks.
Why?
Well, she should be slack. She's lumpy.
Oh, your wife is a little chubby, eh?
A little chubby. From the back, she looks like Don Wilson from the front. And sideways, you wouldn't believe it.
I'll take your word for it.
Tell me, Mr. Benny, what are you getting your neighbor for Christmas?
My neighbor?
Yes, Ronald Goldman.
Oh, no, that's Ronald Coleman. I don't know what to get him, but I'll think of something.
Yes, I suppose. Well, I better finish my shopping. Lumpy is expecting me home for dinner.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Kitzel, and Merry Christmas.
The feeling is reciprocal.
Come on, Jack. up your mind. We still have other shopping to do, you know.
All right. I think I'll take this fishing outfit. Oh, clerk.
Just a minute. I have other customers.
Oh, all right. I'll wait.
That'll be $8.76, madam. Have you decided on that, sir? Good. That'll be $12.75.
Gee.
Yes, ma'am. $16.50 out of 20.
Gosh. Ouch.
Finally got your nose caught in it, didn't you?
Never mind. Just give me that fishing rod. Now wrap it up and I'll call for it later. Come on, Mary. Gee, my nose hurts.
Well, it's your own fault. Now, let's finish our shopping.
Hey, wait a minute, Mary.
What's the matter?
I've been thinking about that card I put in Don's gift. I think I should have written something clever. I'm going back to the wallet department.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Dad.
Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir?
Remember me? I bought a $40 wallet here a few minutes ago, and I'd like to change the card.
But, mister, I've already got it wrapped with ribbon and tinsel and everything.
Well, I'm sorry, but you'll have to open it up. I want to change the card.
But, mister...
Now, please, I'm a customer here. Open it up.
Okay.
I know what I'll do. I'll write a poem.
Oh, fine. Henry Wadsworth tight fellow.
Let's see. I've got one. To Don. This gift is from Jackie, and golly, oh shucks. I hope that you like it. It costs $40. There you are, mister. Wrap this up with a gift.
I'm wrapping it.
Come on, Mary. Mary, I'm glad I'm giving Don that $40 wallet.
Yeah, it'd be kind of tough to get a rhyme for $1.98.
Yeah. Now, Mary, let's go up to the mezzanine and... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Livy, you little fugitive from the doll counter.
Hello, Phil. My, you're certainly loaded down with packages.
Yeah, I've been shopping all day. Got presents for everybody. How about you two?
Well, I'm nearly finished with my shopping.
Your $5 is almost gone, huh?
Phil, for your information, I just spent $40 on Don Wilson.
What'd you do, take him to lunch?
No,
look out, Phil. One of your packages is slipping.
Yeah, there it goes. Oh, darn it. Now I'll have to get Remley another present.
Let's move away. I'm getting dizzy.
Phil, did you get gifts for the rest of your band?
Yeah, I bought every guy more extra a pair of bedroom slippers.
Bedroom slippers for your musicians?
I thought if I could get them started with those, maybe we could get shoes on them later.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Anyway, I got all my boys taken care of. The only one I ain't got a gift for yet is Alice.
Maybe she'd like Taboo.
Could be. She thought he was great in Elephant Boy. Bill, that's Taboo. He's a picture star. I wouldn't know. I'm a radio man myself. Well, I'll be running along. I got to get Remley another bottle of toilet water.
Toilet water? Phil, that bottle that broke was toilet water?
Certainly. If it was the other, do you think I'd have stood here and let it soak into the rug? See you later, Jackson. Bye,
Bye,
Mary.
Phil.
Goodbye, Phil. Come on, Mary. I'm going to be on Phil's show, but he doesn't know it, Hey, let's go up to the mezzanine. They always have nice things up there.
Okay, here's the elevator.
Yeah. The mezzanine, please. Gee, that's funny, Mary. 4 guys running one elevator.
Second floor. Christmas toys for girls and boys, sweaters, shirts, and ties. Corset stays, men's toupees, toothpicks any size. You will like Lucky Strike. Buy them here because they're round and firm and fully packed, just like Santa Claus.
Fellas, you passed my floor. Look, I wanted to get off at the mezzanine.
3rd floor. Here you'll find Venetian blinds, pool and billiard cues, movie reels, rubber heels, boots and button shoes, coaster bikes, Lucky Strikes, try one and you'll see. Your best bet in cigarettes is LSMFT.
Fellas, look, take me down, will you? I wanted the mezzanine.
4th floor.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Pots and pans, garbage cans, silverware and knives, buggy whips and pillow slips, chinaware and chives, cartons of smokes you love, make a perfect gift. Lucky's are the best by far, so give your friends a lift.
Look at fellas, please. I wanted the mezzanine. Take me to the mezzanine.
5th floor. Tootsie Rolls, donut holes, button hooks and bows, violins that fit your chin, shovels, rakes, and hoes, railroad pipes, Lucky Strikes, yes, and long this floor. Once you smoke a Lucky Strike, for sure that you want more.
Look, boys, I want to finish shopping. Now take me down to the mezzanine.
Going down.
Mezzanine, gasoline, alligator bags, coats and boats and dilly don'ts and girdles if it sags.
Let us off, we've got things to do.
Merry Christmas to you all, and a Happy New Year
Look, Jack, we're back on the main floor.
Well, how do you like that? I asked him to... Say, it's just as well. You know, I've been thinking about that card for Don's wallet.
Jack!
I don't think it's an appropriate card for a $40 gift. I'm going back and change it.
Well, I haven't got nerve enough to face that clerk. I'm going to buy something for my sister, Babe.
Babe, what are you going to get her?
Well, she asked me to send her a telescope.
What does Babe want with a telescope?
She lives across the street from the YMCA.
Oh. Well, I'll meet you here later. I'm going to change that card. Oh, clerk. Clerk.
Yes, sir. What can I...
Oh, it's you again. Yes. I want to change the card in that gift.
Oh, no. No. First you buy the gift, then you write the card, then I wrap the gift, then you change the card.
But look,
then I unwrap the gift,
Mister.
and then you rewrite the card, and then I wrap the gift, and now you want to write another card!
Look, never mind that. Just unwrap the gift, will you?
I've already sent it down to the delivery department.
Well, look, you'll just have to go down there and get it.
All right, I'll go. I haven't run into anyone like you in 20 years. Oh, why did the governor have to give me that pardon?
Look, just bring me my package, will you?
All right, I'll get it. I'll get it.
What an eccentric character, isn't it? Something like it.
Stevie, maybe we can buy something for Mr. Benny here. Okay, Joey, let's look around.
Something I can do for you boys?
Yes, we'd like to buy something for the treasurer of our club, the Beverly Hills Beavers.
A present for the treasurer of your club, eh? How old is he?
About the same age as you. 39.
Well, boys, it's none of my business, but how come you picked a 39-year-old man to be the treasurer of your beaver club?
Because he's such a good businessman. He puts all of our dues in the treasury, and then he lends it out at 10%.
Oh, I see. Who does he lend it to?
Us? And now that it's Christmas, we were thinking of getting him a necktie.
Well, that's always a nice present. Why don't you buy him one that matches his favorite suit?
No, we like this one. It matches his eyes.
Oh, are his eyes blue?
Bluer than the waters of Lake Louise under a sultry summer sky.
My, where did you boys learn that?
Every beaver has to memorize it before I can borrow money.
Well, I'm sure he'll like this tie. It's $1.50. I'll wrap it up for you.
Thank you.
Here you are, mister. Now, let's not have any more trouble. Make the card out right this time, will you?
Yes, Jack, we've wasted enough time.
All right. How do you think this sounds, Mary? To Don. Your pear-shaped tones, many announcers ape, but no one can match your pear-shaped shape. Isn't that cute, huh?
Yes, Jack, it's a beautiful poem. Nick Kenny would be proud of it.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Dennis.
Dennis, I didn't expect to run into you here.
Oh, I brought my mother's lunch. She's the Santa Claus.
Your mother is the Santa Claus with a white beard and everything?
Yeah, and she sure fooled my father. He climbed up in her lap and told her he wanted Hedy Lamarr for Christmas.
Oh, Well, for heaven's sake, what did she do?
I don't know, but now my father goes around singing, all I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth.
Oh, say, Dennis, listen. Come here a minute, will you?
Huh?
Dennis, you've been a nice kid. You've been with me so long. Here it is Christmas, and, well, here's a $50 bonus.
Oh, that's just a trick to get me to buy something for you.
It is not. I don't care if you don't get me anything.
Oh, yeah? Last year when I forgot to buy you a present, you picked me up and threw me in your Bendix.
What?
And then you charged me 40 cents for washing my shirt.
Look, kid, if you don't want... Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter, Jack?
Just a minute. Oh, clerk.
Now what?
That card I wrote to Mr. Wilson, I left it right here on the counter, and I can't find it.
Oh, don't worry about it. I found it, and I put it in the package, wrapped it up, and sent it down to the delivery room.
Well, I forgot to sign the card.
Jack, let's go. You're creating a scene.
It's okay, lady. I'll get his package. The customer is always right. And this jerk is a customer.
See, Mary, you got to know how to handle these people, you see. Now, come on, let's shop around till he gets the package from the delivery room, will you? Say, Mary, what do you think I ought to get for my sister Florence?
Well, I don't know. Lingerie might be nice.
Say, yeah, that sounds pretty good.
There's the lingerie counter right over there.
Oh, yeah. Pardon me, but would you mind waiting on us?
Why not? Your money's as good as anybody.
Well, could you show me something in silk lingerie?
Certainly. What's your size?
Look, they're not for me.
They're for his sister, size 34.
Okay. Here's a whole box of them.
Will you lay the lingerie out for us, please?
Well, just a minute till I put my gloves on.
Gloves?
Touching that stuff with my bare hands makes me a nervous wreck.
What?
Especially the black ones.
Look, mister, we haven't got all day. Show us something in size 34.
Okay. Here's a nice little garment. A genuine pure silk nightie.
Gee, that's awfully pretty. I think this would be very... wait a minute, mister. What are these little loops on the bottom of the nightgown?
The loops?
Yeah, the loops.
Yes, what are the loops for?
When you go to bed, you hook them over your toes so the nightgown won't creep up on you.
Well, that's swell, really. Wrap it up and send it to my sister, Mrs. Florence Spenchel. Here's the address.
Yes, sir.
Oh, look, Jack, there's Rochester doing his Christmas shopping, too.
Yeah, shh. I want to hear what he's getting.
Can I do anything for you?
Yes, I'm looking for a Christmas present for my boss.
Perhaps if you told me something about your employer, I'd be able to make some suggestions. How old is he?
That and what happened to the gas man are the two burning issues of Beverly Hills.
Well, you can't go wrong if you get him a nice scarf. We have some beautiful silk ones for $20.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Shh. Jack, he'll hear you.
No, I'm afraid $20 is more than I had in mind.
We also have some lovely ones for $15.
That's still too much.
$12.50? Well, we have other gifts for about $10. $7.50? $6? $5?
When you get down to $1.25, wrap it up.
Well, that's not much of a gift. What does your boss usually give you for Christmas?
A brand new dollar bill and a lecture on the evils of wine, women, and song.
Oh. Well, look, if he's that kind of a man, why do you keep working for him?
Well, it's kind of hard to explain. But he's good, thoughtful, kind, considerate, and he gives me his old toupees to cover my bicycle seat.
Oh. Well, here's a nice red scarf, which is really an excellent buy.
I'd rather take this one here. The color will match his eyes.
Are his eyes blue?
Bluer than the waters of Lake Louise under a sultry summer sky.
Oh, are you a beaver?
No, but I walk like one.
Jack, what did he mean by that?
I don't know, Mary. Some little joke, I guess. Now, come on, let's go and see. Oh, Mary. Mary, I just thought of something.
Not again.
Come on with me. It'll only take a minute. Oh, clerk.
Here's the package. I got it up from the delivery room. Yeah, I got that. I'll go on and sign the card.
No. That's not important now. I want to change the wallet.
What?
Instead of the $40 one, I'll take the one that costs $1.98. Gee, he was such a young fellow, too. Well, I'll take the $1.98 wallet and put the money in his hand. Come on, Mary, let's go. Now, I wonder if we have to... Oh, look who's here. Hey, Don! Don!
Oh, hi, Jack. Hello, Mary. Gee, what trouble I'm having in this store. Wish I didn't have such a big stomach.
Why?
Well, it seems there's a piano missing, and they searched me 3 times.
Oh.
Don, have you bought your wife's present yet?
Oh, yes, I did that yesterday, but today I bought a gift for our gardener.
Your gardener? Well, what'd you buy him?
A $40 wallet.
A $40 wallet? For your gardener?
Jack, the only other ones they had were $1.98, and I wouldn't give that to a dog.
Well, you can start barking, brother, and Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, Don. See you later. Come on, Mary, let's go home. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is our custom every Christmas, this time Dennis Day will sing Ave Maria. ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my sponsors and my entire staff, I want to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcast.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Lewis and Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Don Wilson, yours truly, Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, very few things go on in Mr. Benny's house that I don't know about. Last Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock, Mr. Don Wilson came over to discuss his new contract with Mr. Benny. 5 hours later, they were still at it in the den behind locked doors.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Now, look, Don. I've given in to you on a lot of things. You have the right to do another show. I give you full credit on all our programs. You can take a 2-week vacation each year. You even have the right to approve of the script. Now, what else could you possibly want?
Money.
Don, there are things much more important than money.
Well, maybe so, Jack.
Don, wait a minute. You place too much importance on money. Don't you realize you can't take it with you?
I know, but I'd like to finger a little of it while I'm here.
September.
Oh.
September is.
Well, Don, everything else in the contract is satisfactory.
The last September.
Well, everything except Clause 11.
So low.
Clause 11?
Yes. That's the one that says I'm not allowed to eat during the broadcast.
Oh. Well, Don, I had that clause put in because of what happened a couple of weeks ago when you were eating a hamburger during the first part of the show.
So what if I ate a hamburger? I did my commercial all right, didn't I?
Yes, but your pear-shaped tones came out with onions on them. Remember, you can't do your level best with mustard dripping on your vest. So the no eating clause stays in.
Well, that's not important. That's not important. But what about the money?
Don, I made my final offer. You don't have to sign it now. I'll go out and leave you alone so you can think it over all by yourself. I don't know. Sometimes Don can be so stubborn that
Hey, boss! Boss!
What is it, Rochester?
Has he signed it yet?
Not yet.
You want me to heat up the branding iron?
What's up, man?
Oh, stop being silly. Anyway, I'm using the hunger treatment on him. Tell me, Rochester, were there any calls while I was in conference?
Yeah, Miss Barbara Sandwich called. She's having a big party Saturday night. She wants you to be there.
Good. Did she say white tie or black tie?
White coats are going to park cars.
You know how those work.
Well, Rochester, did you mention to Miss Stanwyck that I'd be glad to play my violin for her guests?
Oh, I always do. But she said they were going to have Yasha Hypers for that.
Oh. Well, they probably would have had me, but Yasha can't park cars.
Me?
Anyway, Rochester,
Hello.
Ah, poor Polly. You still haven't gotten over your cold.
Polly got a cold.
Gesundheit. You know, Rochester, it's your fault that Polly has this cold. You never should have let her out of the house last week.
But, boss, how was I to know she's trying to have the snowball? Have the snowball. Have the snowball.
Gee, it's amazing. She got a cold in the head from that. Well, I think I'll go back in the den and see if Don has made up his mind yet. Well, Don, have you decided to sign the contract yet at the salary I offered you?
No, Jack, and I want to tell you something. Never in my life have I seen anyone quibble over such trivial amounts as you do. Your parsimony absolutely revolts me. I've got to tell you, Jack, that you are without a doubt the cheapest, most miserly man I ever met.
What?
It's gonna I didn't think I was gonna have such a hard time
Don, if you hate me, don't laugh like that. Don, never have I been hurt so by a friend.
I played the old
now, how in the world can you say a thing like that about me?
Because it's true.
That's no excuse. Imagine talking like that about me. Not only have we been business associates, but I've been the best friend you've ever had. I've done more for you than anyone else.
Just a minute, Jack. What have you ever done for me? Name one thing.
All right, I will. How about during the war when you weren't getting enough food? Didn't I sell you Rochester's ration book? Didn't I?
Jack, that ration book was for shoes.
That didn't stop you. You ate them anyway. And another thing. Rochester, will you answer the door?
I'm getting it, boss. They're sure going after it hot and heavy.
Hello, Rochester.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Come on in. The boss is in the den with Mr. Wilson.
Business or pleasure?
Business for Mr. Wilson, pleasure for Mr. Benny.
Oh, then they must be discussing Don's new contract.
Yes, ma'am, and they've been in there for over 5 hours.
No, man.
John must be tough. I remember when Dennis came over to talk about his new contract, he was out in just 20 minutes.
Yes, lawyer sprung him with a writ of
I tried to put lots of tempting offers that people don't
Oh, Rochester. Well, anyway, maybe Mr. Wilson will be out in a few minutes.
I doubt it. It's hard to spring that much corpus.
Well, I'll just wait here for Jack. Wait for Jack. Wait for Jack. Oh, hello, Polly. Polly, want a cracker? Polly, want a Kleenex. Oh, yes. I forgot. Well, don't worry, Polly. You'll be better in a few
At some
days.
point, I do want to see her monot. I just want to see how crazy it is.
Oh, hello, Jack. I wanted to...
Just a minute.
It would
Now,
be a
what we
waste
say,
of an
Mary?
hour as you do, 'cause I'm going to be getting off. You get a
Nothing.
full
May I say hello to Don now, or visiting hours over?
Well, Mary, I only locked the door so that no one could disturb Don while he's thinking. How are you?
Oh, fine, Jack, fine. I just did a little shopping. I bought myself a new evening gown.
A new evening gown, huh? What color?
Well, it isn't a solid color. It's something brand new and the latest style out here in California. It's pure white with yellow spots.
White with yellow spots?
Uh-huh. It represents an orange tree peeping through a snowdrift.
Last one.
That's orange. Orange.
Oh, but you know, Jack, it's really a beautiful gown. And it has such a low neckline.
Gee, then the dresses must be skimpier than ever. Last season's necklines were so low. Gee, I imagine next year...
Stop thinking about it, Jack. Your little blue eyes are popping out.
Yeah. By the way, Mary, how come you bought a new evening gown?
You want to see
It's
his
a Barbara
automobile?
Stanwyck party Saturday night.
Say less, fam.
Barbara Stanwyck is having a party?
Yes, a real swank affair. Everybody will be there.
Really?
Yes, Barbara told me they were having so many guests they even hired a man to park cars.
No kidding.
Don't act innocent. I was the one who recommended you.
Recommended you.
Oh, stop imitating Ronald Coleman.
All right. Now, excuse me, Mary. I want to go in the den and
I have
talk
actually
down.
won in the game, too. But, see if I can get the dub and tell you more. Oh, shit.
Well, have you signed the contract yet, Don?
No, Jack, not yet.
Well, I'll go out again. Let you think about it some more.
No, I can't think. I've been locked here since early morning.
Yeah, it's
I
kind
haven't eaten for hours. I'm starved.
Hungry? Well, look, Don. All you have to do is sign the contract and go out for lunch and get a nice big steak.
Steak?
Don't know when to push a button.
Thick, juicy sirloin, covered with mushrooms.
Jack, please.
And on the side, a big baked Idaho potato, dripping with butter.
Please, Jack.
And nestling all around the lovely steak will be golden brown French fried onions. And for dessert, have pie a la mode, covered with whipping cream.
Stop it!
This is the same
Well, look, Doc, I'll leave you here in the den to think it over. I'll be back.
I just,
What about it, boss? Has he signed yet?
Not yet.
He sure took this time.
Yeah, look, Rochester,
Think
go in
about
the kitchen,
Duke for
put
a
some
new
coffee on, start frying some bacon, and blow the fumes toward the den.
Oh, boss, you rascal, you!
Never mind. fine. Just go do it. And make a hamburger for me. I want to eat it in front of her.
Jack, what are you up to now?
Nothing. Say, Mary, I'm going to have to do something about a commercial for the show. Don didn't bring the sportsmen over.
Oh, yes, it is, Jack. They're out at the pool.
Pool swimming?
No, ice skating.
They are? Oh, yes. My pool is still frozen. I'll go out and talk to them.
I should use heavy right there.
Gee, just look at them skating. Hey, fellas! Fellas!
Then you'll sing, you will see your level band. Up on me, when you want me like you smoke a lucky jack, and you'll drink. Isn't it scandalous? Snow in Los Angeles, but everybody knows that it never snows, not here. Whether it's snowing or cold, which one's blowing will still be on a lucky level when you smoke a lucky strike.
That was a wonderful number, boys, and it'll be... Uh-oh, the sun's coming out, and the ice is starting to...
I feel like a high-level announcer.
There goes the tenor. Oh, well, I'll fish him out later.
Oh, wait, Redline, I was... Oh, damn, why...
Say, Mary, would you... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I just got back in town a few minutes ago.
You got Redline. You got to show me how you get
that it was up at Big Bear for the winter sports.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I went up there with my mother and father. First, my father didn't want to go, but my mother made him.
Why, I thought your mother and father were mad at each other. Why would she make him go?
We heard the snow up there was 6 feet deep. My father's only 5 feet 4.
Oh, my goodness. What happened to your father?
Nothing. He was wearing elevator shoes.
Now, Dennis, stop making up those crazy things.
Okay.
Silly kid.
Say, Dennis, while you were up in the snow, did you do any tobogganing?
Yeah, I went down the toboggan slide 4 times, and it was awful. What people see in that ride, I'll never know.
Why? What happened?
I got my face all cut up and my knees scraped, too.
Well, Dennis, maybe you didn't know how to steer your sled.
Oh, sled!
Dennis, you mean you went down the toboggan slide without a sled?
Yeah,
on your stomach?
The other side hurt from ice skating.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Now, look, kid, what'd you come over here for anyway?
Tell you the song I picked for Sunday's show. It's Here I'll Stay, and I'm going to sing it at Barbara's sandwich party on Saturday night,
That's
too.
what you got to do, man.
Oh, are you going to entertain at Barbara's party, Dennis?
Oh, no, I'm just a guest. The real entertainer will be Yasha Heifetz.
Yasha Heifetz. A lot of help he'll be at the party. I bet he hasn't even got a driver's license.
Will I see you at the party, Mr. Benny?
You sure will, kid. He'll be wearing top hat, white coat, and flashlight.
Yeah.
Gee, this is amazing. For once, I don't understand them.
Never mind, Dennis. Just let me hear your song.
Yes, sir.
Oh, just a second, Dennis. What time is it, Jack?
It's 10 to 3, Mary. Why?
Well, I've got an appointment at my dentist's office to have my teeth cleaned, and I don't want to be late.
You go to a dentist, just have your teeth cleaned? Why don't you do what I do?
Well, I tried it, Jack, but I can't stand the taste of soy loss.
I didn't even know that was...
Mary, go ahead and sing, will you, kid?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm already, like, not good against my mouth. I don't get fucking
where I'll find a field of gold.
I think I'm gonna take what I just saw there.
I'll
absorb that, and then maybe I'll ask you to do that again.
And they say there's an isle deep with clover, And I know where I belong. And here I'll stay with you.
He's doing an arch.
For that land is a standing illusion. It's the theme of a dream gone.
That is it for me, Bruce. What is it now? So, what I just held.
I can find loving you and for here I'll find loving you and for here I'll
Dennis, that was a wonderful song, but when you do it on the program, you ought to sing the verse a little faster so that you can retard the second chorus, and then the orchestra can come to a crescendo when...
He left, Jack.
Oh.
And I think I'd better go, too. I don't want to be late for my dental appointment.
All right. Say, look, Mary, I've got nothing to do till dinner. Would you like me to drive you over?
Oh, sure. My appointment won't take long.
Good. Then maybe we can take in a movie, too.
But, Jack, what about Don Wilson and his contract?
Oh, yes. Oh, Rochester! Rochester!
Yes, sir.
Here's the key. When Mr. Wilson starts screaming for food, throw him a fountain pen. Come on, Mary, let's go. Mary, which office is your dentist in?
Oh, he's way down at the end of the hall.
Oh. Say, Mary, look at those signs in the office on the office doors. Dr. Larson, gone to the inauguration. Dr. Williamson, gone to the inauguration. Dr. Leroy, gone to the inauguration. Say, Mary, maybe your doctor won't be in.
Oh, yes, he will. He's a Republican.
Oh.
There's my dentist's office right across the hall.
Say, Mary, as long as I'm here, I think I'll have the dentist look at my teeth, too. I haven't had them checked in a long time.
Oh, that's a good idea.
May I help you people?
Yes, nurse. I have an appointment with Dr. Leland. I'm Mary Livingston.
Oh, you're just in time. Go right in the first office on your left.
Thank you.
Miss, while I'm here, I want to find out about my teeth.
Yes, sir. When did you leave them?
No, I'd like Dr. Leland to examine them.
Well, Dr. Leland has no appointments open. However, Dr. Nilsson has a cancellation. I'm sure he can take you.
Good.
I'll have to get some information first. Your name?
Jack Benny.
Occupation?
Violinist.
Really? Concert or stage?
A parking lot. I'm on radio now.
Your age, please.
Well, how old would you guess me to be?
28.
Well, I'm really a little older than that. Guess again.
54.
For your information, I happen to be 39.
Oh. Well, Mr. Benny, the doctor's office is through the door over there. You may go right in.
Thank you. Oh, Doctor.
How do you do?
Look, Doctor,
Don't tell me you have a toothache.
No. I only want you to...
Just sit down and leave the rest to me.
But, Doctor, all I want is... Doctor, why are you strapping me in the chair?
Well, the last time I pulled a tooth, I yanked too hard and threw the patient out the window.
Oh, my goodness, did his tooth come out?
All of me hit a fire plug.
Now, look, Doctor, I don't need an extraction. All I want you to do is examine my teeth.
Very well. Open your mouth, please. Wider. Wider, so I can look all the way back. Well, I can see everything now.
Doctor, do you have...
Stop talking, you're biting my ankle. I hope you'll forgive me, but I like to make a complete examination.
Oh, well, are my teeth bad?
No, but you better do something about that appendix.
Appendix?
Now just hold still and I'll complete the examination. Oh, excuse me. Yes?
Oh, Doctor, Don Amici just called, and he wants to know if you can clean his teeth this afternoon.
Oh, does it have to be done this afternoon?
Yes. Tonight he's going to a masquerade, and he wants to go as a lighthouse.
Well, all right. Tell Mr. Amici to come in this afternoon and lay out my dark glasses.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and by the way, nurse, send in my technician. I have to make an x-ray.
Yes, Doctor.
Yeah, now, before my technician comes in, I just want to make one final check. Open your mouth.
Doctor, why are you spinning my pivot tube?
I used to be a disc jockey.
A disc jockey?
And now I'd like to pull this next tooth for Sam, George, Milk Tack, and all the boys at Hickey's Bar. And happy birthday to Jeanette.
Now cut that out! Look, I just came here for an examination.
That's it for me, Doctor?
Yes, I have a patient here who requires an x-ray.
Oh, very well. You operate the camera, and I'll swing the chair around so you'll get a good picture.
Wait a minute, this x-ray man of yours, does he take good pictures?
Ooh, does he? He's made several dental pictures. Perhaps you've seen them. They played all the neighborhood theaters.
Dental pictures?
Yes. Sorry, wrong molar, mother wore braces, and that latest one was Jane Wyman, Johnny Bicuspid.
Now, look, Doctor, I haven't got all day. If your man is going to take this x-ray, let him take it.
Well, I'm going to take the picture. He's going to direct it.
What?
Now, tilt your head back, Mr. Benny. And on cue, open your mouth, raise your tongue, press it over toward your right cheek, smile.
Now, wait a minute. What's going on here?
Camera, roll 'em.
Doctor, don't move. We're trying for an Academy Award.
Look, all I wanted was a simple examination. That's all I
have
want.
the picture, Doctor. I'll have it developed in a minute.
Good. Mr. Benny, while we're waiting, just sit back and relax.
Thank goodness.
Now, Doctor?
Yes, now.
She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming round the mountain when
What is
she
this,
comes.
anyway?
She'll
Look, what's
be
this
coming
for?
round the mountain.
Wait a minute.
Coming round.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute! Doctor, what is this?
Yeah, our floor show. We can't afford magazines.
Make her keep quiet.
Here are the results of the x-ray, Doctor.
Let me see. Oh, yes. A wonderful picture. Too bad he wasn't bleeding. We could have got it in Technicolor.
Doctor, what does it show?
Just a moment. According to this x-ray, you have an abscess.
An abscess?
Yes, it's sort of a pocket. Oh, it's nothing to be alarmed about. Finding a little pocket under a tooth is very common. Although yours is unusual.
Why?
It has money in it.
Look, Doctor, if you think I'm going to stay in this
Now,
chair...
settle down. It'll only take a minute. Nurse, grab the patient by the hair and hold his head back.
Yes, Doctor.
Well, then grab him by the ear.
Doctor, I only came in here for an examination.
Doctor, I want to have a word with you.
Excuse me, it's my technician. Really? Oh, you
You sure?
Yeah.
Oh, then you better help me. Nurse, hand me my forceps.
Forceps.
Novocaine.
Novocaine.
Needle.
Needle.
Swab.
Swab.
Burrs.
Burrs.
Straight chisel.
Straight chisel.
Saliva ejector.
Saliva ejector.
Drill.
Drill.
Coat.
Coat.
Hat.
Hat.
Umbrella.
Umbrella.
Doctor!
Doctor, what are you doing?
Our lease is up. We're moving.
What? Come on, nurse. Doctor! Doctor, let me out of this chair. Doctor Nelson!
Ladies and gentlemen, an extra $1 million is needed to fight polio this year. The funds of the foundation were drained last year in taking care of an especially severe epidemic of infantile paralysis. We've got to replace those funds right now. So won't you please give something extra this year to the March of Dimes? Thank you. I'll be back in just a moment, but first...
Smoke a lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a lucky to feel your level best.
You see, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. It's good to know that fine tobacco can do this for you, and that's why it's so important that you select and smoke the cigarette of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. For as every smoker knows, LSMFT, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Remember, more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined. So when you choose your cigarette, remember that Lucky's fine tobacco puts you on the right level, the Lucky level, where you feel your best and do your best.
Feeling low, feeling tense. These 8 words are common sense. Smoke a lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a lucky to feel your level best.
Ladies and gentlemen, with Don Wilson locked in Jack's den and Jack tied in the dentist's chair, it's up to me to say, don't forget to listen in to the CBS Sunday lineup, which includes the Prudential Hour, Spike Jones, Jack Benny, Amos and Andy, Lum and Abner, and Sam Spade.
Rochester, what a time I had. I spent the afternoon in a dentist chair.
Well, we've been having a little excitement here, too.
Oh, has Don Wilson signed the contract yet?
No, but he ate 4 pens.
Oh. Well, I'm going up and go to bed. Good night, Don.
Be sure to listen to the Don Amici Show, Your Lucky Strike. And don't forget to hear Dennis Day in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day.
And be sure to listen to the Jack Benny Show, transcribed at the same time next week.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Lucky's pay more. Yes, at the tobacco auctions, Lucky's pay more. Millions of dollars more than official parity prices for fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it. LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Imagine you're at a tobacco auction. The buyers crowd around the baskets of ripe, fine-flavored leaf. The auctioneer chants and the bidding begins. 60. As a basket of extra fine, light, mild leaf is offered for sale, as the price climbs higher and higher, at the peak bid, time and again, you hear... And another basket of truly fine tobacco is bought by the makers of Lucky Strike. Yes, Lucky's pay more, millions of dollars more than official parity prices for fine tobacco. So for more real, deep-down smoking enjoyment from every puff, every pack, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. Prove to yourself how much finer, milder, more enjoyable Lucky's really are. You'll agree, in all the world, there's no finer cigarette than Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back an hour. Jack and Mary are on their way to the studio, and Rochester is driving.
Gosh, it's certainly a warm day, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah.
You know, it was hot yesterday, too, and Friday the temperature reached 105.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, wasn't it thrilling that the Hollywood baseball team won the Pacific Coast pennant this year?
Uh-huh.
And the National League pennant race is tighter than it's been in years.
Yeah.
For heaven's sake, Jack, put down that knitting and talk to me.
I'm sorry, Mary. I'm trying to finish these socks for Phil. It's only 90 days till Christmas, you know.
Jack, Phil has been with you 12 years, and you're giving him socks for a present?
There ain't no present. Mr. Harris ordered them.
That's right. You know, Mary, it is warm today. I wonder if we could try... Rochester, how'd you know I wanted the top down?
I didn't. We just went under a low tree.
What?
Who needs push buttons?
Well, leave it. It's nice this way. And, Rochester, you better slow down.
I can't, boss. We haven't got any brakes.
No brakes? What do you do when you come to a railroad crossing?
We get out and pick up coal.
Rochester.
Those diesels are ruining us.
Rochester, don't be funny. Just drive. Say, Mary, do you think... Rochester, you're not making a turn. Why have you got your hand out?
I'm feeling for the studio.
You're feeling for the studio?
Yeah, and it's small. We'll never see it.
I know what you mean. Say, Mary, I was just thinking of something. It's been a long time since you sang a song on the program. How about doing one today?
Oh, not today, Jack. I was at the Navy-USC football game yesterday, and I cheered so much I'm hoarse.
Oh. Well, we won't have the Sportsman Quartet there at the Orpheum Theatre this week.
Boss, if you want more music on the program, why don't you play your violin?
I think I will. I just put 4 new strings on it.
You did?
Yes. You'll hear them all on CBS this fall.
I can hardly wait.
Thanks.
Oh, Rochester. Rochester, we're only a block from the studio. You better start looking for a parking space.
Look for a space? Are you kidding, Mary? Rochester, drive it right into the studio lot. Mr. Paley, the head of CBS, assigned a reserved parking space especially for me.
Gee, they sure treat you nice, don't they, Jack?
Mary, all the networks are nice. And it's about time people realize that there's no animosity between them.
There isn't?
Of course not. Now, take CBS. They even put Johnson's wax on the floor.
Jack, CBS didn't put it there. So many stars that come over, they tracked it in on their heads.
On their heads? On their shoes? They must be acrobats coming in. How do you like them? We got acrobats now walk in on their head. Shoes.
So many stars come over, they tracked in.
Oh, we don't have to do it through it. Doesn't matter how it got there. The fact that it's not there proves that. Rochester, here's the studio lot. Turn right in. My parking space is third on the left.
I know.
Rochester, what'd you stop here for?
There's another car in there.
Well, how do you like that? Imagine anyone leaving his car in my parking space. What a nerve. When I came to CBS, this space was assigned to me. And if anyone else thinks they can use it, they're crazy. Oh, boy, who does that car belong to?
Mr. Paley.
Well, don't just stand there. Dust it off. Dust it off. Here.
Come on, Jack.
Just a minute. He's using Phil's sock. Rochester, you don't have to wait for me. You can have the rest of the day off.
Thanks. Say, boys, I'm going out tonight. Would you mind giving me my salary today instead of tomorrow?
Yes, I can do that. As a matter of fact, Rochester, I have your pay already. Here's your envelope.
Thanks.
Now, come on, Mary. Let's hurry into the...
Say, boys.
What is it, Rochester?
You always pay me in dollars. How come it's pounds this week?
I'll explain it to you later. Come on, Mary.
Oh, brother, you don't miss a trick, do you?
Never mind. Just walk in on your head. Come on, Mary. We got to get in the studio. I feel good today. Again. This couldn't happen again. Da-da-da-da. Oh, darn it. I forgot to get my violin out of my car.
Again. I hope it happens again.
Yeah. It's not funny. Now, let's go in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, Mel Blanc, waiting for me?
Yeah, you got a part that I can do on your show today?
Mel, I gave you a part on my show last week.
Yeah, but I didn't get a chance to do my imitations. I imitate Mickey Rooney, Lionel Barrymore, and Al Jolson.
Mel, look, there's no room on my program for imitations of Mickey Rooney, Lionel Barrymore, or Al Jolson. Now cut that out! Now look, Mel, when I have a part for you, I'll let you know. Come on in, Mary. On your head. Guys, that Mel Blanc is such a pest. Well, here's my dressing room.
Jack, the door is open.
Open? I wonder... Well, what do you know? I've got a visitor. Edgar Bergen.
Hello, Edgar.
Hello, Mary. Hello, Jack.
Well, Edgar, welcome to CBS.
Well, thank you. You know, I don't do my first program until next Sunday night.
Oh, still rehearsing, eh? Well, I've already started my season. I did my first show on the 11th. Did you hear it?
No. But on the 12th, CBS sent for me.
What?
Yeah, Bergen, will you get me out of this football uniform? USC doesn't need me anymore. No, I see. Yeah. I'll mow them down. Yes, I know you will. Charlie, we've got company now. Oh, have we?
Hello, Charlie. Well, you beautiful doll, you...
Pucker up your lips. I'm coming in for a landing. Charlie, you should be ashamed of yourself. Such disgraceful behavior, kissing Miss Livingston before you've been properly introduced. I'm sorry. When a gentleman meets a lady, first he should tip his hat. And then says, how do you do? Then he should inquire as to her well-being. And then he should gently take her hand and respectfully bow from the waist. Bergen, those are the kind of details that slow down a man's life. Is that... Come to my arms, you luscious little hungry... All right, Charlie, please. Now, don't be so rude. There's someone else here. Yeah? Yes, that's Mr. Benny.
Hello, Charlie. Welcome to CBS. Shake.
Put it away, bub. I'll pick my friends.
What?
You can stop. You can stop fluttering those big blue eyes, too. They don't do a thing to me. Now, where were we, Mary? Oh, yes, you luscious little tomato. Let me put my arms around you.
Oh, no, Charlie, please don't kiss me again. When your late lips meet mine, my blood goes to my head, a cold iciness goes to my feet, and a wild wave of emotion rushes to my fingertips.
I got this dame going in all directions.
Mary, stop teasing him. You're blistering his enamel. Well, Edgar, if you don't mind, I got a lot of things to do now.
Well, thanks, Jack, for dropping into my dressing room.
No, Edgar, this is my dressing room.
No, this was your dressing room.
What do you mean, was? This is my dressing room. When I came over here, Mr. Paley gave it to me.
I'm sorry, Jack, but they've switched you to dressing room 4. All my things are here, and they're going to stay here.
Well, I'll throw them out.
You lay one hand on those clothes.
Oh,
and
yeah?
I'll take
Put up
it.
your
Yes,
two.
Boys!
Let them fight, Lizzie. Let them fight. The most they can do is lean on each other.
As for you, Edgar Bergen, if you think you're going to use this dressing room, there's only one thing I can say to you. I'll dress somewhere else. Goodbye. Thought he put one over on me then. Dressing room 4. It's all the way down the hall.
Jack, here comes Dennis.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
I've come to say goodbye. I've been drafted.
Drafted?
Don't stand there. Salute me.
What?
Dennis, do you mean
No,
that...
Mary, you stay on it. Let me handle it. Now, Dennis, look at me. I just want to ask you one thing. The war has been over 4 years now. How come you got a draft notice?
I won it on a quiz program. A quiz program? Yeah, I got a bicycle, a refrigerator, and 2 glorious years in the Army.
Mary, I begged you to stay out of it. Now, Dennis, forget this silly talk and get into the studio.
Oh, I can't. I got to report to my regiment. We're being sent overseas. You mean
Mary, you won't listen to me, will you? Now, for your own good, let me ask him. I'm gray anyway. You and your regiment are going to be sent overseas, Dennis?
Uh-huh.
To Germany to take over supplies?
No, to Stromboli to bring back Ingrid.
Do me a favor, will you? Now stop talking and rehearse your song.
Okay.
Come on, Mary.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
What is it?
Good yanta.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
When you find your true love, way to her side and make her your own. For all through your life, you may dream all alone. Once you have found her, never let her go. Once you have found her, never let her go.
Now, let's see. Where's that dressing room they changed me to?
Oh, here it is, Jack, right here. Number 4.
Oh, yes. Say, look at that, Mary. Look, they put 2 stars on the door. I guess they're trying to make me feel good. Let's go in.
Hello there, Mr. Benny.
Well, hello, Miss Benny.
Amos and Andy.
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Excuse us for being in our bathrobe.
Yeah, we is pressing our pants under the mattress.
Well, fellas, it seems you could have done that in your own dressing room.
This is our dressing room.
Yeah, sir. This dressing room here was given to us by the head man of this network. And he said if anybody comes in and gives us trouble, that we should very gently throw him out. That's what he said.
Yeah.
On his head or on his shoe?
Well, he told us one thing. He requested that we keep the bounces down to a minimum, anyway.
Well, fellas, nobody's going to start any trouble. Obviously, there's been a mistake. Anyway, you don't do your opening program till next Sunday. What are you doing here so early?
Well, we don't like to leave things to the last minute, so we down here at the studio to test the acoustic.
The acoustic?
Yeah, so you see your voice comes out your mouth, it hits the side wall, hits the back wall, then it hits the other side wall and comes right back to you.
Yeah, that's what's known as a 3-cushion shot.
Well, I still can't understand them giving you my dressing room. Anyway, I'll take it up with Mr. Paley. Come on, Mary.
Say, Amos, Mr. Benny was a little upset because we got this dressing room.
Yeah, well, that ain't what's bothering him. He's upset because today they stopped daylight saving time.
Well, what's that got to do with him?
When they stop any kind of saving, Mr. Bennett takes it personal.
Yeah, you're right. That man is closer than the pupils on a cross-eyed flea.
Well, say, Andy, that's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Lift up the mattress and see if the crease in our pants is as sharp as we is.
Oh, pardon me, boys. I left my hat in here.
Oh, yes, sir. Here you is.
Thanks, Andy. So long, Amos. I can't understand why I'm being pushed around here. They take my parking space, my dressing room. What next?
Oh, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don.
Oh, Jack, I've been looking all over for you. Boy, am I excited.
Why, Don? What happened?
Well, you know how hard I've been trying to reduce?
Yes?
Well, I finally made it. I'm down to 165.
Down to 165? How did that happen?
I weighed myself on an English scale, and they cut the pound in half.
Don, bubbling brook. Look at me, Don, if you're going to tell jokes, why don't you get one that we can use on the program?
Well, Jack, I thought it was very funny.
Don, I'm not questioning the value of that little gem. It has its points. I mean, it's not only topical, but it stinks. Believe me.
Well, Then listen, Jack, I've got another joke that'll kill the audience. It's so funny that... No, I'm afraid it's a trifle daring.
Daring? You mean a little risque? What is it, Don? What is it? You can tell me. We're out here anyway. What is it?
Well, come on, let's get away from this crowd.
Don, that's you. What's the joke, Don? What is it?
Well, the way it was told to me. It seems that the traveling salesman's car broke down and right in front of a farmer's house.
Yes.
Now, this farmer had a beautiful daughter.
Yeah.
So the salesman knocked on the door, and when the farmer opened it, he told him that his car broke down and that he was a salesman.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the farmer's daughter, who was standing there, said, "A salesman?" And he said, "Yes, I sell Lucky Strike cigarettes that are made of that fine, that light, that naturally fine tobacco. And Lucky Strike pays
I know,
more."
Don, I know.
Oh, you heard the story.
No, look at it. I know that Lucky Strike pays more than the official parity price. But what about the salesman and the farmer's daughter?
Well, just then, get this, the phone rang. And when the farmer left the room to answer it, the salesman walked over to the farmer's daughter and said...
Yeah. What'd he say? We were alone then.
I've been smoking Lucky Strikes for nigh on 25 years. Because they're so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. And then...
Yes, and then?
The daughter was so happy she fixed the salesman's car and he drove away. Don, that's the story? Well, that's not the original version. I told it to the sponsor and he switched it all around.
Oh.
Jack, I thought you didn't like the story.
I just remembered the original one. No wonder the sponsor changed it. It was about lifesavers. See you later, Donzie. I'd tear up his contract if it wasn't tattooed on his back.
Jack, where have you been?
I just left Don Wilson. He told me a wonderful story.
What was it?
I couldn't tell it to you, Mary, but it's so good it would be worth your marrying me just to hear it. Come on, let's go. Mary, look at when we...
Yeah, how about it, Mr. Benny? Can't you find a part for me on your program?
Mel, will you stop following me around and go home?
Some home. My wife is never there. She's always out playing bridge.
Bridge?
Yeah, she plays with Mrs. Bob Hope, Mrs. Ray Milland, and Mrs. Al Jolson.
Mel, will you please go away and leave me alone? Come on, Mary, let's get into our studio. I wish Mel would stop bothering me. Well, look who's here.
Hi, Jack.
Red Skelton. Well, I'm running into everybody today. How have you been, Red?
Oh, fine, Jack. Gee, I haven't seen you since that night at Claudette Colbert's party.
Oh, yes, what a party. You know, Red, I haven't danced that much in all my life.
Yeah, imagine Claudette trying to cut in on it.
Well, I waltzed into that one. Look, Red, I know you have to rehearse for your opening program next Sunday, but don't use
Oh, Jack, wait a minute. Red, aren't you going to say hello to me?
Well,
Look, Red, if you don't mind...
Well, I'll be with you in a minute, Jack. I want to run through a scene.
Look, Red, if you don't mind,
All right, Mr. Scout, let's run through that western scene. Oh, yeah, well, I'm ready, okay. Ready.
Come here, you varmint. This is Deadeye you're messing with. Are you the dirty hombre that's been stealing the cattle off my pappy's ranch?
Yeah.
Look, Red.
Are you the hombre that broke into my house and stole the pigs right out of my living room?
Yeah.
The same hombre that blew the still right out of Grandpa's mouth?
Yeah.
Well, we're both going to fight a duel. I'll count three and we'll both draw. You ready? 1, 2, 3. How do you like that? They fall for it on this network, too.
That's pretty good, eh, Jack?
Yeah.
I thought it was very exciting.
Say, wait a minute, Red. Red, that actor you shot. Why doesn't he get up?
Oh, well, we use real bullets. believe in fooling the audience, you know. Okay, Joe, sweep them out, will you?
Red, you really shoot the actor?
Well, you see, once I didn't, I had to pay him.
Oh.
Say, Joe, should we run through that scene again?
We ain't got no more actors. You shot 4 of them already.
Red, you mean every time you go through that scene, you shoot an actor?
Sure.
Oh, Mel! Mel!
Jack, you wouldn't dare.
I wouldn't, eh? Lucky's not around.
Let's try that scene again on the other mic, Joe.
Okay, now this time let's... What?
Red, how'd you happen to slip?
Well, you see, I just came over and I still got wax on my head. On your shoes! On your shoes!
Oh, yeah.
Red, did you hurt yourself?
No, it was just a little...
What's the matter?
I broke me with a arm. I broke me. Put down your pool cue. Call the doctor. I broke me.
All right, Red, you've rehearsed all your characters. Now, how about getting out of my studio so I can do my broadcast?
Your studio? Didn't they tell you?
Tell me what?
Well, you've been moved to the Widow studio down the hall.
The Whittle studio? How do you like that? First they take my parking space, then my dressing room, now my studio. If they think they can kick me around, they got another thing
Well,
coming.
Jack, don't stand around here grumbling. You better hurry to the Willow Studio. It's time for your show to go on the air.
Oh, it is, eh? Time for me to go on the air. Well, I'll fix them. Let them start the show.
Jack, look what time it is.
I know what time it is, but I'm going to teach them a lesson. Mary, there's a radio. Turn it on. Let's see how they're going to get along without me.
Okay.
And now here he is, the star of the Lucky Strike program, Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc? Oh, nuts. I'm going home and finish Bill's song.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first... 60 When you hear that famous chant, remember, Lucky's pay more. Millions of dollars more than official parity prices for fine tobacco. LSMFT. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, the independent tobacco experts can see giant baskets of fine tobacco, one after another, go to the makers of Lucky Strike. Here's what Mr. Al Rogers, veteran auctioneer of Robertsonville, North Carolina, recently said.
I think you'll agree that an auctioneer like myself ought to know good tobacco. And year after year, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, prime, ripe leaf. That's just right from mild, good smoking. I've smoked Luckies for 10 years.
And a recent survey reveals that more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike. Remember, to give you a truly finer cigarette, Lucky's pay millions of dollars more than official parity prices for fine tobacco. Good reason to make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Amos and Andy, Edgar Bergen, and Red Skelton for being with us tonight. You'll hear them all on CBS next Sunday. Good night, folks.
Be sure to hear A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jello program, starring Jack Benny with Johnny Green and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Wahoo! Wednesday comes along, look out for pocketbooks on strings, false alarms at the front door, and breaks under hats, because it will be April the 1st. Each one of us will have to take our share of fooling on April Fool's Day, but there's one thing nobody can ever fool you about, that day or any other day, and that's Jell-O. Because Jell-O has that extra rich fruit flavor put in by a secret process and no other gelatin dessert has. All you have to do is take one taste to know that here's the best gelatin dessert you ever tasted. Crammed with real fruit flavor, extra rich, twice as good. Jell-O tastes as delicious as the fresh ripe fruit itself. And Jell-O's 6 glowing colors have a real springtime beauty. Just be sure it is Jell-O that you ask for, and don't accept any substitutes. Always insist on the one and only genuine Jell-O. Welcome back to New York, that wandering boy, that prodigal son, that vagabond lover, Jack Benny.
Oh, folks, what a reception. Gee, it's great to be back in New York again, and I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart that I'm just lost for words. Gee, I don't know what to say.
Go on, say it, Jack.
Well, Jell-O again.
Why, Jack, you're trembling all over.
No, just in New York. But, Don, I didn't expect such a reception on my return here. The applause, the cheers, the flowers.
What flowers?
Here in my lapel.
Well, the audience seems to be glad that you're back, Jack. Now, tell us about your trip to Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and Washington.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Don. There's nothing like traveling around the East. The scenery, the crowds, the industries, just fascinating.
Well, I hate to argue with the boss, but listen. What's the East got that the West hasn't got?
Oh, that's right, Don. You're from Denver. I guess I started something. But you must admit that you have no place out west like Niagara Falls.
No, but we have the Grand Canyon.
Yes, but after all, what can you do with a canyon? I mean, they're so empty, Don.
That's so. Say it would take 3 Niagara Falls to fill 1 Grand Canyon.
Well, it can't be so good if they want to fill it.
All right. All right, you got me on that one, Jack. But go ahead now. What else have you got here in the East?
What else he's asking? Well, Don, right here in New York, we have that great Central Park.
And out west, we have Yellowstone Park.
Wait a minute. That's pronounced Yellowstone, Don, but I can see your point of view. Yes.
Forestry.
And don't overlook the beautiful eastern rivers, the Delaware, the Hudson, and the Mississippi.
Now, wait a minute, Jack, wait a minute. The Mississippi is out west.
Oh, no, I won't concede that. The Mississippi is in the east.
I still claim it's out west.
Well, let's not fight about it. The Mississippi has 2 parts, the head and the mouth. I'll take the mouth, and you can have the head.
No, I want the mouth.
Gosh, what a silly argument.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
What's the matter with you? You look like you didn't win the sweepstakes.
Oh, it isn't that so much. But Don and I just had an argument. He wants the mouth of the Mississippi.
That guy would kiss anybody.
Mary, do you think the scenery out west is better than in the east?
Sure, Jack. I think the Panama Canal is wonderful.
The Panama Canal is down south.
I know, but it's good enough to be in Hollywood.
Say, Kenny, come here. We're getting no place tonight, and I know you will help us get there.
Oh, you can count on me, Jack.
I know, but point blank, Kenny, which do you like better, the east or the west?
Well, Jack, I'm from California. And you know the climate out there is so marvelous you can raise anything.
That's right. You're right there.
My father's in the fruit growing business out there.
Oh, I didn't know that, Kenny. What does he raise?
Orange juice.
That's a fine joke on an empty stomach. Who told you to say that?
I promise not to tell.
Come on now, Kenny. Come on. Who told you to say that?
Well, you must know May West.
Oh, then you do like West better than the East.
Oh, I don't know. I never met Miss East.
Mary, what are you laughing at?
Harold Lloyd in the Milky Way.
Harold, did you see it?
No, but I heard it was funny.
Oh, right now I'd give $10 to see Johnny Green.
Here I am, and I can certainly use it.
Can't take a joke. Johnny, our hokum tonight deals with the East and the West. If you had your way, where would you live?
Where you are, Jack. I like your apartment.
Well, thanks, Johnny. It's someplace, isn't it? Huh?
Yeah, on a clear day you can see the window.
What window? But really, Johnny, isn't my apartment beautiful? Did you notice the baby grand?
Did I? How old is she?
2. Come here, Johnny. I'll tell you what she said this morning. Listen, I walk into her nursery and she says, "Hello, Daddy. I want to tell you."
And if you walk into Jack's kitchen, you will find Jell-O in the icebox and all 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
No kidding, Jack. Did she really say that?
Yeah. And what else do you think she said?
What?
Pay Johnny. Played by Johnny Green and his Eastern Californian. Say, that sounded swell, Johnny. Music doth soothe the savage beast.
Oh, thanks, Jack. I'm glad you liked it.
Of course, Johnny, I come from a family of musicians.
Oh.
You know, my father was quite musical.
Oh, really?
Yes, in fact, my father had a beard so long that he played a violin 3 years before he found out it was a cello. But really, I am a lover of music. It's always been my ambition to hear... Come in as usual. How do you do?
I'd like to see the star of this program.
Yes? Quiet, rat. I'm the star. Jack Benny is the name.
Are you Jack Benny?
Yes, sir.
That's funny. You don't look anything like your autograph.
Well, the profile is a little different. What do you want?
I'm a violinist. Here's my card.
Your card? Agnes, Bryant 90610.
Oh, gosh, it's on the other side.
Oh.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Johnny.
Is that Bryant 9 or Bryant 5?
Bryant 9. Is there anything else you want?
Yeah, have you got a nickel?
That's the wrong card. I'm a violinist, and I'd like to get on this program.
What's your name?
Fritz Packard.
Hear that, Johnny? Fritz Packard. Are you acquainted with Chrysler?
Yes, we're stopping at the same garage.
That's funny. I knew you'd say that. That's a nice violin you have there. Is it a Stradivarius?
What's that?
I said, is it a Stradivarius?
You'll have to pardon me. I can't hear very good.
Well, how do you play the violin?
By ear.
Well, I'm sorry, young man, but Mr. Green has several fiddlers in his orchestra, and in an emergency, I play the violin myself.
Why?
Oh, just for pastime, I guess. Do you know Mendelssohn's Spring Song?
What's the name of it?
Humorette.
I never heard of it. What I'm looking for is a job.
Well, where have you played before?
At weddings.
Weddings? Well, isn't that a good job?
Yes, but it only lasts a minute. I can't go on a honeymoon with him.
I guess you're right. But listen, young fella, I don't think we could use you. This is a comedy program.
A what?
A comedy program.
Well, you can trust me. It won't go any further.
I don't care how far it goes. It's no secret.
Well, don't get sore. All I want is a job.
Well, you'll have to see Johnny Green, our musical director.
What does he do?
He's over there with a stick in his hand.
Well, I'm not afraid of him. Where is he?
Right over there at the piano.
Oh, that guy. Well, hello, stranger.
Hello, Schlepperman. Hey, Jack. Jack, look who's here.
Well, Schlepperman, I didn't know it was you. Where'd you learn to speak English?
In Hollywood.
In Hollywood? Well.
Yes, I made a moving picture for Paramount. It's called Florida Special. Believe me, I'm a second Shirley Temple.
That's great. That's great. Well, what did you do? That's great. Well, what did you do? That's great. Well, what did you do? Fly back? You fly back here?
I came by automobile.
Oh, yeah? What kind of a car? What kind of a car? What kind of a car?
One day a limousine, the next day a touring car, the next day a roadster.
Your thumb does look a little weather-beaten, yeah. Did you do any trucking?
Sure, from Detroit to Cleveland. Hey, Cleveland, hey, Cleveland, hey, Cleveland, hey.
Well, anyway, Schlepperman, I'm glad you're back. But tell me, what was this violin trick you were playing on us?
Well, it's the only way you can get into the studio. You got to look like a musician.
Well, can you play the violin?
Of course, I even antagonize it. Here, let me show you. I'll give you a sample. Or sample.
All right, go ahead, Schlep. Come on, let's get What's the matter?
Well, are you satisfied?
I'm satisfied.
Well, sing, Kennelly.
You're here and I'm here with your heart and my heart awake in a dream of romance and delight. Can it be that tonight is our night? You're here and I'm here with your lips and my lips awake in a dream, and the stars looking down from above seem to sing, you're in love, you're in love. Now I'll walk with wings on my feet, now I'll feel that bitter is sweet. Other eyes may have charms, but my heaven will be in your arms. You're here, and I'm here with your heart and my heart away. Awake in a dream, in a dream of romance and delight. Oh, my love, let it be tonight. For tonight is the night. Was Awake in a Dream, sung by Kennela Baker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to read a letter I received this morning from a woman in Constantinople, South Dakota, regarding the plays we have been presenting on the Jello program. She says, Dear Mr. Benny, I am the mother of 12 children, 8 of whom are living with me, and the other 4 listen to your program. But we would all like to listen tonight, so why don't you give us a play that the children can enjoy? Something like Cinderella or The Little Glass Slipper. I know my kiddies would like that. Signed, yours very truly, Mrs. Dione Cantor. See, 12 children. Wait a minute.
What do you think? What do you think of that, Mary? Can you imagine what people ask you to do nowadays, huh?
Well, Jack, the customer's always right.
I know, but Cinderella. Say, Johnny, do you know anything about Cinderella?
If I did, I wouldn't talk.
Pardon me. Oh, Wilson.
Yes, Jack?
Here's a lady who wants us to do Cinderella. What do you think?
Well, why not do it? It's easy, you know. It's a fairy tale.
Yeah, I know.
Cinderella is the stepdaughter of a very aristocratic mother who has two daughters of her own. They all go to a ball at the royal palace given by the king. But they don't ask Cinderella as she has no clothes or social standing.
The first reason is enough, I think. But how can we play it, John? We haven't enough women in our cast, huh?
Oh, Jack, I have an idea.
Yeah?
Why not make it three brothers? You could be the stepbrother, Cinderella.
Cinderella?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there's an idea, huh?
And
I'm glad
Wilson-
Freddie didn't think of that first, you know?
And Wilson and Johnny could be the two mean, despicable brothers.
Smart bit of casting, if you ask me. Huh? What about Kenny Baker? Say, Kenny, what will you be?
I'll be 21 next week.
Well, I didn't have to ask him, you know. Well, anyway, madam, your children will get their wish. And this play, Cinderella, will go on immediately after the next number, which will be played by Johnny Green, while Kenny Baker sits down and writes himself a birthday card. Play, Johnny. Johnny Green and his orchestra with Johnny at the piano. And now, folks, the theater is already packed for this great play of ours, Cinderella. And the show is about to start. Curtain. Music, John.
Cinderella? Cinderella, what are you doing there?
Just cleaning the furnace, Mother. And I'm so tired.
Well, hurry up, you little brat. There's other work for you to do.
Yes, Mater.
That stepbrother of ours is slower than molasses.
And twice as sappy, that little tramp.
It's 8 o'clock. Now, come on, you boys. Put on your best clothes. You know the king is giving a blowout at the Royal Palace tonight, and you're both invited.
Okay, Ma. Oh, Mother, can I go to the palace, too?
No, you're only a stepchild. Now, you help Donald and Jonathan with their clothes, then get downstairs with the rest of the ashes.
All right, Mother. Gee, I wish I could go to the dance, now that I've learned how to swing it.
What, in that suit?
You'll be a fine-looking sight to appear before the king.
Yeah, you disgrace us all. You're too homely to go anyplace.
I am not homely. I'm better looking than Lanny Ross, ain't I, Mary?
No.
Oh, well.
Anyway, I'm not in the play yet.
Oh, yes.
Come on, boys. You must hurry or you'll be late for the ball.
All right. Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, my son. Cinder Allen, get down in the cellar and feed the rats.
Woe is me. How I wish I could have gone to the palace tonight.
Shut up. Now you get to work or I'll beat you to within an inch of your top.
Don't you touch me. You may be my stepmother, but don't you come a step farther.
I'm going now, you little brat. And when I return, I want to find your work done.
Oh, I am so unhappy. I wish I was Victor Hugo so I could be less miserable. Woe is me. Who is that? Who are you, pray tell? Sounds like the Crime Club program. Boo-hoo-hoo.
What are you crying for, young man?
Oh, I wish. Boo-hoo-hoo.
Cut out that Crosby stuff and tell me what you wish.
I wish I could go to the ball tonight.
Then I shall see that you go. I am your fairy godfather.
That's news to me. But I can't go in these clothes. What will the king and queen think of this shabby suit full of cinders?
With one touch of this magic wand, you will become a Beau Brummel. Yes. With one touch of this magic wand, and there you are. You are now Prince Charming.
Oh, Godfather, I look just like Clark Gable.
Yes, and you are dressed better than Carol Lombard.
Thank you. Thank you for this lovely tuxedo and high silk hat.
And have you noticed your slippers?
Yes, Godfather. They're a little stiff. What are they made of?
Glass.
Oh, glass slippers. Isn't that wonderful? Now my feet can see where they're going. But tell me, Godfather, how can I get to the palace? I have neither coach nor footman.
I'll fix that. Bring me that table.
The table, yes. Here you are, Dracula.
Now I shall touch it with my magic wand. Presto!
Oh, what a beautiful carriage. And look at the big red letters on the license plate. But, Godfather, there are no horses to draw the carriage.
Leave that to me. Go into the kitchen and fetch me 6 boxes of you know what.
With that extra rich, fresh, I get you. Here you are, Sven Garlic.
Now watch closely, and you shall have your horses. Strawberry. Raspberry. The cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Godfather. I'm so happy that I'm going to the palace after all and meet the princess.
Yes, Cinderella, you are going. But remember one thing. You must leave the palace and be home before the clock strikes 12, or again you will become a bum. Remember, you must be home by 12.
Yes, Godfather. Now, could you touch something else and turn it into $10 so I can take the princess out?
I was just going to touch you for $10.
I knew we went too far with this play. But wait, how can I go? I have no chauffeur.
I'll fix that, too.
Why, Kenny Baker, are you my chauffeur?
Yes, that's what I get for hanging around.
Now go, Cindy. And remember, you must be back by 12.
Yes. Goodbye, Godfather.
Goodbye, Cindy.
I'll see you, Mindy.
Goodbye, Cindy.
I'll see you, Mindy. I'll see you. It wasn't that funny.
Here you are, sir. The Roxy.
I don't want the Roxy. I want the Palace. And get there before the prices change.
Yes, sir. You bet.
The next scene finds Cinderella arriving at the Royal Palace where the ball is in full swing. Ah, Princess, you dance divinely. Shall we stroll into the garden?
What's out there?
The moonlight.
I don't want any.
Don't forget, Princess, the next dance is ours.
All right, but it'll cost you a dime. I wonder who that can be. All our invited guests are here.
Well, why not bid him enter, Princess?
Come in. Oh, my, what a handsome man.
I wonder who he can be.
Curses. With that guy around, we don't stand a chance with the princess.
Tell me who you are, you great, big, handsome brute.
I won't tell. It's me, folks. You know, Cinderella.
But surely you will tell me I am the princess.
Oh, don't bother with him. He's probably advertising something.
Go away, Jonathan. You too, Donald. I'm going to dance with this baby. Say, what's your name, good-looking?
Jack Charming. I mean, Prince Benny. Oh, I don't know. Call me Toots.
You know, brothers, there's something familiar about his face.
He looks not unlike a master of ceremonies that we know.
Princess, who are those royal punks?
Oh, just a couple of my suitors, but it's you I love.
Ah, Princess, shall we tackle the minuet?
Okay, sailor, let's go.
Ah, Princess, you are wonderful. You dance just like Ginger Rogers.
You dance like Fred Astaire.
Well, I know enough steps to be a stare. Kiss me. Kiss me, my fair one. Oh, that guy is here again.
Who's that?
I don't know. He's been nice to me.
Yes, and it's nearly 12 o'clock. And remember, Prince Charming, you must be home by the stroke of 12, or hallelujah, you're a bum.
Ah, my beloved, I must leave you now. I must be off.
No, no, no.
Yes, Princess, I must fly. The clock is striking 12.
Why, are you afraid of those gongs?
Yes, I'm an amateur prince.
What did I tell you? You wouldn't heed my warning.
Look, again I am in rags and tatters. I knew this dream couldn't last.
Throw the bum out.
Look, it's our stepbrother, Cinderella.
I knew his face was familiar.
But, Godfather, what happened to my beautiful tuxedo?
I'll show you what happened to it. Horatio! Horatio!
Yes, Mr. Godfather.
Tell him what happened to his clothes.
Well, Princey, here's the lowdown. I rent out princess suits for all kinds of dances and masquerades. And Mr. Grandfather told me I should rent you this suit until 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Well, it's 12 o'clock. Here I am. I got the suit and thank you.
Alackaday, alackaday.
You said it. And you, Princess, don't forget, please. I want the dress back in the morning.
Oh, look, I still have my glass slippers.
That reminds me, I want your socks back in the morning, too. Play, Johnny.
I'm one of those people who believes there's a lot of pleasure to be had from something new and exciting to eat. If you agree, and I'll bet you do, I can tell you how to make a grand new dish. It's apricot cheese salad, a happy combination of apricots and lemon jello. Here's how to make it. Dissolve a package of lemon jello in a pint of warm water and chill until slightly thickened. Then add 2.5 cups of canned apricots. Mold firm and turn out on crisp lettuce. Garnish with real mayonnaise and little squares of cream cheese. It's swell. Luscious apricots in a clear, shimmering mold of lemon jello. You like the color combination of pale yellow and apricot gold, and you'll go for the flavor combination in a big way. Jello tastes twice as good as ever before, so use it for salads as well as desserts, and you'll find it twice as useful. Just be big red letters on the package. They spell Jello.
The last number of the 27th program in the new Jello series, and we'll with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Oh, Johnny.
Yes, Jack?
I want to wish you good luck on your opening at the Paramount Theater Saturday.
Thank you very much.
And I hope you all liked our sketch, Cinderella. And the moral of our little play is, be it ever so humble.
There's no clothes like your own.
Good night, folks.
program were Awaken a Dream from the motion picture Desire and Love in Bloom from She Loves Me Not. This is the National Broadcasting.
The Jack Benny Program. From the Marine Memorial Theater in San Francisco, California, Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis A. Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're broadcasting from the historic city of San Francisco. San Francisco, known the world over for its beautiful Golden Gate, its luxurious buildings, its extensive harbor, its gigantic and impressive bridges.
By the time he gets to me, I won't mean a thing. Now I know how Berkeley feels. Continue, Don.
If this were television, we'd show you several of these ageless wonders. But since this is radio, we can bring you only one ageless wonder, and here he is, Jack Benny! Thank you. I've only got 2 thank yous written here, but I say it 3 times. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm not going to bore you out for that introduction. Not that it wasn't clever, but every time someone jokes about my age, it starts a long controversy. Controversy?
Yes, I'm 39, and nobody can prove differently.
Well, I don't believe you're 39, and I'm going to check with the doctor who delivered you.
Well, you can forget it, Don. He died in 1900. Anyway, let's drop the subject. You know, there are plenty of other things to talk about besides my age. This is my final day at the Kern Theater, and I want to thank all the people in San Francisco for making me feel so at home. San Francisco is a beautiful city, and I hate to leave.
I don't blame you. When are you going back to Los Angeles?
Well, I want to go back on the Lark tomorrow night, but I just couldn't get a reservation.
Jack, I think I can help you with that.
You can?
Yeah, I don't like to brag, but I carry quite a bit of weight in this town.
Well, I would... Don, would you mind repeating that?
I said I carry quite a bit of weight in this town.
Don, you carry so much... No, I won't say it. I won't say it. I've been doing good business at the Kern Theater. Why spoil it, you know? But I've been calling about a reservation on the Lark tonight. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Mary, I don't know what's come over me, but I've never seen you look so pretty before. I don't know, your complexion so clear, your cheeks so rosy. Have you got on your new makeup?
No, you've got on your new glasses.
Oh, yes. And Mary, I had these glasses made especially for San Francisco. Look at them.
Well, I don't see anything different.
Look closer.
Well, I'll be darned. Windshield wipers.
Yes, sir. Not only that, press the little button on the bridge of my glasses.
Holy smoke, built-in fog lights.
Yes, sir. There's nothing like... Mary, what are you sticking your finger in my ear for?
I'm checking your oil.
Oh, stop being silly.
Well, Mary, we'll soon be leaving San Francisco. Did you have a good time here?
Oh, just wonderful, Don. There's so much to do and so much to see.
Yeah, I get a kick out of everything here. Even the little things like the cable cars, you know?
What's so funny, Mary?
Well, I'm laughing at Jack talking about cable cars. I saw him yesterday morning on Powell Street.
What happened?
Well, when he thought no one was looking, he walked out in the middle of the street, stuck his finger in the slot, hooked it around the cable, and got hooked up the hill for nothing.
The way you read that, I didn't think I was going to get up the hill at all. Got hooked up the hill? Anyway, Mary, I just did that for a gag.
Oh, some gag. You were carrying 4 passengers.
Only 3 counted. 1 had a transfer. So don't be so smart.
Oh, I'm only kidding, Jack. You know, I'll be kind of sorry to leave San Francisco. We've been here for quite a while, and yet there's so many things that we'd all enjoy seeing again. The top of the Mark.
Fisherman's Wharf. The Mint.
Chinatown.
The Golden Gate. The Mint.
Wait a minute, Jack. Are you sure there's a mint in San Francisco?
Certainly. There are 6 mints in the United States. They're in San Francisco, Denver, Philadelphia, New York, Seattle, and New Orleans.
Oh, is there a mint in Washington, D.C.?
No, Mary. There are only mints in San Francisco, Denver, Philadelphia, New York, Seattle, and New Orleans. The one in Washington, D.C. is the Bureau of Engraving.
Oh, that's where they make the paper money.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny, but I've never been in a mint.
Well, they are kind of hard to get into, you know.
Mary, if you want to visit the local mint, I can arrange it for you.
Will you tan, Don?
Certainly. I carry a lot of weight in this town.
Well, Don, that would be... Don, would you mind repeating that?
I was afraid of that, huh?
I carry a lot of weight in this town.
Don, you carry... No, I won't say it. I won't say it. I've got a good summer job at the maid company. I don't want to lose it.
You're right, Mary. Anyway, Don, do you think you can...
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Dennis, I want to welcome you back to the program. We missed you last week.
Well, thanks.
How come you weren't on the show last week, Dennis?
Oh, I was sick.
Oh, yes, I received your telegram. But you never did mention what was wrong with you.
Oh, I felt awful. I had to have the doctor and everything. I had chills and fever and temperature and butterflies in my stomach.
No kidding. What'd the doctor do?
Well, he told me to stop eating butterflies.
You take them, will you, Mary? I tire easily.
Okay, Jack. Dennis, when did you arrive in San Francisco?
Yesterday morning, Mary.
Well, what have you been doing since then?
Oh, I've been spending most of my time in my hotel room.
Oh, have you got a nice place?
Yeah, I've got a room with hot and cold running.
Hot and cold running water?
I don't know. There isn't any bathroom.
Dennis, I know I'm silly to ask you this. And the only possible good it can do the program is that Remley might laugh, fall off his stool, and break his guitar. But I'm going to ask it anyway.
Yes, sir.
First of all, though I want to be sure of my facts, your hotel room has no water, no bathroom.
That's right.
Well, what do you do when you need a bath?
Keep away from people.
Well, I asked a stupid question and stupid answered it. Now, Dennis, how about singing your song?
Yes, sir. I'm going to sing Your Mother and Mine.
Good. Go ahead, kid.
The angel voice that bids you good night kisses your cheek, whispers sleep tight. Your mother and mine. Your mother and mine. The helping hand that guides you along, whether you're right, whether you're wrong. Your mother and mine. Your mother and mine. What makes mothers all that they are?
was Dennis Day singing Your Mother and Mine. Very good, Dennis. It was excellent. And now, ladies and
I
gentlemen...
thought several of my notes were flat.
No, Dennis. They were fine. And now,
My
ladies and
enunciation was horrible.
No, Dennis. It was perfect. And now,
I
ladies...
thought my phrasing was lousy.
Dennis, why did you run yourself down like that?
When you're loaded with talent, you have to be modest.
Look, Dennis. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Thanks. Here, boy, here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now I can go to the top of the mark and have coffee and Cimarron rolls.
See, they have those Cimarron rolls everywhere, don't they?
Who's the telegram from, Jack?
Oh, it's from the manager of the Zen Theatre. It says, Dear Jack, you were right. Total attendance yesterday was 4,207 instead of 4,206. How you can count with that spotlight in your eyes, I'll never know. Of course, Mary, I was right. Anyway, Oh, hello, Bob.
Hi, Jack. Hello, everybody.
Well, Bob, our visit to San Francisco is about over. I suppose you'll be glad getting back home to your wife and children, huh?
Yes, Jack, but I'll kind of hate to leave. You know, it was right here in this city that I made my start in the entertainment business when I was just a kid.
Oh, I didn't know that, Bob.
Yes, Mary, my first job was singing with Anson Weeks Orchestra. I was just 15 years old, and I lasted one whole day. Then Anson told me if I could sound like Bing, he'd rehire me. So the next day I was back auditioning for him. I sang all of Bing's big hits like Blue of the Night, Please, I Surrender Dear, White Christmas, When the Swallows...
Wait a minute, Bob. You couldn't have sung White Christmas. It wasn't written then.
Well, I know, but I was desperate.
Did you get the job?
No, I had a tough break, Mary. Right in the middle of the audition, my voice changed.
Gee, that's a coincidence. When I was 15, my voice changed, too.
Really, Dennis?
Yeah, it got higher.
Quiet, Dennis. Bob, what'd you do after you left Anson Weeks?
Well, I formed my own orchestra, but I had pretty tough sledding. Anyway, we finally landed a job playing at Forbidden City.
Forbidden City? Isn't that a Chinese nightclub?
Mm-hmm. We were billed as Chang Wu Crosby's Royal Mongolians and the sweetest music this side of the Emeryville mudflat.
Well, Bob, enough of these reminiscences. We've got a show to do. And that reminds me, hey, why did Remley miss rehearsal yesterday?
Well, Frankie went to visit his brother.
Well, couldn't he be gone the day before?
No, yesterday was visiting day.
Oh, Remley's brother's in San Quentin, huh?
No, Alcatraz.
What'd he do?
Nothing. He's just Remley's brother.
They'll get you on that every time.
You know, Jack, I'd like to visit Alcatraz sometime.
Well, Bob, very few tourists get to see it. You know?
Wait a minute, Bob, wait a minute. If you'd like me to arrange a sightseeing tour of Alcatraz for you, I can do it.
Really, Don?
Certainly. I carry a lot of weight in this town.
Don, I don't want to hear any more about how much weight you carry in this town. If I hear that once more, I'll... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Jones of Southern Pacific Railway.
Oh, yes. You finally get reservations for me on the Lark to Los Angeles for tomorrow night?
No, sir, I'm sorry, but the best I can do is to get your reservations on Friday.
Gee, I can't see why the train should be so crowded tomorrow night. There are 16 cars in that train, aren't there?
Yes, sir, but only 2 of the cars are carrying passengers.
Only 2? What are the other 14 cars for?
They're taking back the money you made up here.
You know, that's why I want to be on the same train. I don't want to be lonesome, you know? Aren't there any other trains leaving for Los Angeles tomorrow?
Yes, sir, the Daylight.
What time does it leave?
9 o'clock tomorrow night.
Well, wait a minute. If the train leaves at 9 at night, why do you call it the Daylight?
I don't know. We're just a crazy, mixed-up bunch of kids.
I wish I could get on tomorrow's lark.
I'm sorry I couldn't arrange that for you, Mr. Benny, but I do have some good news for you. I've got all the reservations for your summer vacation trip exactly as you planned it.
His summer vacation? Where's he going?
San Francisco, Denver, Philadelphia, New York, Seattle, and New Orleans.
And Mr. Jones, have my trip end in Washington, D.C. I want to see them print them, too. Goodbye, Mr. Jones.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Balzer. He's one of my writers. We finally gave him a part to read. You know, you can save a few bucks that way, you know? And now, kids...
Oh, just a second, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Don't you think it's time for a commercial?
Well, I certainly do. What have you got?
Well, the Sportsman Quartet have been spending a lot of time in Chinatown, and they've arranged a number they feel would be very appropriate for San Francisco.
Oh, they were in Chinatown. Oh, well, fine, Don. Let's hear it.
Okay. Take it, fellas.
Chinatown, my Chinatown, where the lights are low, hearts that know no other land, drifting to and fro. Dreamy, dreamy Chinatown, almond eyes of brown, hearts beam light and life is bright in dreamy Chinatown.
That was really wonderful, Don. As a matter of fact, if I were doing my television show from San Francisco next Sunday, I'd have had a Chinese scene in it, just for that number, you know?
Jack, do you mean to tell me the next Sunday you're doing another television show?
That's right, Don. Time certainly flies, doesn't it? You know, sometimes Come in. Well, look who's here. Lieutenant Governor Goodwin Knight of California.
Hello, Jack.
Governor, this is a great pleasure having you visit us on our radio show.
Thank you, Jack, but I'm really here at the request of Governor Earl Warren.
Gosh, Governor Warren, what a coincidence. You know, the last time I did a show in San Francisco 7 years ago, he was my guest star.
I know, but that's why he sent me here. You haven't paid him yet.
Paid him? Why, I was sure I sent him a check.
Oh, Jack, I was only joking. Governor Warren got your check and decided to keep it as a souvenir. He had it framed and keeps it in his office.
But how could he get my check back after he cashed it?
Oh, he didn't cash it.
Good. By the way, Governor, I'd like you to catch my stage show at the Current Theatre. I close tonight, you know.
I've already seen the show, Jack. I was there last night.
Wait a minute. Last night, were you sitting in the 14th row right on the aisle?
That's right.
And you came into the theater about 20 minutes late?
Yes, that's right. How did you know?
That empty seat had me worried to death. You see, I'm working on percentage, and I need all I can make. After all, on April 15th, I had to pay my state income taxes, and I sent a big check to Sacramento.
You did?
Yes. Doesn't that make you happy?
Why should it? I'm not working on a percentage.
You're not, eh? Well, you ought to get a different agent.
Oh, Jack, just a minute, please.
What is it, Bob?
Well, excuse me, but I'd like to ask the governor something.
Well, go ahead.
Well, it's confidential, Governor. Do you mind if I whispered in your ear? No, not at all. Well, Governor, I'm sorry, Bob. Tell Remley I couldn't help his brother. That's a federal prison. Oh, well, then he'll just have to continue taking swimming lessons.
By the way, Governor, I'd like you to meet the rest of my cast. This is Mary.
Hello, Governor. It's awfully nice meeting you.
I've been looking forward to meeting you, too, Mary.
And last but not least, in my cast, my announcer, Don Wilson.
Hello, Governor.
Hello, Don. Nice seeing you again.
Again?
Certainly. Don is very popular up here in San Francisco, and he's very important, too.
You see, Jack? You see?
Governor, you're not kidding me about Don being important, are you?
No, Jack. Don carries a lot of weight in this town.
He does?
Yeah, especially around the Bay Area.
He's got gestures and everything. Well, Governor, I guess...
That's not a discretion.
No. Governor, I guess you've met my entire cast, huh?
Not yet, Jack. You haven't introduced me to Dennis Day.
I know, and someday you'll thank me. Believe me.
Jack, it's been a pleasure meeting you and your whole great gang. And if you're ever in Sacramento, call me up and I'll take you to lunch.
Lunch?
Well, if you haven't got time to have lunch, we can just have some coffee and cimarron rolls.
Yes, we will. Well, goodbye, Governor, and thanks for dropping in.
Goodbye, Jack.
I wish I could get him on my show steady. You know, he's such a sweet guy and so accommodating. But I guess we're going to have to get President Eisenhower on the program if we're going to help Remley's brother. I don't know. Anyway, it was nice of him. Hello?
Oh, boss, it's Rochester.
Rochester, I've been trying to reach you all day. Where are you?
I'm in Sausalito.
Sausalito, what are you doing there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
That's the main industry here.
What?
They got so much of it, they export it.
Oh, you mean things are kind of quiet over there?
Quiet? They just arrested a silkworm for disturbing the peace.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. I didn't give you permission to go over there.
I know, boss, but I had a couple of spare hours on my hands.
Uh-huh.
And I was kind of lonesome.
Yeah?
And then I remembered I knew a girl over here in Sausalito.
All right, so what happened?
Main industry, nothing.
Well, look, Rochester, were there any calls or messages for me at the hotel?
Well, just before I left, the music critic from one of the San Francisco newspapers came to interview you.
Uh-huh.
So I told him everything I knew about your career as a comedian.
Well, good.
Then he wanted to know how you personally classified yourself as a violinist.
How I classified myself?
Yeah, so I told him that you thought your tone wasn't as resonant as it should be.
You told him that?
Yeah, then I told him you thought your fingering was clumsy and your bowing was awkward.
Rochester, why did you tell him that?
Boss, even when you haven't done it, you gotta be modest.
I guess so. Well, goodbye, Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of the people of San Francisco for being so nice to me. I want to thank Lieutenant Governor Goodwin Knight for appearing on my show.
Oh, Mr. Benny, I'm mad at you for not introducing me to Governor Knight.
Why?
What a great team we'd make, night and day.
Good night, everybody. Good day.
Listen again next week to the Jack Benny Show. Don Wilson speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. Jack Benny program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike.
Lucky's taste better.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Better get a carton today.
Hello, friends. This is Don Wilson. Lucky's do taste better, cleaner, fresher, and smoother. And you know, a nationwide survey in 80 leading colleges based on actual student interviews reveals that more smokers in these colleges prefer Lucky's than any other cigarette. By a wide margin, too. What's more, Lucky Strike gained far more smokers in these colleges than the nation's two other principal brands combined. And why? Lucky's better taste. Yes, sir. Better taste is the number one reason the students gave for smoking Lucky's. Of course, when it comes to real smoking enjoyment, nothing beats better taste. And Lucky Strike is the cigarette that gives you better taste. So get the cleaner, fresher, smoother taste you want in your cigarette. Next pack you buy, make it Lucky Strike.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Better get a carton today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after this program, Jack Benny does his television show. Meanwhile, let's go back to last Thursday and show you how our gang spent Thanksgiving. Our scene opens in Jack's home in Beverly Hills.
Night and day, I am the one. Thanksgiving comes and goes, but I'm never done.
Rochester.
I'm working all the time. I'm nothing but a one-man assembly line. Night and day.
Miss Lanza.
Day and night.
Mario, what's come over you? You've been singing all day today.
Well, I'm happy, boss. Here it is Thanksgiving, and I could have been born a turkey.
Oh. You wouldn't have liked that, huh?
No, I couldn't stand being in an oven undressed and people looking in at me every few minutes.
I know. Say, Rochester, I'm going to Miss Livingston's house for a Thanksgiving party, so will you help me get dressed? I'm going formal, you know.
Okay, but if I were you, I'd change my mind about wearing that old tuxedo.
Why, what'd you do to it?
Oh, it's nothing I did, boss. But the last time I went to get it, the closet was full of moths.
Moths? Oh, my goodness. Were they eating my tuxedo?
Eating it? They didn't even look up when I came in.
Well, do you think the holes will show?
I don't know, but if the wind is blowing, face it, boss. Face it.
Well, I don't care. I'm still going to wear them.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
The whole gang is here. When are you coming over?
Pretty soon. And, Mary, I got a surprise for you. I'm going to dress formal.
Formal? But, Jack, that tuxedo of yours is so old it's green.
Mary, my tuxedo isn't green.
Okay, but stay away from the salad bowl. You may get stabbed with a fork.
Oh, stop, will you?
Jack, the reason I called you is, well, I've been so busy getting the dinner ready for you and the gang, I forgot to get some flowers. So I thought maybe you'd stop over at the florist and bring me some.
Okay, Mary. I'll bring you half a dozen roses.
Only a half dozen? But, Jack, they don't cost so much.
Well, no, the roses alone don't, Mary, but you're going to the expense of the entire dinner. Why should you spend any more? You know, after all, you're doing enough.
Jack, I meant for you to buy the roses.
Oh. Well, Mary, you didn't have to beat around the bush. Why didn't you come right out and say so? Of course I'll bring them. Goodbye. I'll get it, Rochester. When you say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you. When you ask me to.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, hello, Mr. Gibson. Mr. Kitzel, what brings you here?
I was passing by and I stopped to wish you a happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's nice of you. Come on in.
Thank you. Wait till I tie this leash.
Oh, you got your dog with you?
No, my turkey. I'm taking it out for a walk.
Mr. Kitzel, you're taking a turkey for a walk?
A long walk.
Why?
By the time we get home, she'll be so glad to lay down, the rest will be easy.
Oh, well, tell me, Mr. Kitzel, are you going to have much company at your Thanksgiving dinner?
My wife's relatives.
Oh, just your wife's relatives?
Just. Ooh. You should have so many listeners.
Gee, how many are going to be there?
My wife's mother and father, her sister Claudette, her 3 brothers, one of her aunts, 2 of her nephews, and a distant cousin from Wyoming.
Wyoming?
Wild Bill Shapiro.
Wild Bill Shapiro?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a cowboy?
No, a used car dealer.
Say, your wife really has a big family. Do they always come to your house for Thanksgiving dinner?
Unfortunately, yes. And this time they came early.
When did they come?
In 1947.
Mr. Kitzel, you're joking.
Well, I got to be going, Mr. Benny. Goodbye.
So long, Mr. Kitzel, and a happy Thanksgiving.
I'll force myself.
You'll make it. Goodbye. Imagine so many relatives. Oh, my goodness, look what time it is. Rochester, help me get dressed now. I'm late for Miss Livingston's party. Gee, I'll bet the whole gang is there already having a wonderful time.
Now, let's have some more entertainment. Bob, how about a song?
Yeah, come on,
Sure. No, Mary, it's your turn to sing.
Not me.
I'll tell you what, Mary. Let's sing a number together.
Yeah, go ahead, kids. The Sportsman Quartet will join you.
So you met someone who set you back on your heels. Goody, goody. So you met someone and now you know how it feels. Goody, goody.
So you gave her your heart too?
Yeah, just as I gave mine to you.
And she broke it in little pieces.
That was a mess.
Now how do you do? So you lie awake just singing the blues all night. Goody, goody. So you think that love's a barrel of dynamite. Hooray and hallelujah, you had it coming to ya. Goody, goody for you.
Goody, goody for me.
And I hope you're satisfied, you rascal you.
Every time you lie to Lucky, you're gonna say, goody, goody, 'cause the Lucky's made much better in every way. Goody, goody,
Goody, goody.
Lucky Strikes taste better too. They're a smoother smoke, it's true. Take a look at that fine tobacco, cleaner through and through. Everybody knows a Lucky has no loose ends. Goody, goody, you can recommend a Lucky Strike to your friends. The Christmas rush is starting.
Hallelujah.
Buy Lucky's by the carton. Goody, goody for you. Goody, goody for me. Lucky Strike's a better tasting cigarette.
Everybody's gonna have a fine time tonight. Goody, goody. With song and dance, the party has started right. Be happy and go lucky. Smoke Lucky's from Kentucky. Goody, goody for you.
Goody, goody for you.
Yes, goody, goody for me.
Goody, goody for me. Lucky Strike's a better tasting cigarette.
Oh, say, hey, that was really wonderful. Tom, it was a swell idea. You're bringing the whole band here to Mary's house.
Well, I thought it'd be kind of nice to have some music.
Bob, I don't mind your band being here, but your boys have a lot of nerve putting one of my best dishes on the piano for an ashtray.
Oh, what ashtrays? That's for tips.
Tips? What a gang.
Say, Mary, when do we eat?
Not till Jack gets here.
Well, Mary, I don't care for myself, but I wish you'd feed the boys in the band. They're starving.
Well, can't they hold out?
Well, I don't think so. Gee, I just passed them some crackers and Bagby ate my wristwatch.
No.
Yeah, he thought the strap was a long anchovy.
Well, Bob, we'll eat in just about a few minutes.
I hope so. I've been here ever since 6:30 this morning.
6:30 this morning? Dennis, how come you got here so early?
Well, I got to come by bus, and I wanted to make sure I'd be here on time.
Well, Dennis, how far do you live from here?
3 miles.
Well, if you only live 3 miles away, why did you start out so early?
Who knew I'd take the right bus?
Well, then you did take the right bus.
It must have been. It got me to San Diego in time to catch the plane back here.
Wait a minute, Dennis. You took a bus to San Diego and then flew back here to Los Angeles? Why'd you do that?
Oh, the only way I know how to get to your house is from the airport.
Oh, fine. Don, you better take Dennis home tonight.
Sure, Mary. What time do you want to go, Dennis?
Oh, anytime, Don. Our plane doesn't leave for San Diego till midnight.
Dennis, do your mother and father celebrate Thanksgiving?
No.
I didn't think so.
Mary, when the food's all ready, let me know, and I'm going to help you serve it.
Well, thank you, Bob, but it won't be necessary. I've hired a butler for the day. I'll get it. I can't give you anything but love. Oh, hello, Jack. What took you so long?
I don't know, but it's about time. I'll tell you what took me so long, Mary. I had to stop for the flowers. Here you are, Mary.
Well, thank you.
Is everybody here?
Sure, they're in the living room. Let's go in. Jack, you did wear that old tuxedo, didn't you?
Oh, it's not so old. Hiya, fellas.
Oh,
Hello, Bob.
Hiya, Jack. Wow, say, that is original.
What?
Oh, a tuxedo made out of chlorophyll.
It is not made out of chlorophyll.
Well, they could use a little.
Never mind. It's a perfectly good suit. There's nothing wrong with it.
I've got one just like it.
You see?
I wear it in all the St. Patrick's Day parades.
Dennis, do me a favor. Don't be on my side. Now go sit down.
Thanks. I've been here ever since 6:30.
He thinks I'm going to ask him why. He's crazy. Now, for $1 million, I'm not going to go through what happened 3 weeks ago.
Well, say, Jack, you should have been here a few minutes ago. I did a tap dance.
You did, eh? Well, you kids must have been having a lot of fun.
Yeah, gee, it's great getting together on Thanksgiving like this.
You said it, Bob. And this year, you know, we should all be thankful. I know I am. See, when I get up in the morning and I hear the birds singing, I got the beautiful moonlight at night, I get all the fresh air I need, all the sunshine I want.
So far, it hasn't cost you a dime.
What are you complaining about? You got your flowers, didn't you? Now, let's not stand around arguing. What we need is entertainment.
That's right. Say, Dennis, it'll be a little while before we eat. So how about a song?
Yeah, come on, Dennis. How about it, huh?
Come on, Denny, go ahead.
Yeah, it's about time somebody asked me. I've been here ever since 6:30.
I'm not going to ask him why.
Jack, while Dennis is singing, will you mix the salad?
Sure, Mary, but let me wear your apron. I don't want to get my tuxedo dirty.
Okay. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, Dennis, go ahead and sing your... I'll get it, Mary. I'll get the door. Hold the song till I come back, kid. When you say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you. When you ask me to... Yes?
How do you do? Is this Miss Livingston's residence?
Yes, it is.
Well, Miss Livingston is expecting me for Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh, well, come right in. You got here just in time. The fun's just started.
How nice.
Here, Here, let me take your hat.
Thank you.
Your coat?
Thank you.
Now follow me. Hey, kids! Oh, pardon me. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jack Benny.
How do you do? I'm the new butler.
Hey, kids! What? The butler?
Yes. Are you the downstairs maid?
I happen to be a guest here. I'm wearing this apron because I don't want to get salad dressing on my chlorophyll. I mean, my tuxedo. If you're the butler, the kitchen is right through that door.
Thank you.
Jack, who is at the door?
Nobody.
Well, whose coat and hat are you carrying?
Oh, darn it, they're your butlers. He just came in. All right. Go ahead and sing, Dennis.
Well, Mr. Benny, I'm going to introduce a new song, and if you like it, maybe you'll want to use it on your television show.
Maybe. Let's hear it. Come on.
Are all that I have for you. Sweetheart, won't you try dreaming too and fly with me afar up to a star for a rendezvous. And the special dreams you inspire fill my lonely heart with desire to take you for my own, for mine alone. Then dream anew. We'll have rainbows blend for our wedding jubilee, and an ever-ending June night, as long as we demand it be. Dreams, yes, dreams alone. I have nothing else I confess. Still I know we'll find happiness. My heart within me cries, please close your eyes and dream, dear, with me.
Hey, fellas, everybody in the dining room. Dinner's on the table.
It's about time. I've been here ever since 6:30.
Dennis, I'm not going to ask you why, so be quiet. Hey, kids, I'll tell you what. Let's all march in the dining room. Let's have a good old conga line.
Okay.
Da-da-da-da-da, boom. Da-da-da-da-da, boom. Da-da-da-da-da, boom. Don, if you can't control it, don't swing it. heaven's sake.
Oh, Jack, you and your ideas. Now, come on in, fellas. The dinner will get cold.
Okay, let's go.
Jack, we're short of chairs. Bring in the piano bench.
All right, be with you in a minute. Hey, what's this dish on top of the piano? Well.
Hey, Jack, you get your hands out of there. That's for the boys.
Oh.
Jack!
How can she see from the other room? Here I come with the piano bench.
I wonder what's keeping that butler. Oh, Croveney. Croveney.
I don't know why you hired that smart aleck butler anyway. I'll get. Hey, Croveney.
Yes, sir.
Croveney, we're ready to... Croveney, why did you come in here barefooted? Where are your shoes?
I'm sorry. I took them off by mistake.
What?
I used to work in a winery.
Stop with the joke. Just bring in the food.
All right.
What a butler. Well, I still can't understand what made you hire him.
Dinner is served. Here's the turkey.
Gee, that turkey looks good.
Jack, will you do the carving?
Sure, I love to carve. Give me that knife. Mary, what do you want, white meat or dark meat?
White meat, please.
How about you, Dennis?
Oh, I'll have a drumstick.
Okay. Now, Don, would you like the white meat, dark meat, a leg, or a wing?
Yes, thank you, with mashed potatoes.
Say, Bob, look at Bagby. He's eating with his hands.
Yeah. Hey, Bagby.
What do you want?
Have you tried your knife and fork?
Yes, and they're delicious.
What?
Yeah, he eats everything. Wristbands, jewelry, shoehorns.
How do you like that?
Oh, Miss Livingston, shall I serve the hot biscuits now?
Yes, Croveney.
I'll have one.
Very well. There.
Croveney, don't throw the biscuits.
Certainly not.
Why don't you stand closer to the table?
I've been watching these people eat, and I don't want to get any on me.
Croveney, your job is just to serve the food and not to antagonize the guests.
Yes, madam.
Say, Mr. Benny, how about making a speech?
Yeah, go ahead, Jack. Say something.
Well...
You know, this is the first time we've all had dinner together in a long time, so go ahead, make a speech.
Okay. Well, kids, it's sure nice for all of us to be here on Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, a day set aside where families can get together in common bond and humbly give thanks in a spirit of brotherly love.
Hear, hear.
Thank you. A day that was originally started by the Pilgrim Fathers. The Pilgrim Fathers. That stalwart, staunch group of men and women who left their native shore.
Don, stop eating.
And after many months of suffering, had their hardship rewarded by safely landing at Cape Cod in the year of 1620. Yes, our Pilgrim Fathers...
Jack.
Our Pilgrim Fathers...
Jack.
What is it, Don?
The Pilgrims didn't land at Cape Cod. They landed at Plymouth Rock.
No, Don. It was Cape Cod.
Jack, any schoolboy knows it was Plymouth Rock. How can you say Cape Cod?
Don, don't tell me anything about history. I went to school, too. I say the Pilgrims landed at Cape Cod.
They didn't land at Cape Cod. It was Plymouth Rock.
Don, they landed at Cape Cod, and if you don't...
Jack, put down that carving knife.
Oh, pardon me.
Beast.
Croveney, you stay out of it. Now, Don, this is Thanksgiving, so let's not quarrel. You think it was Plymouth Rock? I know it was Cape Cod. You can take my word for it. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, so do I. It was Plymouth Rock.
It was Cape Cod.
Oh, for heaven's sake, cut it out. Croveney, serve the dessert, will you?
I will if those two gentlemen will get off the table.
I will if he will.
I'll have some more of that white meat.
That's my leg.
We should... You should have told me sooner. I put some gravy on it.
Well, wipe it off. Now, Don Wilson, I think it's awful for you to come here on Thanksgiving, accept Mary's hospitality, and start a big argument like this.
I didn't start the argument. You did. And you can ask anybody, and they'll tell you the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock.
I don't care who you ask. I still say they landed at Cape Cod.
Jack, for goodness sake, finish the speech you started.
I'll do it if everybody will shut up. Now, as I was saying, friends, we're gathered here on Thanksgiving Day in a spirit of friendship.
I gathered at 6:30.
Friendship, a word that in itself represents that binding tie between all people. Let's try, friends. Let's try to keep the feeling that is so prevalent on this day throughout the entire year. So whenever you feel discouraged, just think of the spirit of those pilgrims who sailed across the ocean deep and finally landed at Cape Cod. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back in just a minute because I want to tell you about my television show, which goes on immediately after this program. But first...
Lucky tastes better.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Better get a carton, today.
Friends, you'll cheer Lucky's too once you smoke them, because in a cigarette, nothing beats better taste. And Lucky's do taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Now, this better taste starts with Lucky's fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco. Everybody knows LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And just as important, Lucky's taste better because they're made better. They're made round and firm and fully packed to give you a cleaner, fresher, smoother taste. No wonder a nationwide survey based on actual student interviews in 80 leading colleges reveals that more smokers in these colleges prefer Lucky's than any other cigarette. Yes, and Lucky Strike gained far more smokers in these colleges than the nation's two other principal brands combined. Now, the number one reason the students gave for smoking Lucky's was better taste. No doubt about it. Nothing beats better taste. And Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Remember that when you step up to your favorite cigarette counter. Be happy. Go Lucky. Get better taste today.
Be happy, go Lucky, get better taste today.
Boss, you haven't got time to read. You're supposed to do your television show in 30 seconds.
I know, Rochester. I'm not reading. I'm just looking something up in this history book. Here it is. In the year of 1620, the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock. Gee, it wasn't Cape Cod. It was Plymouth Rock. Don Wilson was right. Well, I hate to do this, but I guess I'll just have to call him up and fire him. If he's so smart, he can get another job. See you in a few seconds, folks.
Jack Benny program this week was written by Milt Josephsberg, John Tackerberry, Al Gordon, Hal Goldman, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Mark. Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
American.
Lucky Strike. First again with Tobacco Man. First again with Tobacco Man. More independent tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined. There you have the findings of a recent impartial survey which reveals the personal smoking preference of tobacco men. Auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen. Yes, the survey shows Lucky Strike. First again with Tobacco Men. First again with Tobacco Men. First again with the men who can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. So light up a Lucky. Puff by puff, you'll see. LSMFT. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So for your own, real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke the smoke tobacco expert smoke. Lucky Strike. First again with Tobacco Men. Lucky Strike. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny and his gang are appearing this week at the Palace Theatre here in Cleveland. Right now, Jack is in his dressing room and Rochester is helping him make up for the next stage show. Let's look in on him.
Rochester, how long do you... Ouch! How long do you think it'll... Ouch! Be before... Ouch! Ouch!
Boss, hold still or you'll knock the tweezers out of my hand.
All right, but try to go... Ouch!
It's your own fault, boss. If you'd buy a razor blade, I wouldn't have to pluck out your whiskers.
I can't get this close a shave with a razor.
Okay, I'm through now.
Good. I have to go on stage again in a half hour. Gee, I'm glad business is so good. It was swell in Detroit, too. What was the total receipt for the box office in Detroit, Roger?
We took in $93,267.43 in a Hoover button.
A Hoover button? Who put that in?
Hoover.
Hoover?
Yeah, he ain't worked in 16 years.
Now, Rochester, I'd like to...
Oh, say, boss, you better give me a little more petty cash. I had to pay the cleaners $3.50.
Oh, I didn't even know my stuff came back from the cleaners. Where is it?
Well, I folded your slacks and put them in the trunk. Mm-hmm. I brushed your coat and put it in the closet. And I parted your hair and put it in the drawer.
Oh, was that my hair? I've been throwing it breadcrumbs all morning.
Now, hold still, boss, while I finish making you up. I gotta put a little more mascara on the eyes. There.
Thank you, Rochester. You know, during our last show yesterday, when the spotlight was shining on me, I heard a woman in the second row turn to her friend and say, "Oh, Mildred, don't his eyes look like twilight on the blue waters of Lake Erie?"
Well, I don't blame her, boss. Your eyes are really beautiful.
I know.
It's a shame. It's a shame you have to blink and close them every once in a while.
Yeah, especially here in Cleveland. There's so many people who paid to see him, you know. Anyway, you better finish the... Come in. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Jack, I brought you some coffee and sandwiches.
Thanks, Mary. What are you laughing at?
Well, you'll find it out soon enough, so I may as well tell you. You know that big life-size picture of you out in front of the theater?
Yeah.
Well, some kid with a crayon drew a mustache, whiskers, and long curls on it.
No.
Yes. You look like a Cocker Spaniel with padded shoulders.
Oh, that's terrible. A thing like that can hurt business, you know. And they're on a percentage, too.
Oh, calm down, Jack. You weren't mad in Detroit when someone touched up your picture in front of the Fox Theater.
Well, that was different.
I'll say it was. They painted a fan in each hand and you broke the box office record.
Yeah, that picture even fooled me twice. I bought tickets myself.
By the way, boys, I've been meaning to ask you, do you want me to go out and buy you a pair of those elevator shoes?
What for?
Well, when you do your love scenes on the stage with Miss Marilyn Maxwell, she's taller than you are.
Oh, well, that doesn't bother me.
Well, it should. I caught the show from out front, and you certainly couldn't improve that love scene you do with Marilyn.
What do you mean?
Well, when you kiss her, you're supposed to put your arms around her and tenderly draw her up close to you.
Huh?
You're not supposed to grab her by the earlobes and pull yourself up.
Earlobes. Why don't you stop making things up?
I'm finished with your face, boss. Here's a mirror so you can see how you look.
Well, say, you did a wonderful job, Rochester. Gee, there isn't even a trace of a wrinkle. What'd you use, a new wrinkle cream?
No, putty.
Putty? Mary, what's so funny?
Before a man can make up your face, he has to join the Plasters Union.
Look, Mary, I'm nervous enough as it is without you coming in here and all... Oh, my goodness, everything happens at once. There's the door and there's the phone in the other room.
I'll get the phone.
I'll answer the door.
How do you do? My name is Mink. I'm the manager of this theater.
Oh, won't you come in, Mr. Ming?
Thank you.
You know, you look very familiar. It seems that I know you.
Well, you should. I used to be in vaudeville, too. You and I were on the same bill together in Sandusky.
Say, that's right. In 1928.
I'll never forget it. You were celebrating your 39th birthday.
No. I wasn't 39 years old. You see, I threw that party to celebrate what a sensation I was that week. We took in $39. $39? Yes.
Oh,
that's all right. That's it.
With good luck, we may have a party here.
Yeah, with good luck, you'll be here on time. Rochester. Anyway, Mr. Mink, I do remember you as a vaudeville actor. How come you gave it up?
Well, I just played it smart. I saw my act was falling apart. I was getting old. I was washed up, so I quit and became a theater manager.
Gee, I wonder if... No.
What is it, Mr. Benny?
Well, I thought maybe if you spoke to someone of the theater owners, you could... No, why should I do anything for Fred Allen? Anyway, thanks for dropping in, Mr. Ming.
You're quite welcome. It was nice seeing you again.
Oh, by the way, when I'm working on the stage, I wish you'd turn the microphone up a little higher. People can't hear me beyond the third row.
Oh, well, as soon as we get people beyond the third row, I will.
Jack, I'm glad I answered the phone. It was my sister Babe calling from Plainfield.
Oh, your sister Babe, huh?
Yes, and she has wonderful news. She thinks she's engaged.
Babe thinks she's engaged? I mean, doesn't she know?
Well, she's not sure. Her boyfriend got down on one knee, but just as he started to speak, the battery in her hearing aid went dead.
Oh, what a shame. Is there any other news from home?
Yes, they told me that she was...
I'll see you was at the door, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
What excitement in here.
Is Mr. Benny in Rochester?
Yeah, come right in. Oh, boss, it's Miss Maxwell.
Hello, Marilyn. Come on in. Sit down.
Well, thank you. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Marilyn.
Look, Jack, I don't like disturbing you in your dressing room, but I had something I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh, that's quite all right. What?
Marilyn, how come you're wearing your hair down like that?
To cover my earlobes. They're 6 inches long now.
Well, they were certainly pretty when we started. But, Marilyn, I do want to thank you for your cooperation during this tour. You're really lending a touch of beauty to our vaudeville engagements.
Well, thank you, Jack.
Jack's right, Marilyn. I caught the first show at the Palace, and you certainly look beautiful in that black gown.
Oh, you mean that strapless one?
Yes, it's really gorgeous.
That's right, Marilyn. And all week long I've been meaning to ask you something about that strapless gown. What keeps it up?
The Cleveland Censor.
Oh, right. You must have brought your own writer with you, I think. Now, Mary, what number are you going to sing in the next show?
Hooray for Love.
Oh, that's a new one.
Yes, yes.
Yes, Mary. Would you like to hear it?
I certainly would.
Well, all right, here goes.
Oh, just a minute, Marilyn. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes, who are you?
I'm a hard carrier. I brought you some more makeup.
Oh, good. Just dump it in the corner. Go ahead, Marilyn. Let's have your song.
Love, love, hooray for love. Who was ever too blasé for love? Make this a night for love. If we have to fight, let's fight for love. Some sigh and cry for love. Ah, but in Perry they'd die for love. Some waste away for love. Just the same, hooray for love. It's the wonder of the world. It's the rocket to the moon. It gets you high, gets you low, but once you get that glow, some beat the brains for love, other fellas miss their trains for love. Screen stars emote for love, even politicians vote for love. Kings lose their thrones for love, lovers disconnect their phones for love. Some break the rules for love, just the same, hooray for it. It's a lovely day for it, just the same, hooray for love.
Song, Marilyn. Wonderful. I'm sure the audience will like it.
Well, thanks, Jack. By the way, I haven't seen Dennis around all week. Where is he?
Dennis Day? Well, Dennis isn't here. You see, when we went to the railroad station in Detroit, he got mixed up and took the wrong train.
Well, where is he now?
Well, if the Republicans can't decide on anybody, he may be our next president. Anyway, we'll probably... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, girls.
Hello, Phil. Hello, Phil.
Well, two new looks with one old schnook.
Phil, don't be so smart.
Hey, Jackson, this dressing room you've got here is wonderful. Mine ain't got nothing in it.
Well, Phil, if there's anything you need, just take it out of here.
Okay. I'll take this.
Put that down. That's rubbing alcohol. No, there's no telling what that'll do to your stomach.
Well, let's find out.
Phil.
It's too late. The bottle's empty.
Well, to each his own. Imagine anybody.
Hey, now look, Jack.
Phil, turn around. Your breath is scorching my suit.
You know, Jack, I think Phil ought to watch himself a little bit, especially here in Cleveland. After all, Cleveland is Bob Hope's hometown.
Mary's right, Phil. You know, the people in Cleveland think so much of Bob Hope that I'm surprised we even got in here.
No kidding, Jackson. Do they really think that much of Hope here?
You know those white lines that run down the middle of the street?
Yeah?
Pepsodent. Put around with a toothbrush yet.
Look, Jackson, this might be Bob Hope's hometown, but I heard you played here long before Hope even thought of being a comedian.
I didn't know that, Jack. When did you play here before?
Oh, I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Phil, how long ago was it?
I don't know, but when Jack was here, the Cleveland Indians were scalping people, and the Carter Hotel was a wigwam.
Okay, Wanga, okay. Gee. Hey, look. Look what time it is. Say, Marilyn, you better get ready for the next show.
All right, Jack.
Say, Marilyn, I noticed during the first show you wore those lovely long false eyelashes, but during the second show you didn't have them on.
Well, Jack told me he was the star and made me give them to him.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Jack, come here a minute.
Okay.
Bend your head down.
Like this?
Yes. Here, Marilyn. Thanks. Come on, let's go to your dressing room.
Oh, well, I didn't look good in them anyway. Say, Rochester, how's the house out there for the next show? Is it packed?
Yeah, very good, boss. Very good.
That's fine. You know, Rochester, I'm doing everything to try and set a new box office record.
I know, boss, but didn't you go a little too far when you made the ushers buy tickets?
Well, if the orchestra boys aren't complaining, why should they? And by the way, how are we doing on the popcorn?
Not so good since you substituted chicken fat for butter.
Yeah, I never thought they'd notice it. Well, Rochester, I'm kind of hungry. Open those sandwiches, and will you please get me a glass of milk?
Yes, sir.
Phil, what do you have?
Bicarbonate of soda.
Bicarbonate of soda?
Yeah, something happened to my stomach when you mentioned milk.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Phil. Forgive me.
Look, I'm going in the other room and lie down for a minute.
Okay, Phil, but take off your shoes if you're going to. I don't... Now, who can that be? Come in.
Pardon me for disturbing you, Mr. Benny, but may I have your autograph?
Certainly. Who shall I make it out to?
Bob Feller.
Bob Feller! Well, Bob Feller, it's certainly a pleasure having you drop in to see me.
Well, Jack, when I saw your name in front of the theater, I just couldn't walk right on by like everybody else.
Oh, you mean you bought a ticket and saw my stage show?
I sure did, Jack. I thought you saw me. When you took a bow, you know, you knocked a bag of popcorn out of my hand with your eyelashes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let me wipe the chicken fat off your sleeve. Well, Bob, you're still with the Cleveland Indians, aren't you?
Yes, this is my 12th season, Jack.
And you're a pitcher, isn't that right?
That's what it says in my book.
Well, yeah. You wrote a book, didn't you? How to Become a Pitcher. I read it.
You know, maybe I should.
No. Not after that game today. Oh, that's pretty good. You must have brought your own writer, too.
Hey, Jackson, how do you expect anybody to get any sleep around here?
Oh, Bill, come on in. I want you to meet Bob Feller, pitcher for the Cleveland Indians.
Oh, hiya, Bob.
Hiya, Phil. Say, Phil, you're a pitcher, too, aren't you?
Me a pitcher? No, I'm a musician. Didn't you see me leading the band?
Oh, is that what you were doing?
Certainly.
Gee, I wish I could do that.
Why?
With a wind-up like that, there'd be no one that could hold me.
You're not kidding. And say, Bob, I meant to tell you, I like that nice stadium you have here in Cleveland. Have you seen it, Phil?
Yeah, it's a wonderful ballpark, right on the edge of Lake Erie. I saw a game the other day and... Hey, wait a minute. I just thought of something. The other day when you were playing Boston, you only had 8 men.
Oh, no, we had 9.
No, I counted everyone on the diamond, and there were only 8.
Oh, you could only see 8. When Ted Williams is up, we put the left fielder in a canoe.
That'll teach you to ask questions. Now, don't...
Jack!
I'm here, Don.
Jack, I've got the quartet with me, and don't you think...
Wait a minute, Don. First, I want you to meet Bob Feller.
Hello, Don.
Well, I'm certainly glad to know you, Bob, and I'm particularly glad you're here because the quartet's going to do a number dedicated to the Cleveland Indians.
Say, that'll be swell. And Don... Hey, wait a minute, Don. Why is your coat so wrinkled?
Well, I was at the ball game Friday night. It rained, and they used my coat to cover the infield.
Oh, yes, I read about that. One of the ground crew got lost in your pocket. Well, Don, where's the quartet for the commercial?
In my other pocket.
Oh. Well, bring them out. Oh, hello, fellas. Don't mind that, Bob. I have to pay them extra if they talk, you know. All right, sportsmen, we haven't got much time, so let's hear the number.
Okay, hit it, boys.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me a package of Lucky Strikes. That's a cigarette everyone likes. So let's puff, puff, puff on a Lucky. Just remember the name. For it's 1, 2, 3 Lucky Strikes at the old ball game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Young Bobby Feller, he pitched today. They made 2 home runs, but he won anyway. So let's run, run, run for a lucky. When they're put out, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 lucky strikes at the old ball game.
Wait a minute, boys, wait a minute. Boys, don't dance. Boys, stop dancing. Wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute, boys. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! I'm so embarrassed in front of Bob Feller. Why is it every time we...
Oh, Jack, Meryl and I would like to know...
Oh, come in, girls. I want you to meet Bob Feller. Bob, I want you to meet Bob. Bob, why are you staring at the girls like that?
Well, if I had half the curves they've got, I could have beaten Boston.
Very good, Bob. Very good. Bob, this is Mary Livingston, and this is Marilyn Maxwell.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, say, Mary.
Yes, Bob?
I feel as though I know you because I met your mother about 2 years ago.
My mother? Really?
Yeah, she pitched against me in Plainfield.
That's funny. I thought she was in the National League.
You're both wrong. Her arm went bad. She's wrestling now.
All right. Well, Bob, we'll be going on stage in a few minutes. Why don't you wait till after the next show and we'll all go out to dinner?
I'd love to, Jack. Do you mind if I call my wife?
Not at all.
Which reminds me, Jack, you ought to know my wife. She comes from Waukegan.
She does? I didn't know you married a girl from Waukegan.
Oh, sure. Her name was Miss Windsor.
Winther. Oh, I not only know her, I used to take her out, Marcella Winther.
No, that's her mother. My wife's name is Virginia.
Let me see, her mother. But it can't be. I remember carrying her books to school. She had long blonde curls.
Yes, with a little freckle on the right cheek.
Yes.
Well, that was her father.
Now, cut that out. Say, Bob, I'd like to ask you a question. Isn't there some guy from radio and movies, some fella that's part owner of the Cleveland Indians?
Yes, there is.
Well, you know, I own the Waukegan Bloomer girls, and I was just wondering if...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bob, back in his hometown of Cleveland to watch the Indians play Hope. Telling you all, if you use Pepsodent like the baseball players do, you will be keeping Bob, feller. He did it today.
Hey, say hello to me or
something. Please. Well, here I am. I saw both games today. What a team here. You know, they don't have big league baseball in Hollywood, and I'll tell you why. It's tough sliding into second base with a bare midriff.
Wow, this happens to be my
Nothing
program.
for the tailor, please.
Well, it's a cinch we'll be cut off the air today.
Oh, but it's great being home again. All my relatives met me at the station yesterday, and I was really touched. I have a lot of relatives here in Ohio. I have one brother doing fine in Canton, another doing 5 at Columbus.
Bob, will you wait a minute?
Please, who is this, a house detective? Please.
Hey, you might as well quit. You're not getting paid for this, you know.
Don't ruin our finished gag, will you, please? Wait a minute! But my relatives met me yesterday morning with a big brass band. That is, I thought it was a big brass band. It turned out to be a lot of spittoons going to the Republican convention. And it was different when I lived here years ago. This time the cops drove me from the station. Of course, the city has changed quite a bit. I can remember a lot of little things about this town. I can't seem to get them on the phone, though.
I might as well go home.
Come on. What is that? Something left over from the Eagles convention? What is that? I went out to my old grandma's grammar school yesterday, Fairmount Junior High, and there was the same old desk, the same old inkwell, same old shaving kit. I want to tell you, it was thrilling. What memories that brought back. I'll never forget second grade where I met my first girl. She was 7, I was 18. And I was so proud. On my desk they have a plaque. It says, Bob Hope slept here. And today I went back and saw the house where I used to live. Boy, what a tough neighborhood. It was so tough the freight trains used to tiptoe past. But it was wonderful. I'll never forget when I left home to go on the road, Father said I would go a long way. In fact, he nailed the door of the boxcar building. He did. Yes, he did. Father said I'd go a long way. In fact, he nailed the door of the boxcar.
I know, we heard it. We know the joke. We know the joke.
That's where you could have come in, you know.
Now, what are you doing? I want to know, what are you doing here?
I'm getting laughs. What are you doing here?
Well, hey, Bob, here's one of your boys, Bob Feller.
One of our boys. That's an annuity, Jack, this boy.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Bob.
2 Bobs. That'll get you a warm beer in England. Thanks for letting me have that one joke.
I have a line you gave me, which is no good. It says it didn't get you anything here, which you got a lot of.
Well, look, Hope, let me ask you something. What are you really doing here in Cleveland?
Well, I came here to watch out for my interests. I found out you were playing here, and this is my hometown, you know.
Well, what about it?
Well, how much money have you taken in at the Palace Theater already?
Well, so far, about $34,000.
Well, give me half or I'll sue you. I don't muscle into Waukegan, you know.
What do you tell? I'm playing this whole circuit. Last week in Detroit, I took in $93,267.43.
And a Hoover button.
How do you know?
I ain't spending any Dewey buttons to see you.
You know, Bob, you're cheaper than Fred Allen, and he's almost as cheap as I am.
And Crosby's cheaper than all of us.
I think you got something
American. Lucky Strike. First again with Tobacco Man. First again with Tobacco Man. As a recent impartial survey reveals, more independent tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next 2 leading brands combined. More than the next 2 leading brands combined. Lucky Strike. First again with Tobacco Man. Yes, that's what the survey shows. Now, listen to a statement recently made by Mr. James Alfred Walker, veteran tobacco buyer of Durham, North Carolina. From what he knows, from what he sees, listen to what he said.
Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy good, ripe tobacco that makes a real fine smoke. I've smoked Lucky 17 years.
So light up a Lucky. Puff by puff, you'll see. LSMFT. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike. First again with Tobacco Man. Lucky.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny. If any of you have visited a hospital anywhere in America recently, you know there's a critical shortage of nurses. At least 65,000 new students must enroll this year if we are to care for our fighting forces and our civilians at home. So please think about it. You can do an important war job as a cadet nurse, and you can become one with all expenses paid. The U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps issues scholarships, which pay all expenses, plus a regular monthly spending allowance. As a cadet nurse, you can help your country right now. And you receive training for a respected and well-paid lifetime career. So if you're from 18 to 35 years of age, with a good high school record and good health, why don't you join the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps? Apply for complete information at your local hospital or write to the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps, Box 88, New York City.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, of all things, folks, Wilbur Brown is on a diet. And of all the foolish things I ever heard, why, it's so silly I hate to tell you. You know what Wilbur does? He goes on a starvation diet for breakfast. Then, of course, eats like a stuffed owl at lunchtime. Doesn't the poor guy know that breakfast is the stoke-up meal, the most important meal of the day? We've been without any food 10 or 12 hours. That's why dietitians tell us we need at least 1/4 of our entire day's nourishment in the morning. And they say we need a whole grain cereal. So make it Grape Nuts Flakes, folks. Delicious? You bet. Crisp, toasty brown, malty rich, and nourishing. Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, cram full of energy-giving whole grain food values. So, friends, don't be a Wilbur. Eat a good breakfast, do a better job. And feature tempting, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. America's most distinctive flake cereal, Grape Nuts Flakes. Played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn back the clock a few hours. It's Sunday morning in the Jack Benny household.
A Sunday, a Monday, and always.
I would be in heaven if I could roll a 7. Sunday, Monday, and always. I'd be so happy it would make my poor heart pound to hear those little cubes go round and round and round and round.
Oh, Rochester, whoever told you could sing?
There was only one man who told me I couldn't.
Well, I'd like to meet him.
He's dead now.
Well, prop up another pillow behind me so I'll be more comfortable. You can bring me my breakfast now.
Okay, but this is the silliest thing I ever heard of.
There's nothing silly about it. Lots of people have breakfast in bed.
I know, boss, but not in the kitchen.
Well, it's warmer down here than it is up in my room. I hope you haven't any objection.
No, but it sure was a strain on me carrying your bed downstairs.
It was a strain on me, too. You almost shook me out of it. Now, how about some orange juice?
I'm fixing it for you right now. Let's see. Here's the orange. Now, where's the knife? I got it. Now to give it a good squeeze.
What was that?
Juice!
Juice?
Yes, sir. These California oranges don't know their own strength.
That looks good. What else? What else should I have, Rochester?
How about some breakfast cereal?
Yeah. What kind of breakfast cereal have we got?
Oh, boss, come now.
Oh, yes, I'll have the flakies this time. The flakies?
And would you like some... Uh-oh. Say, boss, here comes your crazy boarder, Mr. Billingsley.
Shh, quiet, Rochester. You'll hurt his feelings. Good morning, Mr. Billingsley.
Good morning, Mr. Benny. Taking it lying down, I see.
Yes. Breakfast in bed is one luxury I always enjoy.
You know, I always used to have my bed in the kitchen, too. In fact, I lived in the kitchen.
You did? Why?
Oh, it was one of those things. I was married to a cockroach.
To a cockroach?
Her name was Gwendolyn. We used to argue all the time over who was boss.
What was that, Mr. Billingsley?
I say we used to argue all the time over who was boss.
You and the cockroach? You did?
Yes. But one day I put my foot down, and that was the end of it. After that, I stayed single for a long time. But I got tired of being a bachelor, so I remarried. What's that, Rochester?
Our trap. It finally caught that mouse.
Oh. Well, what do you know? I'm single again. One tragedy after another. Would you care for a cup of coffee, Mr. Billingsley? No, thanks. I must be leaving now. I'm going to run over to the barber shop and get a T-bone steak. But you can't get a T-bone steak at the barber shop. I know, but I can't get one at the butcher's either, so I might as well get a haircut while I'm waiting. I see. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny. Goodbye. Now, how did that get by the censor? That's what you know, Rochester. I feel like laughing, but he scares me so. Rochester, I think you're right. He has been acting a little eccentric lately. Well, hand me my robe. I'm going to get up.
Okay. Say, boss, you better hurry. We got to pick up your camel at the freight company today.
That's right, Rochester. I invited my whole gang over. And remember, don't breathe a word about it. I want the camel to be a big surprise. I'll get it, Rochester. You clean up the dishes. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Well, you told me to come over here. Now, what's the big secret you're going to spring on us?
Mary, you'll never guess. It'll be the biggest surprise this town ever had.
Don't tell me you were drafted.
Don't be silly, Mary. I'm over 38. What are you laughing at?
That's what kept you out of the last war.
Mary, I'm only a little over 38 now.
Go on. You've got a brother that's 50.
I know I have.
Your twin brother.
So what? We had a slow doctor. Anyway, the idea of my being in the service isn't so ridiculous.
Well, you know what Fred Allen said. The biggest laugh you ever got was when you appeared before your draft board.
Oh, yeah? Well, all I know is when Allen went to his draft board, they looked at the guy in front of him and said 4H, the guy in back of him and said 4F, then they looked at Allen and said, what for? Which, incidentally, is the same thing his father said to the stork. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack.
Why, that weakling. He had to take a local anesthetic to get his elk's tooth cleaned. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack, I won't.
He had to go to Charles Atlas for 6 months to get enough muscles to hiccup. So don't tell me about Allen.
All right, Jack, all right.
And you're lucky I can't think of anything else.
Jack, will you please forget about Allen and tell me what the surprise is?
Mary, I'm not going to tell you. You'll have to wait here till it comes. Meanwhile, I'm going upstairs and get dressed.
Okay, I want to use the phone anyway. I forgot to tell Butterfly what to prepare for dinner.
Go ahead. I'll be down in a minute.
This is the operator. Number, please.
Give me Crestview 52717.
Just a minute. Does Mr. Benny know you're using his phone?
Well, of course he knows.
Oh, yeah? Well, what's the password?
Password? Well, of all the... Oh, Jack, what's the password?
Sulfanilamide.
You have to get a prescription to make a phone call here yet. Operator, it's sulfanilamide.
Okay, I'll get your number.
Hello?
Hello, Butterfly. This is Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Gee, I'm awfully glad you called.
You are, Butterfly? Why?
I was lonesome.
Oh, well, Butterfly, the reason I called is I forgot to tell you what to prepare for dinner tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have dinner at 7 o'clock, so let's have vegetable soup, salad with Thousand Island dressing, lamb chops, and rice pudding. Have you got that down?
I haven't even cooked it yet.
Butterfly, I mean, did you write it down?
No, ma'am, but I will. Would you mind telling me again, Miss Livingston?
All right. Vegetable soup, salad with Thousand Island dressing, lamb chops, and rice pudding. Now, have you got that written?
Not yet, Miss Livingston. I'm having trouble with the spelling.
Oh, what can't you spell?
The words.
Firefly. I'll come home early and help you out.
Thank you. By the way, Miss Livingston, when you get home, would you mind coming in the back door?
Why?
I just swept the living room.
Well, I'll try and be careful. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Say, Mary, I'm going to rush out now and bring back the surprise. So you call down Phil and Dennis and tell them to hurry over.
All right.
Rochester, get the car out.
Okay, boss.
Oh, Jack, are you still driving around in that yellow cab of yours?
Mary, it doesn't look like a cab anymore. I had it painted a different color.
Oh.
That's right, Miss Livingston. If we didn't stop to pick up passengers, no one would know it's a taxi cab.
Rochester, stop lying and let's go. Oh, darn it, there's the phone. I'll get it. Hello?
Mr. Benny, this is the operator.
Yes?
What's the password for tomorrow?
LSMFT. Goodbye. Come on, Rochester, let's go. You better hurry, Rochester. I want to get to the freight office before it closes.
Okay.
And when we get the camel, I want you to be nice to her.
Boss, I don't want to have anything to do with those wild animals. I'm having enough trouble with your polar bear.
Oh, you're always afraid of Carmichael just because he shows his teeth once in a while. For heaven's sake, he's only smiling at you.
Smiling at me?
Yes.
You want to know something, boss?
What?
Yesterday when I was feeding him, I happened to turn my back, and he smiled right through the seat of my pants.
Oh, Rochester, stop exaggerating. Carmichael's just playful.
Playful? What happened to the gas man?
What are you talking about? That was 2 years ago.
Well, we haven't had a gas bill since.
All right, Rochester, drop it. Anyway, here we are at the freight office. Oh, boy. Won't the gang be surprised when I come home with the camel? I guess we'll have to go over to that other window.
Where?
Over there, where the man's on the phone.
I'm sorry, but we don't make deliveries. You'll have to call for it yourself.
Good luck with the future, anyway.
I'll be with you
Don't
in a minute.
overthink it.
No, I can't break the rule. You'll have to call for it yourself. Goodbye. Can you imagine a guy like that sending a mountain goat all the way from Denver? A mountain goat? Yeah. What a crackpot he must be. Well, there's nothing. You know what I gotta wait here for something with?
Grammarly helps you work more efficiently, which makes accomplishing your work goals easier. Get full sentence rewrite suggestions to help you say what you mean faster. Download at Grammarly.com. Try it today.
That face that is usually covered by her phone